Tell me you love me. 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 Tell me you love me.
best of me. Best of me. Got the best of me. searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and
I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through, and you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself.
before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again, hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Better get it right this time around, yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all I need. I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard.
vodka with a white mouth. Just lucky when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush. You can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, how we'll end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard on the beach. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. But forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no honeybees. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done. Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig.
Welcome back to Valorant Challengers Northeast, where we join you on Elimination Day. We've got a couple of games coming up in the lower bracket for you. I'm Hazza, joined by Cairo, who has finally returned. He found his way back home to Scotland, mate. How did you do it?
Through 17 hours of bus journeys. I don't want to get into it, Hazza. What I want to get into, mate, is to get into this wonderful competition that we've had so far, because there's already been people dropping out. I've been watching from the sidelines, but I want your opinion on what's been happening anyway.
Yeah, we have said goodbye to some teams through the Swiss stages, but we begin to do that now in playoffs. Whittle them down through the bracket, which we can take a look at to get everyone up to date on what it is that's going on. Maybe you've been away in the Alps, maybe you just didn't watch the broadcast last week. But look, I won't hold any grudges. These are the games we've got coming up for you. Detti Elise versus Metasport and Exo Clan versus Enterprise. In reverse order, we'll be starting with the Exo Enterprise game, but it sets up this sort of play week quite nicely with the upper as well.
Yeah, I think so, 100%, Hazza. I mean, you're looking towards that upper bracket section for teams to be putting themselves into the top spots to get qualified to that Challengers EMEA tournament happening in a few weeks' time. But most importantly, it's about staying in the tournament with a chance to actually qualify for Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, we've got some big games coming up on Thursday night, but for now, we look towards today's matches. First of which, Exo Clan versus Enterprise, then Detti Elise versus Metasport. And I mentioned a couple of teams in here which we had down, or at least I did, as top contenders for those Challengers EMEA slots and for the league as a whole, with it being combined of North and East, it's only fair we have a balance of a North super team and an East super team, both in the lower bracket. Both can still, of course, qualify to the top 4, but it's going to be a whole lot more difficult now, Cairo, isn't it? And that starts today for Enterprise against ExoClan.
Yeah, it's unneeded pressure on your roster, Hazel. Everybody coming into this, like, especially talking about Enterprise, the names that were up, like, put on your screens, etc. They've been playing it out. You would immediately assume that they're going to breeze away through this bracket, right? And I would forgive you for that. But I mean, they've been struggling. Well, not necessarily struggling, but not showing how good they can actually be consistently in Northeast so far.
Yeah, it's about maintaining that level, I think. Some people maybe would have blown it out of proportions when they qualified through Swiss 3-1, taking a loss to Sweet and Sour along the road. But it's then this best of 3 against Zero Tenacity, a repeat opponent where we start to see the ugly side show itself a little bit. Or, for Zero Tenacity, the upper level, the upper skill level of what it is that they're capable of. The roster here on your screens, of course, does count for 4 out of the 5 players having won a first split of Challengers last year. So it's about returning to a level which we expect of them. It's whether they can rise to those expectations or not with this team having been built so soon. Is there that much more depth to it or not?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Haza, as well, like, just the fact that these, like, a few of these players have reached the heights of ascension, even getting to LAN, or not getting to LAN, sorry, but getting to the latter stages, etc., right? Like, there's so much to be excited about this Enterprise team, but unfortunately, they're going to have to show it once again against this young, up-and-coming roster.
Yeah, not much time in which to do it, but EXO, the team that they face up against, a team which I feel it's fair to say is miraculous, the fact that they've made it this far in and of themselves. You look at the bracket, the playoff bracket, they're one of 2 teams that have come from Lower Swiss, being the North invite, the core kept together of both Luki and Luca, young guns with a lot of promise, but kept together by their IGL JJ, introduction of ASO, and of course Soren again, who just always seems to find a way to get back to this tier of competition.
Yeah, I mean, Soren and JJ, they've been here before, in a Challengers playoffs, haven't won a split, but in recent times anyway. But with that being said, though, Luki, Luca, like ESO, how are these guys going to feel going up against Enterprise, right? Because that's another thing you've got to think about. These are players that should know what it's like to go up against young guns like the core that we've mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, even ASO there, for example, just to mention him quickly, this is a guy who, you know, back with UCAM, way back when, had made playoff runs, had been there, but now at 23 years of age, hasn't seen that success in a couple of years and is trying to return back to form. Earned his spot on the roster with some of the games that they played along the way, because it has been a long journey for them, whereas maybe we've not seen so much of that from Enterprise because they just don't have the reps in officials. Whether that's getting to them or not is something that we're going to find out for certain today, I think. And I would like to match that with this head-to-head which we've selected for this match, and it's in the in-game leader department. Starkey and JJ both put in charge of these projects. Fairly late notice for both, I think it's fair to say. Starkey taking the reins over from Zeke, JJ being put into a team which was without an IGL for quite a while. You'll remember Batty joined for their Eclipse run specifically. And just wondering what the macro game is going to look like today, Cairo, and what roles they're going to fulfill specifically on their teams when you look at the agents that they've played as well.
Yeah, I think for me, the funniest thing about it as well is like how Forrest, when we were speaking on stream, he actually said that like EXO didn't have an IGL for so long that he started to scour the VLR and looked for like through the top 20, like top 30 players or something like that. And JJ's name came up and he said he fell in love with the players straight away. Like really bringing in this Teo as well, as you mentioned. And I think like that's something that I find interesting about this tournament, right? It's whether teams are making their strats Teo proof or if they're going to try and really implement it in EXO Clan. Well, it seems to be working out for them.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that in a little bit of both games today with EXO and with Metasport as well later on, having an IGL that wants to gravitate more towards the Teo, because a lot of the time you're going to see your info initiator player be an in-game leader anyway, just because you have the resources at your fingertips. But Teo feels that much more oppressive, and if you can get good value out of it the way that EXO had been recently, then it's such an empowering agent to play with as well, whereas Starkey, we've seen him on the Brim quite a lot, even on Pearl. I think Tom and I were questioning a lot of what that implementation looked like. A few times when it felt like individually he lost his head as well and he was just taking duels for the sake of it. I want to know who's going to be able to get the best read of one another, because in terms of the bar for like attack-sided halves so far in the league, I wouldn't say it's very high. So I want to see, you know, that be raised a little bit here today.
Yeah, I think like the attack side is always a measure of your IGLs, and we have some really strong IGLs in the league, Hazza. That's the crazy thing about it, especially with these two, Starkey and with JJ. I mean, Enterprise, you were talking to me in the pre-match about how it could become a little bit too easy to predict, but when it comes to this Vito, Hazza, what are you predicting?
Well, as I said before, one of those maps which was a real concern was Pearl. The big question for me is, does Pearl come up? And if it does, are we going to see the same version of Enterprise or something different? Initial ban from EXO is going to be Lotus, which, you know, makes sense to me when you look at it. They played quite a tight grouping of maps, but kept that the same from upper into the first playoff match they played. We didn't see any deviation there. Whereas Enterprise have still only played 3 maps. It was a complete repeat of the veto that we saw against Zero Tenacity as well. So interested to see what EXO want to pick into first to maybe try and punish that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a full wide berth. Peril is going to be what they picked for. We'd seen a couple of highlights as well from them coming into this game, so it makes complete sense.
That's a complete punish. As I said, you get to choose what map you want to go for first. Enterprise left it in the veto. They have looked very weak on it. Are there going to be changes, or do they fall to the same kind of problem?
I mean, hopefully not. Moving on to the next map though, Hazza. Like, I mean, with that being said, are you expecting anything different there? Haven coming in. I mean, they played this last time. Seems like this is going to be the exact same copy.
Yeah, I am getting a little bit concerned looking at this veto, Cairo, to be honest, because when you see it, it is Enterprise, sorry, showing maybe the limits of that map pool early on. They don't want to show off too much. Maybe that's the feeling that they're confident they can beat EXO with what they've already got. But as I said before, I want more depth, I want more layers. And with the final map being Fracture, if we do go the distance, then at the very least they'll be forced to show us something new.
Yeah, do you know what? I like that Fracture's back as well. We've seen like different stuff, but more of it doesn't seem as like the map hasn't changed at all, right? So some of the strats haven't changed, but I feel as if it's a very tail-centric map as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we get there, what could happen. But with Peril and Haven coming up, you've got to hope that Enterprise have changed some stuff coming into that, and at least have a stronger and more coherent plan on that attack side.
Yeah, and not to just completely tailor it to Enterprise as well. To reel it back for a second, looking at this first map of Pearl specifically, I also want to bring up EXO, because when you consider their performances, they have shown, you know, they can be a bit here and there, right? They played Metasport on it when they opened up in the Swiss stage. That one they weren't able to win. You saw the slight change of Luki go from Yoru to the Jet to try and get more comfortability, but maybe he still wasn't dropping, you know, ridiculous numbers that we would expect of someone who's been heralded as one of the best up-and-coming players coming out of the UK. That makes me wonder, are there further adjustments that they want to go for here? Have they managed to optimize it completely, especially in the case of Luki? And how's it going to look in general? Because, to be fair, when I look at some of the other agent selections here, like Soren, who would usually be on the Fade, that's where you get the better performances out of him on the Initiator, rather than the Breach that he's also been showing a lot of. Can they pair the two, and do you get that synthesis between them that you're hoping for?
I mean, as well as that, Hazza, like going into Peril, you've got to be hoping that, like, when you think about that, like moving on to that attack side, well, I'm more talking about Enterprise here, but I mean, Exo Clan to the same extent is like, where do your priorities lie with the orbs and what you want to build up with Tails, Ultimate obviously having really good sight clearing ability, stuff like that there. I'm wondering, like, does that really filter into the game plan? Have they got like a clear and coherent idea of how they want to move around this map and manipulate Enterprise's defense, because they'll understand how to play this map?
Yeah, you'd hope so, right?
On the defense side, at least,
I think a lot was left to be desired just from the fact that Enterprise didn't really have the best of tools for that info gather, for example. On the defender side last time, when you're playing Reyna and Jet, you're double duelist, but you don't get the same kind of tools that you would a KO, for example. We said this many times on the previous broadcast. It felt like a broken record, but Zeke, even individually, not just the agent choice that he had, but to set himself up, he didn't put up great numbers last time. He really struggled. And when you're looking at him stepping away from being the IGL as well, giving those responsibilities to Starkey, you're talking of a guy who was the Champs MVP at a point, someone who can clearly aim, someone who we know has won Challenger Leagues before, this same Challenger League before it became Northeast. You expect just a little bit more from him individually, and then to match that up on the EXO side, I mean, who would you then say needs to be stepping up to really give them a run for their money here? If someone's to play well on EXO to get them through this lower bracket, who's your money on?
I mean, I think, like, respectfully, it needs to be everybody stepping up, right? I mean, you look towards the young core of Luki and Luca, like, who have been with EXO for the longest time, but I think you need to look at what is on the other teams, right? You look towards what's on Enterprise, for instance, right? 4 out of the 5 players have won a Challenger League, as you said, and to drive the point home even further, there's people who have won champs, right? Just to put that little cherry on top. They've been at the top of the game, they know what it's like. I don't want to, like, talk about the champ stuff too much, but you get the idea, right? This is like the rookies up against the old guard. The rookies need to all be there ready to break that mold, or else it'll be the same status quo.
Yeah, it's a couple of the rookies, right? But we could still very much see the passing of that torch. It's the fall from grace, ultimately.
Yes.
Because this is the first team that we've seen Killers and Zeke play together in since that champs run, which feels kind of crazy how things quickly fell apart.
Yeah.
And to sort of mention what you're saying there as well, yeah, it is Luki and it is Luca. Because when you look at it, Soren is older than his IGL, who's you know, been in Turkey for however long. First time that we see him actually join a team outside of that. And ESO, for example, who, yeah, maybe hasn't been at the top level for a while, but is still fairly young at 23. So, yeah, it's a team built from lots of different places. I just want to see the agent select at this point in time, man. I want to get in the game. We do have a couple of issues, but hopefully that should be resolved fairly quickly. Cairo, I'm going to say Soren as well, because you didn't give me an answer. I asked you, can I get a player? You danced around it, and then you went back to Enterprise again. Give me a name. Come on.
I mean, like, I feel as if, like, picking on Luki and Luca is such a cheap shot, right? Because it is their rookie tournament. But I'm going to go in for not one, but both of the L's. I don't know what the Lucas. We need to come up with like a kind of a duo name for them too. But I mean, they've been here for so long, right? And we've seen them with crazy clips. Remember when it was the Beacon tournament last time round when they knocked out Ruddy in that run there. They had some insane showings. I really like these two, and I've been thinking to myself that they deserve. In fact, EXO as an organisation has probably deserved to have at least had a shot in challengers earlier on. But like, listen, they've kept knocking at the door. They've finally had this. I don't want to call it a miracle run because it's been fully deserved, but they've finally got here, right? And I think it's to the testament of them like sticking with the two really high prospect players.
Yeah, the breakthrough moment that everyone was looking for them to finally get through that glass ceiling and actually make their way into challenges, because as we said before, like, they've always had promising projects. I think you can always see where they're heading with the right pieces, but it's just not quite been at that point. And that's where I said before that I feel like JJ is the guy that could potentially elevate this team. And you've already kind of seen a little bit with how they went down 0-2 in the Swiss run, but then won every single consecutive best of 3 to get to a point where they could actually qualify. If we are going to talk anything about the playoffs run that we've seen from them so far, though, it would be that first map against Sweet and Sour on Split. The fact they tossed away a 12-6 lead in that game, that they were up by, 6 map points. They had an opportunity to close, and against some of the league's best, some of the favourites now, or arguably the favourite, I think, at this point in time, with them still being in the upper bracket. Ended up falling. Are we going to see the same thing here against a team which, if you give an opportunity to get back into the game, are going to get back into the game?
Of course. I mean, that's it, right? Like, you're up against the top dogs now. You're going to get punished, and this is where the difference in experience will start to show. Sweet and Sour were a team that started at the exact same point in time in this tournament as Exoclan, right? They started in that little round robin tournament that teams got invited to. So it makes no mistake that, like, we can see this Sweet and Sour roster getting stronger and stronger. And for Enterprise, they have not had that same relief, right? They have not had that same distance to kind of mold things together. So while you're saying if you're given opportunities to a roster like this, they'll take it, I'm not necessarily convinced that they will. I think they still have to have officials to mold. Yeah, it's a very intense period. There's not a lot of time for review, but for me, I'm looking at Enterprise here and thinking, do you know what? If there's any time to hit them, surely it's now.
Yeah, it just depends how hard that punch is going to be. You've picked a map which EXO have had their own issues on. Enterprise have proved on Pearl they can be potent at times. It was just that last map against Zero Tenacity, which has you wondering, is it just a temporary issue or something that can be fixed long term? And is this an Enterprise team which has more life left in it in this lower bracket run? Or do we have to say goodbye to them early doors and send EXO on their way one step closer to what would be a Challengers EMEA qualification game at that point? We reach this point within the competition now that any of that next round of games, be it in the upper or in the lower, is going to get you to a point where you can survive and be one of the teams that represents. Because half of them get it, half of them don't. That's the weird thing with this top 8, you know.
Yeah, that is true, but I think the other thing that you've got to realise as well with this top 8 is that even though if you don't get through playoffs, Hazza, you can still get to stick around. But for now, let's get into the Agent Select and talk about it here.
I mean, Enterprise immediately have hit the nail on the head in terms of the issues that they had previously. I think Zeke going back to the Phoenix, where we'd seen him on the Reyna before. The Phoenix, something which had promise, and I think with more flashes here, playing solo initiator does definitely work out. Starkey, better post plant with the Astra, you get the pull. It's way better than just lining up the molly every time. We saw them have that one snatched away from them a few times against Zero Tenacity. They can play, you know, off-site with a bit more comfortability. The Yoru for Yaz as well, just again proving the depth that his agent pool has. And for EXO, more of the same. They are the ones which don't choose to innovate, and Lukey will remain on the jet.
Yeah, sticking with what you know and what is best, just tweaking things perhaps on the EXO side. But like as you said, like switching Reyna out for the Phoenix. For me though, I would always expect to be looking at that as Yash's first entry. But I feel as if when you have that Euro Hazza, you're not necessarily going to get that. It'll be switching up between Zeke and Yash where they find themselves on the map. The geometry really favours that Phoenix around the 90-degree angles. But with that being said, let's see what happens between Enterprise and Exoclan in our first knockout match of the evening.
Yeah, elimination day, of course. Both teams struggling in the best of threes so far. EXO managing to get here off the back of that Swiss run, turning things on its head after being down 0-2. But both of them will have to make an effort today if they want to keep in the competition and bring themselves one step closer to qualifying for Challengers EMEA. For Enterprise, it's that return to greatness. For EXO, their story is only just beginning.
I mean, proactivity, Enterprise straight away on towards that A orb main. Maybe looking to try and anti-strat, have an idea, already closing in on B as EXO look to execute.
The info being made proactive on the opposite extremity, so it's on to the Sentinel and support of Starkey here. And Yash already manages to find one through the smoke, I think, then peeks out in full. Enterprise have this one locked down. It's simple enough for them in the pistol round, but we've seen this story before.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it from Enterprise again. Maybe looking at some voids of how EXO like to play Peril, but they got it spot on. The read was perfect, and with that being said, you also had Yash that had a quick TP to reinforce that site and make it 3 strong.
It's really smartly played. Something I noticed from Killaz in the previous game is he was always really good at the timing of the Killjoy utility, just to buy a couple of extra seconds, a chance for the defense to flood. And as you already mentioned, that TP is only going to make things easier for them here. No KO either to counter it, so you're not going to be getting suppressed unless JJ has his drone.
Zeke just trying to be careful, but that's the problem with the Phoenix. They'll be able to just quickly heal back up. EXO culminating their forces to try and pressure them towards Art, but there is still here Hazard with the KG.
Lombot's going to be getting heads up. Through mid as well, turret also on double doors. Different kind of setup that you can see Killers go for, and that is enabled through Yash's positioning down B long. There are 3 players ready to defend the A site on a dime here, and Starkey's the first of those.
Yeah, it's Killers' timing as well that you'll be looking for, but instead, just 6 goes in towards CT, and Zeke already finding 3. Will eventually be downed in tow, but it's so easily defended by Enterprise. They only lose 1. Killers will be able to pick up that rifle. There won't be much lost here. Enterprise make that 2-0.
Yeah, confidence is key, and you can already see Zeke starting to build that up in a round such as that. Knows he's against pistols, can flash around the corner quickly. Even after taking a lot of damage early, he's walling for the HP, and it's also now, you know, cutting through walls and making life just so difficult if you're on the EXO side.
I mean, what, you've tried towards B, you've tried towards mid, where do you change things up? Let's head towards A. EXO Clan have tried the last of their gambits by throwing everything forward, but a simple grab will somewhat stall out EXO Clan, but they'll eventually make their way through. Already Enterprise being pulled over towards this side of the map.
Nice default. Early orb taken by EXO. On the pistol, we didn't really see them create much map-wide pressure, and already just a slight adaptation in how Enterprise are setting up, you notice after a couple of rounds. Yash was walking up B long a lot of times in the previous series. He didn't have the TP to get out though, and well, SO deposited in main, read well by Enterprise, now means they have complete map-wide control in both mains.
Yeah, I feel as if there wasn't a need for that peak, just hold it passively. With that being said, I mean, straight through lane, Enterprise know everything that's happening here, and they've got a man advantage.
Zeke flashing back in solo, but has given up the advantage in the process. Still a health pool for Enterprise to work with. Few EXO players are low. Out walks Killers. It's a smash and grab operation, and it sets up Doma. Those were the low players I was talking about. Both of them feeling the electricity as Enterprise have managed to add a 3rd to their tally.
Hazard, you speak about electricity, but it's the energy so far that Enterprise are showing the experience in this matchup. EXO Clan, I know they've tried 3 different things, they've tried some different ideas, and it is only 3 rounds. With it, the most part, Enterprise have read them on at every single beat. EXO Clan haven't shown anything different. It's a complete diff at the moment. You're speaking about IGLs, there's only one IGL winning out at the minute. I mean, JJ, I hate to see it, but he doesn't seem to have a winning solution at the moment.
It's also been 3 rounds. I think give the guy some time.
I understand that,
you know?
but like, it doesn't seem as if anything's has been changed. I mean, that rifle round is the round that you should be at least posing something different, and they weren't even. They were able to get 1 kill max.
Yeah, it does in a way spin back to what you were saying about EXO in main. I think he's kind of forced to take that peek for the info, because when you're playing close to the box, you don't want to have someone just walk past you there. So yeah, it's a rough spot that they ended up in, I think, forced into making that B play. It's whether that development continues, and as I said before, you just can't jump the gun with Enterprise, especially after watching them last time around. They look lights out to kick things off, and Doma will continue that as this one is flawless, continuing to build up bankroll. It's this next gun round now where EXO do have a chance to show what reads they've been able to make from these opening rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it is starting to become a dreary situation if that is the case. You spoke to me about, like, poor attack calves. I mean, this needs to be the start of a good one. If not, probably a timeout. I'm happy to talk about what's going wrong. Like, just completely corralled into a position you don't want to be, peeking solo. I mean, Enterprise will punish mistakes like that.
Yeah, they definitely will. It's a little bit more hands-off in A-main this time to start off. That's because EXO are waging war down the middle of the map. They've managed to remove some of that early Killjoy utility, and they will reset from this position. On the contrary, Zeke and Starkey grouping up to reclaim some of that lost space early on. They lose middle, they take main, great protocols from the defense.
It is, and you're creating almost a trap play as well with that late player to come through, take the Astra contact, use the curveball if you need it. I mean, A-site has been taken, but it is just the jet of Luki who's on there solo before the rest of the players get on. Ah, look at this. Has seen the gun barrel, hasn't got a response, still doesn't know about Starkey. The players come out, but still has an Exo go one to the good.
That was so well played by Esso. He knew main was compromised. The team cleared it together, had the support coming from the site side as well. Now they move into post and still have stars to play around with. JJ's going to try and survive on default a little longer. Damage onto Yash, but we move 3 on 3.
I mean, dimensional drift to try and get information, perhaps invested a bit too early, as Yash now has to go up against a 1v2. Can't even get the first on the mark. Tap of the spike, time getting low. Luki will just peek up and clean up. Finally, the first round for Exo Clan, which is when it's almost been a complete Enterprise storm.
It was an important round for both teams there, but more so Exo to get back into things. And this is what we're talking about. JJ just taking a moment to get a feel for how the map looks, removing that Killjoy utility from double doors when they've clearly shown a priority heading that area of the map. Sort of fakes it out a little bit. Enterprise had to make the reaction. They react towards main. That does fortunately work out pretty well for Exo with them pathing R. And yeah, Exo is disciplined enough not to make the mistake of falling foul to where Zeke was. This time it's just quick use of util in the same area and a regroup towards B. But this is where Yash has been playing to great success so far.
I mean, having that up already so far up B long is going to give again that passive information that we spoke about before. This Enterprise already are just solo pushing out A main. There's no punishment there. Yash still keeping himself ever present. But it's that taking of the time that Exo are burning through, and it's making it so much easier for Enterprise to perhaps get a read on this side of the map.
Both Prowlers were used to try and take Yash off the angle. He's now repositioning. So many of the salvos falling at the feet of Doma, and behind the divide he finally goes. Luki noting where the Yoru currently stands. They want the open plant, and well, Yash is going to end up giving it to them by default. Just couldn't figure out what was going on. Couldn't get his hands out his pockets.
Yeah, a late luck will come through from Exo the Astra in through lane as the cosmic divide will drop, and it's all go for Enterprise. Run it back being used to buy something back. It was just one pit, but I mean, Exo so far post-plant has been excellent. Starkey making it competitive, and while Kelly's was left with it all to do, Exo Clan will be able to make that 2 on the bounce. So far they're doing decent. They're keeping things going, Hazard.
Yeah, really good from Exo there on that round. It was a set piece, that's all you can say.
Yeah.
The ults were up for them. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the Armageddon as well. They were pretty well combined. There was a slight gap there, and I think Yash will be kicking himself that he didn't get a better punish. But even the ult usage from Zeke afterwards is showing promising signs for Enterprise still. It was a nice quick trade out of Starkey, but we need to see a little bit better from them here and to take full advantage of these windows Exo are giving them.
Already popping 1 nano, but they know that no contact off the back of the turret. Oh, they'll know now that in fact to even get more utility off the back of that contact to the turret. Yash just holding on towards B main, and they're completely forfeiting this space up, leaving that for Exo to control in mid.
Yeah, first 30 seconds and they just dive bomb in. Luki with the blades out, and the B site is gutted. Enterprise are going to be a player down. They do still have their own Cosmic Divide to come back through, but positions to be cleared, and Exo have held on to alleyway. They are keeping players here late to cause problems. Exo to cut the rotate.
Zeke does have support, needs to clear the corner and doesn't do so effectively. Starkey ends up with a double though, which is absolutely massive for this retake. a 3v3, but has a stall coming through. Players can't hear, and they're held momentarily
Lukey.
low. Lukey just does not seem to miss when the blades are out. Yash trying to clear in towards CT allows Lukey a chance to get 3, and Luka to get 1 of his own. That's 3 on the bounce, 3 consecutive for Exo Clan.
Another big confidence builder for Lukey, and Enterprise still hanging on in terms of finances for now. They can get 1 more buyout. This is where Exo, if they're reading into it, you maybe want to buy the Outlaw just to try and completely crush that Econ, but doesn't look like something they're going to opt for. The biggest thing for me here was where the round could have fallen apart was Soren's timing on the Nightfall was so nearly catastrophic, but still they managed to pull it all together. Enterprise big ults in this round to give them a chance. Big for the retake too.
A bit more defaulty, although more towards the A side. Leaving JJ just to hold down that main themselves, while the rest of the pack go and clear out towards mid. Remember, the alarm bot, the KG utility, this is where it's always set up, and JJ obviously knowing that this is a place where they can try and manipulate, even fake through. Got Hunter's Fury out so far, has he?
Yeah, I mean, look, combination of Lockdown and Cosmic Divide, you'll be using those for the retake if there is one. Lukey, huge double entry onto the A site. And now in terms of the pieces you've got left, it is just the Lockdown.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to completely execute. Sent it forward, and well, that's hard hit and execute that keeps coming through. Just keeps finding success. 2 players left. Enterprise maybe thinking about a save as Killies is already walking back. Atoma tries to swing out, but I mean, the KG's nowhere to be found.
It's the sort of position where you wanted to see Exo have a little bit more discipline, but Enterprise end up giving them favourable fights once that spike went down. As I said before, Lukey really heating up in this game now. Killers will shut him down in round number 8, but not before the damage has been dealt and no weapons kept either. You can see Enterprise's game plan was just to react quickly to the push because they have had an A stack on a lot of these rounds. It just didn't fall into the right place for them, and with 4 on the bounce and the scoreline tied, it's a timeout, and you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, for a minute, I completely thought that it wouldn't be that, like, straight executing towards A. I thought it would be, like, too easy to read into. I mean, and for a second it was, right? Enterprise invested the ultis. They didn't get the value from it, but all in all, like, Exo have just been right on the money in terms of just sending it, and Enterprise haven't been able to deal with it. No wonder they're wanting to sit down and talk about things, because the game plan that was working in the early match is no longer working as we get into the later part of this half, has it? And with that being said, I mean, this is a problem that Enterprise have had before.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, that's why I mentioned it at the start, man. You know, like, hey, you were up in the mountains, I was here last week. This Enterprise team don't fully convince me. I'll believe it when I see it. But in terms of just looking at the players who are talking right now as we have the player cams back, which is brilliant, by the way, is Yash was the one doing a lot of the talking on the Enterprise side. And I think that's expected, because you looked at the positions this guy was finding himself in, the amount of info he had on the extremities, and the lack of presence from Exo at times when they have given up that space, when they're fighting for mid as a team. Let's go ahead and see if we can get more value out of that, because that's definitely the place to start.
I mean, you've got to be thinking about where Yash has been, right? Like that Job Life team that felt as if they were almost cursed and should have done better than what they did at Ascension. He knows what he wants and he'll be calling for it. Change up this time. Look at this. Zeke is the one in towards Art. Well, as Yash is on A main. Zeke, though, goes looking himself. Will get his head decapitated for it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a head scratcher when you look. He's the player with the Sheriff. Sure, you want to just land the headshot, get out, and it's no harm done if you lose the gun. I understand it from that perspective, but just having a rifle to trade off the shoulder, you feel like would have had more value, and now it's Starkey that's going to fall in line, fall in his place, in his footsteps, hopefully not. Soren clearing out, has all the utility, just doesn't catch the timing, and with that, the push is coming in through main, and you have both anchors here ready to dispel it.
Yeah, this is almost impossible, I feel, when it comes to the A site. Trying to break out through that choke, you need something to really go in your favour, and somehow the movement error works out in Lukey's. He's found 2, the spike will go down, and as the players try to escape, Yash has got a chance of their own, trying to get one more but can't quite get it done. It's a 2v3, Hazard.
Those 2 kills from Lukey mean absolutely everything. JJ peeking out solo, knew that his position was condemned, just wanted to walk away with something, and now it's on the shoulders of Doma to do exactly that. The well has been invested, so has the first of those Vandal bullets. He's been headshot, and from this kind of position, EXO should be comfortable enough to close. They are, it's EXO to do it. And smiles on their faces as they know the lead is now theirs. What a comeback, what a turnaround this attack side has been for them so far.
Stringing 5 rounds together is absolutely massive. I mean, considering the fact that, 5 rounds ago you're saying to yourself, well, EXO Clan really need to be thinking about timing out here. Yeah, it's so lucky, man. But listen, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in your favour. And it is certainly all in EXO Clans right now. As for what is not though, Hazza, is those ultimates, right? I mean, those ultimates could really be the thing that hangs the balance in Enterprise's favour this round, because if not, EXO Clan will probably be going up against another Eco in the next.
Ooh, I like this. Flash from Zeke, gets Yash on the angle, good for one, dips away. Doma also throwing his hat into the ring. And Enterprise are enjoying numbers at the start of a round, something which we've not seen so long as Lukey was involved. With him now removed, you've not really got much gap close. EXO are slowly scaling towards the A site yet again. There's just so much utility that will stop them achieving that end.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said, Hazza, the A side, the adaptation that Enterprise have brought forward, changing up the Killjoy, although seems if EXO Clan want to bang their head against the door, see if they can break it down as the 2 players force their way in. Revealed up, it's a beautiful Sova dart, but JG's now left all on his own and has to bring it up in a 1v3. He won't even get the chance. They'll make it equal on the round count, but most importantly, Hazza, it was the fact that there was little to no ultimates used in that last round.
Yeah, and I think it just goes back to the timeout before and what Yash will have been asking for. You mentioned his time on Job Life. He was always such a vocal player, such a high-octane player if you think about the Valorant that they showed us last year. How does that match up with Starkey's IGLing, the guy who knocked him out the competition? How can you meet the minds in that sense? And I think getting Zeke involved, bringing the op out as well, which was huge for him before, has proved its worth here. It's the first line of defense in mid which has been spotted.
I mean, the clearing utility that EXO Clan have can be so overwhelming. Again, though, they've deposited only 1 player towards A, where Enterprise have started to create another trap using the Phoenix and using the Astra. Zeke, somewhat distracted by what was going on in the site, but they will manage to isolate EXO, and this makes this a really precarious situation for EXO on the site.
They've got to fight in towards main. Take some of that space back for themselves. Huge play from Starkey, sprayed down. This guy has come up with doubles consistently so far in this game. And it's on to the eldest of the bunch, Soren, to prove that that playoff experience in North wasn't for nothing. And it's only 3 more of his own. Doma cuts him out, Soren head in hand. So close, but just not close enough. And with that, Enterprise go in front for the final time in the half.
It's not even that though. You actually, because it's Soren, you believe that this is a possibility, right? In fact, especially as the kills start to drip in. It's unfortunate not to get more, but again, like it just seems as if this E main play that keeps on hindering EXO Clan time and time again is what cost them the round.
Yeah.
It's not the first time it's happened.
The awareness more than anything. Here comes Lukey's blades. Yash getting out. And between both of the duelists who've dictated the pace of this matchup so far, they will be present and accounted for on the B site. Mask on. Yash wants to get out of there. Enterprise making the decision to flood this, in fact. It's a team flash, and Zeke's ult goes down. A moment of pause for EXO to just give themselves a breathing room, but instead, the fight is being taken to their doorstep once again. Enterprise fighting tooth and nail, down to the last 2 players on both sides. It's a 1v1 for Luca. Starkey, who he faces up against, the youngster versus the old head, and Luca will win that every day of the week. 6-all.
Cool, calm, and collected for Luca to win that one out, Hazza. I mean, unbelievable for EXO Clan to still be equal. I thought it was going to perhaps go towards the go towards Enterprise's side to have the advantage going into the half. But with that being said, Luka does so well to just reset his aim.
Does a brilliant job, and as much as I say, you know, he always wins those, Starkey has been winning the majority of the fights he's been taking. Just that one a little too awkward for him to handle. And so we go 6-6 out of the first half. Now Enterprise onto their attack. The part of their game plan, which you imagine would have been revised in the greatest of details. Pistols haven't been a problem for them so far, so an opportunity for them to get off to a good start. It is building into the half, though, where the issues start to arise.
ExoClan expecting something on A. They are right for the most part, but just not the right side of the site. Heart is where most of the players will be sitting. If Enterprise would have held all that utility going off, but as the brawls start to ensue, it ends up going even. For a minute though, Enterprise did have the advantage, but the problem with this, Hazza, that spike is down, it's cold.
Yeah, all 4 players split up on either side of the server. They've made a perfectly shaped square, now a rectangle, where the spike is. And it sits in the center on both sides. They want to regroup, each of them. The defenders have already managed to do that. But Starkey has to be cautious. He's had the drone invested from Doma to help give him the art space. Exo will come back into this retake themselves, though. The big thing for me, Starkey still has this util for post-plant. So does Doma. A couple shocks for himself. The gravity well and the recon should be back online in just a moment's time.
But it's the clearing utility, the ExoClan had to have to come back in as well. You've got JJ's drone, you've got Luca's arc rose, you've got everything you really need to find out exactly where players are.
Salvos head more towards arc. Well has opened up and the first of those shocks has been seen. Flash straight from Luca onto Doma, makes it another 1 versus 1. Round after round, this has gone down to the wire. JJ guessed wrong on the first fight, really needed that bullet to connect to Starkey because he's just going to play the clock to his timing of perfection. JJ, hang on a minute, I think he might have just about got this. It is painstakingly close, but the Turkish IGL's taken it with 0.23 seconds to spare.
I don't even think they played it that bad, has it? It just was a brawl on the A site, went even. I mean, maybe you could ask to tweak things, but at the end of the day, like, what, there was trades all the way down. It just so happened that it was done too early. Starkey just went that bit too early there, and JJ won it out. It's insane, the margin of error.
He took a shot, right? He was there, he took a shot, he had a chance. It's just a huge misstep. And not the kind of mistake that you can afford to make at this level in the competition. As I was saying before, Enterprise, you know, having won 3 out of their last 4 pistol rounds, now into this, they have managed to take down Luca at the very least, but a real opportunity presented to Exo to kick forwards in this map of their own choosing, you must remember.
Yeah, Bulldog recovered for Enterprise. Look at a lot more regressed in their position. Does get sights of players on the site, and in fact has even been put low themselves, having to call for reinforcements. The utility to come back in isn't as good as what you would have hoped for ExoClan.
Yeah, Luki should be the last one in here to just clean things up. Do a bit of damage, maybe bait for his team. Not too sure. Taking their time here, Exo. Enterprise buying plenty of it with their own util, but that's going to run out in just a second.
Oh, that siege is beautiful, Hazza. The siege is beautiful, so is the site retake. Spot on, right on the money. I mean, Enterprise, they tried to set up as best they could, but didn't have the health, didn't have the utility, and didn't have the guns, even though they picked up a Bulldog.
Yeah, it's cleanly done. I mean, the fact that you keep 4 players, as you say, is just going the extra mile into this bonus to potentially win it and then have the first 3 rounds the same way that Enterprise did, because you've got to remember that's how the half started. That's how Pearl started. For them, this attack side, this is where we want to see what they're going to bring to the table. They went B, you know, the first 5 rounds in a row on their attack last time.
Yeah.
Is there any more to this?
most interestingly for me is Luki decided to pick up the Bulldog rather than keep that Outlaw as well. That's another thing to note, more delay coming through. So Enterprise have to be aware of what positions ExoClan have found themselves on B long.
Oh, but hey, look, the Bulldog's working out, and it has also forced everyone on Enterprise to dig into their pockets, buy up the heavy shields, maybe a little bit of missing utility. I mean, for now at least, the drone's been burnt through. Zeke, one of his flashes already gone. Rotation called. 3 players strong here for EXO on the B site. They've got bodies, and JJ's got just the right position to meet this TP if Yash is going to commit to it.
Is JJ going to get bumped out the corner?
Oh.
Yes, nice trade, but I'm wary that ExoClan are getting sucked into a black hole they don't want to be.
And it's the fact that there was no Nebula up there either, right? Just giving them a clean angle onto the back halls, which if you're playing that kind of position, you need to have a way to get out of there. No star placed. Goes up a little too late. Starkey, oh, it's such a scrappy duel, but Esso wins it. That gives A main space. Enterprise are bringing the spike to his location though.
Yeah, and needs to stand strong, even though there was distraction on the other side of the map. That could still be an easy pickup, and it is. It's a 1v1 on the site, and Yash doesn't have a clue. ExoClan has are flawless on the second half.
Yeah, and it's just like so frustrating to watch as well. As soon as Enterprise get that first kill towards B, you've got a route to the rest of the round. Sure, Luki got the advantage, but now there are eyes on B. You've got Starkey in a strong position, and again, the IGL is taking these duels solo before his teammates have arrived as they're rotating. And you can't hit the site. I mean, he did it last time as well. Yeah, it's just very frustrating to watch. All Sheriffs now, 4-1 split, A inclined.
I feel as if they're just overcomplicating it. I mean, like, you look how simple ExoClan played it on that first half as it very quickly were able to just manipulate Enterprise, win out, but I mean, I don't know, man. Let's not think about the last round.
Look, the thing for me is you need a balance, because when Enterprise played against Zero Tenacity, they got read out very quickly, and it wasn't developed enough. It wasn't complicated enough in the first place. Whereas here, yeah, you don't want to make life too difficult for yourself and play both ends of the map at the exact same time. So,
yeah, but it goes back to like protocols, right? Like, if you see you've got a pick, just hit the site.
Also for simplification, perhaps, but Esso one back. Does go down, hands a rifle to this offense. Killes hits the shot he needs on the Sheriff, and maybe there's credibility to this half purchase. Spike's going to go down at the very least, but how many players fall after that?
30 seconds left.
I mean, that is the question, and
Spike
JJ
planted.
is coming in at a dangerous spot. Will be found out, but the players are under siege from the secret spot. JJ gets right into position at the right time, and that will be double digits for ExoClan. As Enterprise, even though they found a little bit of purchase with their half-buy, it doesn't actually end up being the finished product.
Big thing here for EXO is just winning the round more than anything else. Getting up to double digits, giving yourself a little bit more margin for error, especially when Enterprise proving where they can punish you. I feel like it's such a double-edged sword. These guys want to take fights all the time. Every player knows they're capable. That confidence has been misplaced on a couple of occasions. But you don't want to offer them up opportunities on their ecos, especially to get back into it. Change up of the Vice Wall. It's been baited out in main a couple of times, but it's this B-long grouping which is going to face straight into the offensive side of Enterprise and where they take the spike early.
Wow, okay. Zeke has just managed to take Luki right out, and if anything is to go by previously, it usually means that could be a winning opportunity. But the opportunity for JJ goes and miss Hazard, and that's the drone gone, which means when you look towards Soren, you've got to be anticipating something big.
You've got to hard clear it in this position. And while Zeke is thinking about someone pillar, they've not looked for Soren. He'll introduce himself to a swift dismissal. 4v2, but both EXO players are on B. EXO, do not take this peek. Oh, it's just more of the same, man. They have to take the fights they feel, and Enterprise punish you for it. It's exactly what I said in the build-up to the round. A little lack of coordination on the defense that time.
I don't even think it's lack of coordination. I feel as if there was a little bit of disrespect there. Like, for the most part, everything the Exo Clan have done in terms of the respect that they've shown, etc., has been absolutely excellent. They've read the game plan. They tried to go for something a little bit like I don't want to call it disrespectful, right? They tried to go for something cheeky. They get caught out. It's one-on-one every single time. And honestly, it's like a funnel down into a slaughterhouse, and they end up getting cooked for dinner.
I mean, honestly, if whatever you're eating fits through a funnel, it's probably best not to be eaten in the first place. But seeing what Enterprise can serve up here, good range on the dimensional drift. Yash has taken himself all the way to back calls. He has not triggered the Vice Wall though, so that is going to go up to meet players as they start to make their way in the site. Sure, there's a couple of them towards Elbow, but plenty to be said of this EXO retake when they get ready for it. 3 ults of their own to play with.
Yeah, the fact to get rid of the lockdown allows them to keep the position that they're currently in as well. So this this retake can come in straight away.
That's going to be the gun taken from Zeke's hands too, because he was inside of that Steel Garden when it went off. They've got the Cosmic Divide to start the defuse. It's on the opposite side. They're going to have to peek through if they want the info. Esso tanks it down to half. And again, another player falls. Yash was the canary in the coal mine. Now they have no idea what's going on. The defuse is stuck the whole way through. And while there may not be a player left to tell the tale, EXO have round number 11.
Has contingencies. That's the key word for me. Enterprise do excellently to get into where they want to be, right? They get the take is excellent on the site, but they don't look at the scoreboard. They don't look what's up for Exo Clan. They know that Tail can get rid of a lockdown. They know what Exo Clan had coming back in, and they did not anticipate it or change their post plan whatsoever for it and get caught out. Excellent for Exo Clan, poor from Enterprise.
Now EXO can smell blood in the water. They want to kill the game off here and now. Enterprise down on their luck, down on funds, and this is exactly where you can hit them where it hurts. Gilles, a gut punch. Mid-control lost. Enterprise left down to the final 4 players, 3 of which are going to be revealed by that Nightfall in main. I say that, Yasha jumped in front, just meant that he was the next in Luki's firing line.
Yeah, they know exactly where Luki is, and they're just watching carefully, making sure that they don't get caught off. But they're also waiting, Hazza, for Doma to get into spot to try and get one and maybe more. He dips away, gives enough time for Zeke to try and go in deep, and manages to get one. It's starting to really fall apart now. As Starkey's got another. Players are escaping, heading towards B. Exo Clan need to be aware.
Really nice mid-round from Enterprise there. Starkey re-clearing art after Doma dropped off. They're heading towards JJ though, and the captain could come up clutch again. He has his first and will play patiently. ESO is a long rotate. 30 seconds as the spike will go in from Starkey. He has contributed heavily to prior rounds, but he has not come up clutch when they've needed him.
In terms of clearing Hazza, it's just going to be face checking, right? Realistically here for EXO, there's no utility you can really depend upon.
There's a limited space where Starkey could stand, front side of the pillar, but surely shown away to ESO. So cleanly played. He was expecting that quick fight back in from JJ after revealing himself of that initial duel, but instead, the captain will wait, and with the support of his teammate on the flank, can get in what will be map point on Pearl, proving still to be problems for Enterprise here. Delayed diffuse to get the op online as well, which is only going to sweeten the deal for what has been a pretty sweet first map from them.
Yeah, this second half, only one round has come through from Enterprise's attack. It's the same issues that have been plaguing them so far that you were right to highlight, has it, coming in towards this map. I mean, you're hoping that Haven will be a lot better if that is going to be where we end up very quickly. But before we get to that, there's going to be a quick pause. Enterprise going to introduce the coach one last time in this map and try and give something back here in this first map, sorry.
Yeah, the coach being Legia as well, someone who is also from the DAC scene with Starkey. wondering what exactly that combination of the two ends up looking like, but right now it is not the best possible version. Zeke knows it, you can see it on their faces. To just talk basics, right, and having that FPS background, it's the simple stuff that they're not getting right. Even the spacing in that final 2v2, pushing spawn where JJ is, no second player. Doma's just going solo. Completely different idea coming through from Starkey, trying to get the plant in or the tap. These are the kind of things that you've got to work on, and it all just starts with communication, ultimately. Something which it feels like EXO have managed to be able to achieve in a similar time frame, just with a couple extra officials under their belt, and that's all the difference.
Hey, listen, that's sometimes all it needs to be, right? And
Yeah.
I mean, if EXO Clan are reaching the heights and are going to be one of these rosters to be at the top consistently throughout the year, the start of the year, like starting off in that lower Swiss,
Chiles?
make themselves so much better. What?
He's just sniffing the paint on the wall or something, I don't know.
Maybe like the architecture.
Maybe. Well, he's gone now anyway. And at the very least, you've managed to trade out JJ. So in terms of information for EXO, they're going to have to be a bit more proactive. Soren's still alive with some of his own util. Seeing what can be done here. EXO on the brink. The site execute to come in from Enterprise. They went 2 games down in the Swiss stage. In playoffs, can they take flight? It feels that way so far as Luca's got a double. It makes for a 2-on-2. Esso's in close proximity. He just goes for the spam. Quick play, Cosmic Divide up, and the spike drop behind it. Both players can get in position, and Doma has to scurry to the op instead. 13-7. They have arrived in playoffs, EXO.
Hazza, I said it before we came into the game. You asked who's the players that you want to see step up to the mark. Luki and Luca is what I said, and I feel as if they have done that fantastically. Luki, I felt as if was a massive highlight on that jet. But as for Enterprise, Hazza, it's the same issues that seem to keep plaguing them, and you've got to hope that they can somehow manage to exercise this curse that they have on the attack moving into Haven.
Yeah, Haven, the next map up, a map which they've won a couple of times as well. One which you should feel more confident on with it being their pick. Looking at EXO as well, having only seen it from them one time. Is it in their scrim routine? Is it something that they've been thinking about heavily? These are questions which we'll have answered very soon, but one thing is for certain, that was a brilliant performance from EXO. They managed to turn things on its head. They were down 5 rounds. How many more did they lose for the rest of the game? They were down 4 rounds. How many did they lose for the rest of the map? 3. They lost 3 rounds for the rest of that map, Cairo. It sort of says everything you need to know, I think, especially about the attack side as well that we've seen from Enterprise. So a lot to be worked on their behalf, but the question is, can EXO hold on? Because they haven't been able to close from these kinds of positions before.
I mean, that... yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, like, Hazza, with that being said, I'm really hoping that, like, EXO Clan can fix those issues, but it's whether they... it's whether they can, right? But these are good reps, like coming from behind and getting back into it. It really shows you the strength of these young players.
Yeah, it does. It does. I think tenacity is a real big thing, especially in this league, in this environment, when you have the Swiss stage first, all of those best of ones, keeping yourself resilient, coming into the best of 3s, the playoff stage now, the lower bracket as well. Enterprise are 1 map away from crashing out of this competition as a whole, missing out on those Challengers EMEA spots when, as I said before, you have 4 stage 1 winners from last year all playing in this team. Some of them even back-to-back Ascension representatives. EXO are playing to that kind of level themselves, and the unsung hero, EXO, by the way, the guy who's fragged out the heaviest there, was probably the guy that gets talked about the least on this team in general, just because he's constantly keeping the clock ticking. He's not having big highlights, but he's just so involved all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, Hazza. Like, it's a steady foundation for which the roster can perform on top of, like your Lookies, etc.
Yeah, it speaks to the system more than anything else, and it's that EXO machine which could very quickly be punting Enterprise out of the competition. You heard me right, Elimination Day is in full swing. We'll be back for the second map after the break.
Tell me you love me. 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 Tell me you love me.
I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching
who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We have just seen the first map between Enterprise and ExoClan, where the worries on Pearl will simply continue for Enterprise. They don't get to figure that out until another day. Whether that's them in the competition or not is yet to be decided. I'm Hazard, joined alongside Cairo yet again. Your thoughts on that first map, Cairo?
I thought EXO looked initially very weak. It looked as if it was going to be almost what everyone expected, right? On paper, Enterprise were just had the read on everything ExoClan wanted to do, and it looked like ExoClan of Tier 3 up against Enterprise of, well, all the stature of the players, right? But as the game started to progress and ExoClan grew into it, they looked like the new version of ExoClan, and Enterprise looked like the same old selves that seemed to keep coming up time and time again on this attack side and somewhat on the defense as well.
Yeah, the EXO of Lower Swiss, or the start of Upper Swiss, sorry, and the second half of Upper Swiss. Those first two games versus those final three games. That's what we've got to talk about now. Heading into Haven, can they keep this performance up? Can they maintain the level? Or are things going to drop off a little bit? Because Enterprise have proven they're capable here. The one change that we do see, the slight alteration on how they want to play this, it says is Soaring on the Breach, but you know, actually when you look at it, this is the agent he was playing on this map before. There's nothing really to this. One thing I will say was that I mentioned before he looked a lot more comfortable on Fade. He didn't play too well on Fade on that last map. I think Breach maybe could be what he needs.
Yeah, I mean, was playing on that flashing role last time on Sweet and Sour last year, but
yeah,
the Breach kind of similar. I mean, it's same old versus same old, right? Between these two.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour. Is that the version of Soarin that we're going for? You know, the OG one,
so.
right? Pre-Requiem? No?
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
ignoring that part?
Requiem.
Come
oh my
on,
god.
Man. Hey, look.
Listen, it's been a long day. So Captain, it's only map 2.
It's only 4 PM. Come on, yeah. But point being, Soren here trying to channel some of that experience that he has from North, along a lot of these other players as well. Eso, JJ, the older heads on this team have been to those places before. But even this, a win against a team of the stature of Enterprise, would be something to herald for, months to come, I think, right? Like this is a statement win if you can take it. But now you're in the battleground of your opponent, you're in their backyard. Enterprise need to show that turn in form, or they'll be falling flat on their face in the first split for what feels like the first time ever.
With that being said though, Hazard, I mean, there's no better place to do it. Exo Clan looking to be proactive on the defence towards the A side of the map, whereas towards the C side, relatively uncontested. Starkey tries to escape, he's low, he's been headshot, and he's been found out. Enterprise might be forced elsewhere.
This is such a huge win for EXO on the extremity early. They've completely given up B. Luca is playing for this one in a retake. He has his utility set up for the C site. They can make a real quick flank out of this. What extra space do Enterprise take? They're heading C entirely. Luca's trying to stop them, but he only gets one.
It seems like it's a death by 1,000 cuts though, Hazard, because you look at the players they lost elsewhere towards the garage position. Doma's going to try and get something back because it's needed and will succeed. Zeke hasn't been found out, and is he going to double up here? He needs to but can't. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Eso versus Doma, and he does it once again. The top frag on map 1 will top frag round 1 for Exo Clan.
Oh, he's just making them stew in it as well. Time left on the spike to be played. But salt in the wound, and perhaps more time for EXO to think over what it is that they want to do here. More importantly, I think, because you have to remember, sole surviving player on the defender's side, a spike plant for the attack. There is a real possibility that they decide to go for a force buy here, Cairo, and I guess that's where you need the extra time to allow adequate planning.
Yeah. I mean, I think from what I can see, Yash is thinking about getting an outlaw, which I think is being supplied by Zeke. With that being said, Exo Clan, I mean, they're not going to know about this. 4 light shields. I'm not saying that this is going to win the round, but it certainly is enough to do adequate damage.
Yeah, I mean, this was the map last time where Yash looked best with the sniper in his hands. That was on defense, and it wasn't op 2, so something that we can be thinking about on the other side of this opening 12. But for now, he demands our attention. Front B, double stack of players. Elevation on Eso and Luca laying below. He's the first point of contact here, the Jet player. Just going to run straight in, and he's gone. Yep. He is dead. There was no way to set that up and follow up. It doesn't look any better.
I didn't like the cage put in. I felt as if that was an easy way for Enterprise to bust their way out, but
yeah,
it somehow still works out in Exo Clan's favour, and Enterprise just get put into a meat grinder.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frustrating one. I think
Yeah.
Enterprise personally will be hoping that there was only one anchor there. That, you know, if Yash was to go down, we can quickly trade it. I see what you're saying. The cage did make things a little more difficult, but Exo get through the round nonetheless. That's most important. Now the investment from Enterprise is a full set of rifles, 1 player light shield, striking distance for the Outlaws, Zeke on a Marshall.
I mean, they've just been punished for what they went for in the last round, right? Marshall, I saw there was a stinger in hand just before we went back in, but I mean, the Marshalls, what they go for, they still get a pick in their favour, though. That's towards garage.
Yeah, Eso just peeked out of double doors right at the start, man. Just, I get that he's feeling confident, but those are not the kind of situations you probably want to put yourself in, I suppose. Bonus, you chance it, but it's a gamble that won't pay off.
Speaking of gambling, this could be argued a gamble stack. Majority of the forces towards A. I mean, there has been pressure put here. It looks like this could really go in their favour.
Oh, Lukey just caught on the angle. Stayed there a little longer. Doma punishes. Soren has the aftershock to flush players out, but traded the stun and the updraft up top. means that Yash would have been safe a little longer. JJ's managed to get one. Soren still alive for a moment, but the trades won't work out in their favor. Enterprise have this one under lock and key. Retake for Luca. He'll attempt it, but can he win it?
That's it. That's how much damage Luca can realistically do here. When the utility being forced in towards the site. And there's not much in terms of the actual utility you can use to force people out. Like, there's no cam, etc. The side's against it. Would rather keep the rifle in pocket. Bolster that economy a little bit longer. I mean, GG only on 50 creds, so perhaps just thinking about giving him a rifle for the next round.
Yeah, he's the one who can't buy here. But looking at the round from Enterprise, it's a lot of what we've seen from them before, and I think that's why EXO go for the stronger site hold on A. You already know. You have the presence of mind that there's Cypher utility C you can play into B, that's fine. The Enterprise love these re-hits too on their attack side. They'll, take the early space lobby, freeze, and then re-hit the A site on the second turn. And that's where they got found out a lot by Zero Tenacity, because as soon as Purty had that read on what it was that they were doing, they were just calling for these fast floods, backfilling the space, getting players there early. It's whether EXO are going to do more of the same, because, well, this time, they've completely flipped the setup. It's the inverse of what we had on the previous.
It's actually a fairly comprehensive push as well. I didn't know if it was waiting to see what utility being sent forward, but on the map they would have seen the info dart being sent out towards C. So with that being said though, Hazza, it's an immediate response, forcing them into A, where the Cypher setup is, and they've got a retake cam as well here, EXO Clan. That's
about all that they've got, because the shock did break the trap. There would be a cage to maybe flood out of heaven as well. It was a 4-1 split, so still killers hanging around in sewers, but for the most part, they are playing to fight on site. Does the set retake look any good from EXO?
I mean, you'd hope so. Utility in, the cam already getting some information, but the players in towards CT can't quite get out. Rolling Thunder used perfectly from Enterprise, and still there's more utility to be layered in. They're getting forced in, and it's almost as easy as picking chickens. And well, it'll be as that Doma gets 3 on the end, and well, Enterprise will equal out the round count.
You pick chickens often, do you, mate?
I don't. Literally, mate, listen,
just pick
keep
them?
going.
Okay, moving onwards. I was speaking about the set retake from EXO, and as soon as you saw, just the end of the first part of that replay, the aftershock coming in, Soren used it just a little bit too early, I think, because they weren't expecting the drone as a counter from Enterprise. It revealed and just forced them to drop back and wait a little bit longer. They didn't have the timing just right as to when they wanted to push, and then of course the Rolling Thunder as well just completely shut it down. So on spawn side at least, they had to regroup, and Enterprise are making things work. They are getting back into this 1 round at a time. The next test is Sheriffs.
I think this is the same setup as the Antico. Players were mostly positioned towards B, reserved on A, Cypher towards C. You can see EXO Clan a little bit more wary of pushing out and getting caught out.
I don't think this drone has the legs. It doesn't. JJ doesn't get to clear as far as lobby, where Yash was just hiding away. And Enterprise have relied on this space often for when they've been making these kinds of execs. I think JJ only now realizes that he missed a trick when Doma is spotted using his own utility. But a rotation being called, it is just pressure. There's no follow-up on it. And EXO have got this bang on.
Perhaps easier to read into, considering maybe Enterprise in their own heads thinking about, we kept it too simple last time, we're re-hitting us. Do we just try and switch across the map? I mean, this is what they go for, and it's a trap setup, they can't go anywhere else.
They've brought the 4th player over here as well, and Enterprise is still going to commit into the Sheriffs, but the Vandals seem to work for now. Couple of kills picked up, Starkey triple. In the end, the captain puts his foot down once more, and that will be that. The spike gets planted, and Lukey has to make the 1 versus 4 a possibility. We don't even get to entertain it. Starkey the one with a quad instead, and Enterprise getting the lead for themselves now.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, That's what you're looking for, right? Like, there's a little bit of worry there, but Enterprise managed to weather the storm, which makes their attack side look better and better. Starting to come into a little bit of an ultimate cycle as well. I mean, you've got the Hunter's Fury here, perhaps Blades for Yash. It's nothing too concrete, as what Exo Clan will have in a few rounds of their own. But most importantly for me, the introduction of Lookie's Up for the first time in this map.
Start out in just the place anyone would want to be, a long. Does get revealed by the recon. Starkey faked the TP out as well. But as things stand, you can see Exo are so weary of the possibility, so wary of executes on either side of the map, whereas Enterprise went B a few times in the previous series. They've not gone there once now, and they're getting read like a book. Here is Eso to take that first duel. Yash gets hanged back and slingshotted into the open arms of Luca. First kill goes Exo's way, and there are plenty more numbers arriving.
Yeah, it's the trades that are still continuing in Exo's favour. And still one player at the back of sight. Starkey getting that spike and immediately using the ultimate to go towards A. Look, he had forfeited his position, but remember, Hazza, he's only on and up. He needs to try and catch Starkey off guard, or at least hit this shot first time.
Oh, just had a window. I don't know. Did he spot him on the way through? I think Lukey has a rough idea as to where Starkey is, but Starkey hasn't missed a beat so far this map, and that's the reason why he wins it. Another clutch added to the collection, and another multi-kill on top.
I don't think he's really missed a beat this full series. Really starting to pull the team up by the coattails and making sure that they land on their feet. The momentum stays on it. I mean, Lahaza, that's the thing though, like making sure that this team keeps the momentum in their favour. You can't keep relying on that though. We've had this before with other teams where they're relying on multi-kills, relying on big rounds. Fair enough, they would put Exo back to an eco.
And that's the difference, I think, between playing Exo here and when they were up against the Lekshik on Zero Tenacity, but there's a different Jet player who looks to fill in his boots. Nice shot from Lukey opens things up, and while this Exo side may not hit the hardest in terms of the guns that they've got right now, nothing wrong with a quick smash and grab, and if you look at the setup that they're pushing into, well, it is the 3 pistols on this left-hand side.
Still sticking around in garage.
Doesn't feel like Enterprise want to commit to this, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they've got an idea about where Lukey could be, and they're looking for that clean-up. There it is, trade got. Actually, Hazza, they're going to even invest in Neural Theft. A good round to invest in as well. Make sure you're not executing in towards any sort of stack or perhaps eco round that's been set up by Exo.
That's the unfortunate part. As I said, they just had the pistols that side of the map. It's a util combo piece, trying to stun up the planter and take them down with the ult, but it doesn't land. And now you're one short of what you would really have been relying on to come back in here. Paranoia Starkey, one of their own available. Sorin is gone, and it's all hands on deck for Enterprise. They are fighting on site and falling on site. One from JJ, traded out. Eso cleaning up. The aftershock catching Doma. Exo have managed to pull that out of thin air through quality team play. The C retake actually works out.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, the investment of the Hunter's Fury, the first thing that was going through my head was, I think we should have been using that for the next round. Like, I feel as if that's a little bit too eager, but fair enough, man. Like, absolutely fair enough. And off the back of it, Enterprise have immediately called a timeout, not happy with how that round went.
No, not at all. And the funniest part, it falls almost identically in the same, you know, chronology of the map as it did on the previous. Yeah, the sides are different, yeah, the map's different, but that was 8 rounds in when Enterprise had taken themselves a lead and lost it. This time it was Exo that lost out on the lead, but you can already see a couple of the issues that maybe they want to try and fix up on here before they become any more problematic, I think, is the biggest thing for me at the moment, because Exo are playing well as a unit, and they are starting to get into those positions where you can punish Enterprise's macro.
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, the only thing for me though, has it right, is like Exo Clan have really been going through it, right? Getting put through the ringer, like time and time again. But it feels as if like that timeout almost bails them out, right? Because they haven't used their own. They've introduced their own coach after getting one round in, and they're on a rifle round. So I feel as if while like there's obviously an issue with how Enterprise played that last one, I feel as if this could be a real boost for Exo Clan. Enterprise need to make this count.
Yeah, I'm loving this early read from Exo as well, with so much presence towards A. Starkey continually TPing, whether it's a fake or for real. They catch the info, they reinforce the space. The one weakness to this is the B site, and not somewhere which Enterprise had been up until this point. They are considering it now.
Love this, so proactive, getting right up on the heels of Enterprise, and now Killers, where can he go? Having to use a cage to try and get out. And Luca has found Zeke. Killers is in a really bad spot, and once he's found out, you look towards where Enterprise are going, forced on towards C, and there's still a player to the good, Exo Clan.
They've not been playing that true B site. It's always the
Starkey going?
picture over towards C for both sides. Starkey is taking the long way round this flank, which isn't going to quite spot Luca as long as he stays in the corner of the window. Jules going down on spot. It's all Lukey, and as a matter of fact, he does walk straight into Luca. Tucked away, just waiting for the read, knowing that Starkey is usually hanging back from the rest of the pack. He's using the paranoia early and then turning into a lurk late on. It just feels like they've read the strat book. They have done their homework the same way that Zero Tenacity did on Enterprise's Haven, and they're ticking all the right boxes.
It's not even that though as well. For me, like on a fundamental basis, right? Enterprise, they get pressured in their own backlines, right? They're heading towards B, but they choose to go towards C, where they know the Cypher has been playing every single time, and they knew that the players pushed out from A. So why not go for like an A-line post plan, or even just head towards A? You know, I mean, this is just this is if buts and maybes, but. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, right now, the if, what, and maybe is if Exo Clan can keep themselves in the numbers game here.
Oh, Soren just saw that spike get taken. Getting off for the spam. Keeps his position concealed, but as you say, the round has duly started, and Lukey has been removed for Exo. Zeke the one that goes down instead. And it's back to sort of more of the same macro that I was talking about before, and the kind of things which, you know, with Starkey having spent time on Mouse, now leading this project, reminds me a lot of what we saw from that team where, you know, you pressure one side of the map, the round drags on, and then you either re-hit or you go to the other side of the map completely. They have left Starkey in the middle. It is C this time, which they choose to end on.
Defensive omen ult being used as well, so they can get towards the site and flood early. Get rid of Killies. Now one to the good and trying to keep it that way. Yash maybe not long for this world, and isn't. Exo Clan have flooded the site and not allowed the spike to go down. Now it's up to the captain. And well, unfortunately, he might have to just wait for the next round to get a chance for getting a winning round, Hazza, because that's Exo Clan on 5. And remember, this is defensive side Taven.
Yeah, it is. The defender's side, stronger for both teams. I think it might be fair to say when you look at how they had played previously. But with the knowledge in mind that this is usually an attack-sided map, if this is the best that we're going to get from Enterprise, that's where the concern starts to come from. And as I said before, it's this attacking default strategy where you make the initial pressure, you drop off, and then, you know, you commit pressure again. That's just allowing Exo, a proactive team, to get the most punishment possible out of the way that they're responding. This time, though, it might just be on Luca to stop the C push coming through. Say that, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's here. They're gambling so quickly. Just caught Luca's head, poking out the side of the cage. And look at now, he might be left all alone, and he is all the way back towards the spectators. In fact, he's got Luca there to keep him company. It's just a firefight between the two. And Exo Clan do not come out the better side of Enterprise, still keeping themselves in this game.
By this point in time, if you're Enterprise, you're knowing that Exo just have much better reads than you, but you're playing into it anyway because that's just the situation. In that regard, they know backside control is taken. It's then responding to that in kind. And what that ends up being is using the extra utility. Zeke is alive in this round where he wasn't in the previous. You have the breach bomb to clear platform. You know, you have the extra utility from Starkey, who's playing on site and has his paranoia there. Making the most of the tools which maybe they were overlooking in prior rounds.
Yeah, well, they know the ciphers towards this side of the map, which is the way things have been anyway, but they've not noted the trap that is out there on C main. EXO's just tried to be a little bit too cheeky. Well, in fact, there may be more cheekiness to come through. Killis has got one in response, and Soren is trying to battle for more. Doesn't end up in his favour, but they've also forfeited in towards CT, where Zeke is sent forward with support. It's just seeming to go Enterprise's way. Not before it's left in a 1 versus 2 for Luca.
A couple players set up towards spawn. Nice flash from Starkey as well, so that won't be available. Doma, how much longer until he has that reveal? Still 2 shocks available for him to try and use as Luca is slowly but surely clearing out the site. No vision blockers either, so it's all out in the open. And that's the situation that sets up for more Enterprise success. 6-5 now, same context in which we reached round number 12 in the first half of the first map. But once more, you're just looking to them carving out some kind of an advantage, something to get the Eastern Faithful confident that something can be done on this map and that EXO aren't as in it as they really seem.
I mean, you look towards priorities and what you can use to try and win out the round. You're looking at the Ultimates Hazard. If EXO Clan really want to fight for A main and get an orb over towards JJ, for instance, or even in Soren, they could. But no, a little bit more reserved, setting a Cypher up here. This is looking like a retake setup in my opinion, and one which we've seen before, and one which Enterprise were able to get through pretty easily, from what I remember.
Yeah, when you look at the utility here as well, JJ actually hasn't bought the drone. Lukey without the updraft. There are a couple of key missing pieces here that EXO Clan are going to have to go without coming into that retake. He has the trap, have the cam as well, and both get broken, so not the best position to be in. Is Zeke going to backpedal into the short trap though? It is there, has been dealt with now by Doma.
Oh, shots from Starkey immediately wipes out Heaven. Now the players having to fight themselves out of CT. Still getting stalled out. Enterprise looking to really send home this advantage, as all 5 players are trained on the last remaining of EXO Clan. Soren scared of the cage as it drops, and Zeke now, yep, there it is. Enterprise taking that advantage home.
An important advantage for Enterprise to have at this stage in the game. To have given themselves a buffer at the very least if they end up losing another pistol round, which, as we said before, their track record is pretty good in that department. You would hope they'd be able to convert it. I think it was about 75% coming into the day. Now it sits around, you know, upper 60s, maybe even 60 or less at this point. I have to do the maths. This is why we don't do it live on broadcast. But fact of the matter, EXO need to show a little bit more to get themselves back into this one now, though. The onus is put on them in this instance because Enterprise are on their more favourable side with their more favourable setup. Some newfound confidence as well, of which they've not enjoyed so far in playoffs.
Almost seen at least 2 or 3 there. Response from Enterprise isn't to lock down mid, even though that's where the majority of the forces are. It is now. So that's something that EXO Clan will need to be heads up on. And Luca finding that one pick has given them enough information. You can see them starting to really move through the A site. In fact, they're not even going to change up their post-plant position. They're still planting for default.
Doma can let loose a couple of shocks here. It's just the first one, actually. Concerned about where everyone else may be on the EXO side because the rest of his team is heading in through A lobby. This is where EXO need to react. Flash comes through, timing is off. Doma just caught a view of Lukey beforehand. Managed to take that fight and win it. Can he get the next one though? That's the question. Soren is here, Yash bearing on down, and the Dane's going to be caught with his util out. EXO fighting, frenzy in hand. Couple more for EXO. In fact, he's got a hat trick! And so has JJ by his side, helped wrap up this round entirely. Another EXO pistol at the key moment in this game.
Haza, pistols can be really important for starting off your momentum. I mean, you think towards what EXO Clan in that first half, if they didn't get 2 pistols, they could have been at a really dangerous spot at 3 and 9. But this is massive for them on this start of the attack. I don't know what happened with Enterprise there. They had everything in their favour.
At least it would seem so on the surface. Both teams setting up the way that they did, but EXO ploughing forwards into this second half. They have been the team to watch so far, coming out of Swiss into playoffs. Things fizzled out against Sweet and Sour, but they seem to have dusted themselves down. And up against just the one Sheriff in the hands of Yash, this should be fairly well dealt with. Lukey on the forefront, great series from him so far, and it will continue to be.
Doma's at least got one. Trying to get more here, but I mean, high pen on weapons will just do it. Oh, that's a bit naughty. But sure, nah. Listen, yeah, nice round all in all, and equal on the score count.
Yeah, pre-watershed, that one should really be post. Lukey looking a little bit frustrated there, I think, at the situation. He was one who'd lost a weapon, a couple of kills with the classics, but Bulldog, couple Guardians, I think EXO will still be happy. Purpose of this timeout right now, hard to say, but I think the best guess is just from a mental perspective, keeping yourself in it, making sure you have that concrete game plan as to what it is that you want to execute on this attack side. And Soren's involved with it as well because, you know, his breach util's been pretty good so far, but, you know, there was that one round previously where maybe the flash there for Lukey wasn't to his liking. Just make sure that you've got that good balance.
Yeah, you can still see the smiles on the players' faces. Like JJ, you can see in good spirits. Vibes, man, from what I remember that Forrest was saying. Which is what you need in a situation like this, 7-7.
General manager for EXO, by the way, for those who don't know.
I think he has been on the server now and again.
Yeah, he
coach
has. I was going to say, you know, not that you're just talking about forests the same way that you do mountains and whatnot.
Listen, I will have you know I have not mentioned a mountain once this broadcast.
Well, it makes sense. Podcast, hello. Because one of these teams is going to be falling off that mountain face very soon. And Enterprise digging their heels in. Killez, nice first kill. And the site's spring-loaded anyway. Look at the numbers. So, didn't have anyone on the other side of the map to even give them the info. So, it is a difficult mid-round to win out as an IGL when you are just limited. The fog of war seem to be recommitting towards this side of the map though, or at least sending that drone through garage to get an idea.
Yeah, just inspecting the map, almost like a doctor with one of those hammers, hitting something, seeing what the reaction is, and the reaction so far has been a kick in the teeth. So another one lost, and the players stuck in garage. Really hoping you can find something here as they all swing into the rifle of Zeke. And the only Guardian left is Lucas trying to hold this round, find something in his favour. You're not going to favour him, but he's managing to put the odds in his favour. 1v2, 11 points of health still left, and has recollected the spike. Yash, just maybe a little bit too careful, or needs to be careful, because doesn't know where Luca is. We'll catch him off guard and keep the round in his favour. That was so close, and it didn't need to be.
Again, Zeke just making a point of it, you'd imagine, to keep that discipline in the key moments, not overextend, not give opportunities, It was well played by Yash in the end to just shift to the other side, and Zeke actually right at the forefront of this to shut down the initial push. So bonus round collected here, or shut down I should say, by Enterprise. This is where they're a little bit short-handed though, and EXO just go full charging straight into A. Only left one player outside, and that's Luca for now.
Yeah, it does tend to be on the kind of back burners of all these pushes. Likes to lurk, likes to just hold down the fort in certain parts of the map.
It's different from how Enterprise play it, because usually it's Starkey the one who isn't involved, but
yeah,
EXO going to get the most out of their Omen utility here. Paranoia's traded. Starkey's going for the outplay, but he's stunned!
He's caught out as well. Yash is still here. Can't really survive for much longer. They're wary of the smoke in towards CT, but they aren't wary from short. And this is a place where Doma's played from before and found value. It was a classic last time, and well, he's got the better weaponry to get to this. We're even on terms of the man count, and we're even getting a neural theft and Clay Pigeon shooting as Zeke drops out from the sky, and Killers needs to be careful of his position.
He certainly does. EXO has him checked out of this round, 8-8, and I'm just wondering to myself, where has this Bulgarian beast been this whole time? Because we have not seen too much of him, but maybe it is your favorite GM's scouting work that has brought him into this team, and he seems to be such a reliable piece at this point in time to just keep delivering rounds. I think the biggest series we'd seen from him up until this point was the win against Coalesce in lowers to get them up into Upper Swiss in the first place, to keep this run going from which it started so long ago. Yash trying his best in the jet duel, only tags damage onto Luki before disappearing though.
Mr. 8 consistently been giving you an 8 so far across both maps. In terms of ultimates, Azza, what can be that chess piece that pushes you over the edge? You're looking at Soren's Rolling Thunder, although the priority's not been sent their way. Yash, though, has managed to eliminate JG on the other side of the map, so that's a weakness that EXO Clan has been identified on EXO Clan. Enterprise can immediately send it towards this side of the map, 5 players strong.
Oh, huge from EXO, though. The flash from Zeke was just hung back a little late for Yash's push. So let's give them a little bit more space. Luki already advancing towards the defender's spawn. Luca sat behind it. That dynamic duo need to combine, and the latter has managed to do so. 3-on-3 situation for now. Still not the best guns on the Enterprise side with a couple of pistols in their hands, but it seems to be working out because Killes has upgraded himself in full, upgraded that scoreline beyond EXO's limitation of an 8. It's a 9th and a thrifty.
Yeah, smiles on their faces for Enterprise, things seeming to work out in their favour and pushing themselves to an advantage for what seems like the first time in, since the start of the half, right? Like, things have been a little bit teetering on the edge, a knife's edge, but it's the ultimate game that will probably decide these next following rounds between the two.
Yeah, I mean, EXO's got a rogue rifle here, a hero rifle I think we can call it, bestowed to his hands. Still the kill leader in this map. Luki with some blades of his own. Very knife's edge you're talking about. He could break the balance here. Start to break away at Enterprise's economy too, because if you look, it has built up quite a bit. That's the reason why you're seeing Yash bringing out the Outlaw, just trying to keep EXO down while they're there. It's Omen ult from Starkey actually just to go checking, and he gets no info.
EXO's found himself fairly far forward here while EXO Clan were waiting. But while this is all happening, while they're waiting for the players to get on the site, Enterprise are getting their forces in place as well here, Hazza.
They have utility to combine here. It is just the Hunter's Fury from Doma. Enterprise have been playing for the retake on this side of the map since minute 1. And they will get that situation as the spike goes down, but they don't have the numbers. They do have the numbers.
Yeah, they do have the numbers. Well, Rolling Thunder to delay. Remember, there's plenty of utility still left to be used out. Or in fact, actually, there's little to no now that you look at it. And the players are ready to jump straight out.
They go flying in, and EXO are winning out. Blades lost. Another. Oh, he's hit his teammate there, Zeke. Killers was stunned. But Luki and Luca cannot capitalize, so we will go double digits for Enterprise.
I mean, I just thought for a second, like when the Rolling Thunder invested, the EXO clan had more to follow up on it. The layers of utility.
End to the round that I think many would have been expecting. Yeah. It was a heavy investment, you know, or a respectable one from Soren to include the Rolling Thunder there, to just buy a little bit more time, of which you felt like there wasn't too much left as the Blades were put up front. But JJ getting close to the Hunter's Fury, that's the biggest ult that you can really be thinking about right now from the Shadows A, so maybe they just want a quick A-pop.
I mean, it seems to be. Although, with that smoke down, perhaps there's more of an idea of taking it slow. This drone from Doma will catch two. Just caught the Cypher just at the tail end of there. And again, as you said, willing to play that retake once again. Although EXO Clans has it, their pace is so much slower.
About to say, it's not a massive tell because JJ had been sewers a few times, but it's the Cypher behind it and all the rest now that's given the game up. Doma, it's just too easy for him on the A side.
Yeah.
Between him and Zeke, they roll back the years as a duo for the first time together on this team, giving the sort of performances that you expect of this Enterprise name, and making it a third successive on the bounce for this defense.
I'm wondering, Hazel, when do we get the second time out from EXO Clan? Because, well, they're on an eco right now, and they've been trying to really force home this A side of the map, and it has not been working whatsoever. Do they wait maybe for the next round when Enterprise hit 12?
I'll have to find out. Luki, the first in the firing line. Yas is razor sharp as it stands. Esso looking to take his timing through the smoke, but Yash has not stopped, and he will not for anybody on the EXO side. Still two more targets in this environment. So you can see Killers has to remain diligent towards Garage. Not open up the map, give them the escape hold that they would have been looking for. Soren has got his first, and this is where Killers chooses to take the timing, which kills off the round, and maybe even map in its entirety. It is map point for Enterprise, 12 now on their own selection.
Yeah, now rifles versus rifles. Remember, there is still those timeouts if it wants to be used, but EXO Clan at the moment has it. They must be thinking to themselves, like, well, the rounds aren't going our way. The ideas and what we're trying to do are good. Just want to send it forward. Enterprise, one round away from keeping it equal and going to a third map.
So just hoping that something can stick now. For everything they've tried, same set utility towards A. The difference is Enterprise are being proactive elsewhere. Wagering some leverage over EXO's head, but Soren pulls the lever. The trapdoor opens beneath the poles, and they are dropped out of round 21. A big start, one which EXO desperately needed.
I like this though, a pause, seeing if there's any aggression anywhere.
I know exactly
letting the Enterprise just wallow in what's just happened. Well, we know about where every single player is. It's easy to make your decision on where you want to go here.
Doma has to be so smart with this utility, but he's thinking about other things. His mind is elsewhere, and I tell you what, he scatters Lucas all across the sewers. Starkey trying to smoke himself out. This should be an easy pickup. Hello, Killers. He's the one that takes down Luki, and now Starkey's 10 steps ahead. They've played in one another, and it sits on the shoulders of JJ to stop the map ending here and now. He's crushed under the weight of the two of them. It is a 1-2 punch for Enterprise that takes us all the way to our decider.
Yeah, that last round was an absolute head scratcher. That should have been EXO Clans down to the wire. fair play Enterprise, right? Like the individuals, that's just how good they can be if you allow them the opportunity. And unfortunately for Exo Clan, while they've got themselves back into the game, I don't know what else there is to say about it.
Zeke's balling out, kicking his football around his room, you know, taking some time away from the screen. I think that's what you've got to do. Don't bask in the previous performance and look to the future. That's for Exo specifically, because as you say, that was a crazy last round. I mean, Killes is someone who has always been described as a pillar of the team, but when he props you up in a situation like that by just shooting the smoke you're about to walk into and effectively giving you an extra kill off the back of it because of Starkey's positioning, was just awesome to see. Nice start from the UK-based, Northern Core, but as the game went on, you could just see Enterprise hit that next level, start to feel comfortable. Not something that we've really spoken of them too much in the last couple games.
Yeah, I mean, listen, sometimes things go in your favour, sometimes they don't. Realistically, it's pretty easy to brush off if you're Exo Clan. You lost your opponent's pick, we were in it for the most part, but listen, maybe they're starting to warm up, but that's the thing you need to be careful of. Are Enterprise starting to warm up into this series? And heading into Fracture, how wary do you actually need to be?
Very wary indeed, I imagine. And that's what we were saying before. By the time we get to that third map, we're forced to see something new. However, Enterprise have shown us the best version of themselves in the build up to that point in time. They've had quite the runway to get there. 13-8 is how Haven will end. Eso on the other side, still the MVP in terms of kill count and has shown us a brilliant performance so far. But I think we're just asking him one more time, can you give me one more map? Because it's great to do it up until that point, but this is the story of Exo that we're talking about. A team who's been building up to reach a level where they're competing in challenges, when they can make a playoff stage. Can they lock it in for certain and give us, not just another map to be proud of, but another series? Who knows? Enterprise are the ones to stop them doing that and keep their own dreams alive. We'll only have the answer to how that one concludes after the break, so don't go anywhere.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for guidance, shadow. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never, never give up. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. It wouldn't be Elimination Day without a deciding map. I'm Hazza, joined by Cairo once again, and between Enterprise and ExoClan right now, they seem to be somewhat inseparable, both taking their own map selections, with Enterprise picking up Haven where they failed to do so against Zero Tenacity. Now we head into uncharted waters for them. Yet to see Fracture, whereas for Exo, this has been a staple of their comeback story.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the map scores as well, they've been fairly even. There's been some similar storylines coming out of it. But heading into Fracture, I am really, really excited. I've not got to cast it yet. I've seen, like, I've watched parted a few Fracture maps, but there's nothing better than getting the real thing, right?
Yeah, it was a win against ESC, which they ended up picking up, which helped propel them even further through that run in Swiss. And a loss early on to Pixel Lumina, which is a team that we hold in high regard for the amount of old guard East talent, which they had on their books. Unfortunate for them not to make the playoff stage, all things considered, when you looked at the series they played against Zero Tenacity. And the biggest point to drill home for me coming into this last map, regardless of who wins, is just the depth of quality that we have in this region now, with it being the biggest region, but just some of the names as well, I think, that we've got. And to look on Exo's side here, the agents that they're going to be able to pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Like, the fact that there's going to be such an open booking realistically, like, you can do whatever you want on Fracture, right? There's not a set meta. You could argue different things in terms of what you want to do, but as a look at this Enterprise, they're going to be picking up the tail.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. There is a set meta, it's Teo. I think right now, if you're not playing Teo Breach Brim, it would be considered off meta. And this is the thing too. EXO, when you look at it, they've been playing Teo on a lot of maps. You saw what the Pearl looked like. It was a better implementation than I think what we got on Haven. This is a map which has looked like a staple for them. This is where you want to, like gravitate more towards them in terms of how they can perform. When you look at everyone on comfort picks as well, Lukey back on the Raze where he feels best. Luca keeps to get playing Cypher. It's then Enterprise. How developed is this version of them going to be? How long have they been working on Fracture? Has it only come out because we've gone to the decider and they were forced to their hands? Is this something they've actually been working on in the background that they wanted to save for a little bit longer and only play it when necessary? Or is this something which maybe they haven't been able to put as many resources into and might not look up to scratch, up to Challenger's EMEA scratch?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, Hazard, the counterpoint that I would make to that is the Enterprise did have a choice between Split and Fracture, right? So whatever is the case, there's obviously a preference here, and Fracture for me must be the much more felt out map, like what the much more scrimmed map where they feel most comfortable on, because realistically, even if you do have to blind a Split on your last map here, it's such a staple in the map pool that you should know what you're doing on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, EXO's most played map, Split, maybe not the place that you want to go, but
yeah, true.
Results thrown out the window now. Ultimately, we're going into Fracture, new territory for Enterprise, Old Faithful for EXO, both with a map under their belts, and both may only have one left to play in the competition should things not go their way. It kicks off with EXO on the defense and Lukey walking the halls of A main with support by his side.
Yeah, the only thing is though, as well, these players are in A main. They need to be careful of a crunch coming from drop. As you look, there's 3 players towards that side, although EXO are so far forward.
Setting up for it. Contact taken first by main. Killer's thinking he's got out of trouble scot-free, and he has done, in fairness. Takes the zipline topside, spike already planted, and now Enterprise have flipped the map. They have the A control, and EXO are trying to fight back in.
Yeah, the retake in towards A main is going to be tough because there's already utility and traps being set. Players now still trying to force the issue, but with that door being open, I mean, EXO Clan should have an idea. They turn round at the wrong time and Yash will get 3.
And seeing this version of Yash so early on is only going to inspire the Enterprise faithful that this can be the map which they take to keep the dream alive. The dream which you expect, honestly. Brilliant counter utility here from the offense to just set him up. And on EXO's behalf, no second layer after that initial crunch. Timing a little bit off. Killer's able to get away from those B main players, making their way up from grass. It's just a few sheriffs to get things started in the next.
Arcade completely clear. Enterprise will go and take the space which they have cleared themselves, but it seems if EXO have an idea, players gravitating towards the B side, and with that being said, a lot of these smokes will allow these pistols to get into good spots. Zeke is the first blow to strike first blood, and it's going to immediately explode on the side.
It's just so slow paced from Enterprise though. The creep in allows kills to be picked up. Makes it a 2 versus 1 for Lucas. Sky Smoke's dissipating, position revealed. Zeke cleaning up house. Enterprise with their second round on the board. I'll head into the bonus and see if things can't get any better for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Like, just trying to make things as expensive as possible here for Enterprise. Now heading into your own rifle round, like, you have somewhat of an idea of what Enterprise's priorities are. Like, they did the split on A, they did a bit of a split on B, so they just need to be careful of what part of the map is more important for Enterprise in this time. It's towards that top side, the north side, towards Arcade on B.
Another 4-1 split, like you say. EXO, again, proactive main. Kiles also picking up this Outlaw to maybe see if he can get anything done from the opposite side to Arcade, as you put. Big issue's going to be if Enterprise are allowed the site here, allowed to go in post, and you have to, you know, play retake as defenders. It'd be so difficult to get things started, especially when JJ's already used up the salvos the first time around, and Soren doesn't have an aftershock either.
I mean, look at the map as well, though. The Brim of Starkey's gone on an absolute adventure, and he's gonna.
Oh my god!
No! Look, he's
not
able
got
to.
him.
Yeah, he's not got him at all, and he's been caught out by a trap, which is gonna be carnage because now Exo Clan and Enterprise know where both players are. Enterprise still keeping things competitive and the man count, but in terms of the site, still nobody's working on the spike. Time's ticking away, and Exo Clan keep getting caught out. Although they do have control of the spike, and they should know where the last couple players are. 1 versus 2 for Soren. Has to come up big. 1 left with just a classic. Time is too low, even though he lures every single player to their grave on Enterprise.
Yeah, I can't help but feel Enterprise were completely set up to win that round from, you know, from minute 1, honestly, because Kiles buys the Outlaw, like I say. They get into an empty site. EXO have just decided that they wanted to play retake over there, which is a little confusing when, you know, you've got the Cypher in the comp. If you're not able to strong side somewhere and at least have the info early elsewhere, what do you want to do? As soon as you're locked out, Kiles is just going to shoot away at them. Yeah. Most of your clearing utility was already lost. It's a frustrating loss, but one which was not circumvented.
But to put a positive spin on it though, Hazza, you found like a winning retake there, right? Just have to be a bit quicker. Perhaps a little bit unlucky on the rope cross there. But you have an idea of what happened with Enterprise. You know what the success story is.
I mean, not to be that guy, but a winning retake which relies on a 2v1, I probably would rather go for the one where...
Yeah, of course, but you understand what I'm trying to say though. Like, while it relied on a 2v1, you've identified a lot of the key positions which Enterprise were playing from. And with the Brim heading all the way back to May.
Yeah, every silver lining. I suppose this is another round where they're going to have to play the retake. Nice shot from Lukey, and the salvos are not quite doing enough damage to fell Doma. 2 HP is what he walks away with. Nice from Luca. A scrappy round shown here by EXO. But digging their heels in, and just if there was a way to trade JJ's death there, you would have felt that they were set up for success entirely. EXO's going to be spotted. They know about Lukey. They just can't deal with him. Plant coming in from Doma. Last healthy player Zeke, but 40 points of health means that both of these are within striking distance of what could have been a single bullet. They line up, but Zeke, the bodyguard, paired up with Doma, has won another round between them for Enterprise.
I don't know if you want to call it luck or if you just want to call it having big cojones, you know what I mean? Like, Enterprise completely lucky. I have to say they're lucky in that last round. You're managing to finish that off there, 2 bullets, maybe even less, depending on if it hits. But with that being said, Enterprise this next round have all the ultimates that they need to clear out sight and to make this a very fast take.
Drone going out.
Early drone used by Zeke again. Rinse and repeat stuff. Seem to be working for them so far. No reason to change things up. EXO, on the other hand, have Cypher utility on the B site with numbers to hopefully back this one up as well. Soren, the 3rd body arriving through spawn of the rotation. Lukey a little bit later, but that's what we're talking about. A kill from the trip. Luca giving the man advantage to come back in. Zeke's ult is going to be huge here. And the reposition from Saki is so well timed as the trap catches Lukey on a multiple occasion.
Yeah, that's a few times this happened, but needs to really hard clear. Should know it was a player close and capitalises on it. Onto the site now, and you've got to be looking at the reposition coming through late from Killes out towards main. The players of Enterprise holding down tower successfully, as we're seeing the defender side bringing through their own neural theft, trying to get players working on the spike or at least bait outbursts from tapping the spike. It doesn't work out in their favour again. A similar position from what we've seen before, forced to stick Luki, just like Soren was. Unfortunately isn't able to do it, but able to get all the rest of the kills. It is still 5 for Enterprise though, Hazard. At least they're keeping themselves close to their opponents in economy.
Yeah, again, every silver lining, it's that same 2v1 retake win condition that you were talking about. Enterprise, they're just so well set up for these rounds, and I can't help but feel it's a situation where if Zeke is just running the drone into Arcade every single time and clearing so far as the rope without anyone shooting it out, with no kind of contestation, it was less about the setup on the site and more about actually taking a little bit of space elsewhere, and that's what they're going to do this time. Issue is, Enterprise are going A!
Yeah. Although, players holding down A main aware just because of that drone coming through. That seems to be the indication of where Enterprise want to go off the back of it. Pace change though so much better this time round, taking it really, really slow.
And Aso's just hit that north side trip as well, so Enterprise will now know that towards Dish is a little bit more of a problem area. Luca and Soren grouped up in the rafters though are another threat. All hands on site here. EXO are prepared to defend this.
Yeah, Exoplan.
They've second-guessed themselves.
Yeah, I knew it. I could see it. They were tentatively walking towards A. They weren't sure of it. They couldn't hear any information. They've double-guessed themselves, and the re-hit should be so easy on towards the A site.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if you're ASO, maybe as a smokes player, you want to wait out your own utility just to see if there's anyone in it. So Orbital Strike combined with the stun already freely moving. Doba not quite caught by that one. So won't quite get the full value of it. They've repositioned, but look at Killes in through the door. Zeke fanning out on site. The last one left is A, so they knew about him a long time ago, and while he can hit the first, which he's been good for so far this series, nothing more. An Enterprise already reaching 6 total rounds at a point in the game where we've just never seen this from them.
At least even on the half for Enterprise, and as you said, like, looking so much better. Even when it's coming close to in the late rounds, the odds are still stacked in their favour because of the time that they've wasted, and they've spaced their ultimates so well. Now coming into a Rolling Thunder, Zeke's Annihilation almost coming online again because it was used only a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
Enterprise so far this attacking half has been absolutely flawless.
Here's Lukey. If anyone could stop them, it would be him. And while he halted the progress of the drone, his life is cut short in the process. 5 versus 4 situation. Enterprise will hold their nerve. They just wait. EXO taking this space back for themselves. When you look at the bigger picture, they're in a decent position right now. But as time ticks down, those priorities will change. JJ with the drone of his own, so he can go a little bit hands-off if he wants to take some extra room here.
Only one detected there, even though there's 3 towards this side of the map.
He did spot 2 though. There was the shoulder peak of Starkey that would have been seen behind, so some info, but do they expect this quick of a rotate? Yash has been here all round, just waiting for the ult to come through.
Yeah, it's in now, and ASO in the bottom of sight is at a very tough spot indeed, trying to play round the smokes. Manages to miss out on the spam through and at least get one. So that's going to be, keep it still close in terms of the player count, Hazard. But in terms of the state, it's still an Enterprise favour, and these post plants have always been so good and continue to be. Spike firmly down this time, and JJ in a 1v2. Can he get it done quicker this time round? because Exo Clan have been getting close but have had no cigar. Gets one but can't get the second. It will be advantage confirmed for Enterprise.
Yeah, Enterprise are just running away with it now. Exo need to call time on this sooner rather than later before things get any worse. JJ with his ult, but not in a position to use it there in the 2 versus 1. Couldn't feel like there was a possibility for him to pull it off. It feels like they're making improvements round on how they want to set up and deal with this offense, but as soon as Enterprise find a way in, they don't let go. This is something they were really good at in the Swiss stage that just sort of seemed to fall apart in the previous series, but it has returned at the most important time in their campaign so far.
Listen, that said, it doesn't matter how you win, just matters if you win. And at the minute, that's all Enterprise seem to be able to do. Caught Eso out. Can't quite capitalise on it, and a lot slower. Poking and prodding throughout the map, 4 lanes to do so.
Right here.
So I'll be hoping that Enterprise end up hitting JJ's site, because with the utility that he has, the ult as well, the only player with a Vandal could be the biggest issue. Lukey's hanging around this box. You know that Zeke had been investing the drone, but it's missing, so they've got to face check it. They peek into him. He can't find the jewel that he was looking for. Down to the final 2 players on site as the other 2 are making their rotation, and the first has fallen. It's all on JJ now.
It's not even worked out. Spam coming through. It seems if Enterprise are flexing their muscles. And remember, this is an elimination game, and Enterprise are putting Exo to the sword. On their knees, Exo Clan, as they're having to try and get the first round of this final map.
Boot on the neck type stuff. Enterprise have kicked into a different level now, a different gear, the kind that you expect from winners of their own respective leagues, regrouping on home turf in Northeast as it is now. And just look at Zeke and Killes between them.
Yeah.
Zeke had a difficult day in the office. There's no putting past it. As critical of his own performances as he is, he wouldn't have been happy as most would have. But on Tejo, man, just commit to playing this style. A couple of teams have already done it. Metasport have done it. They'll be doing that later. Exo, another one of them. They're being played at their own game right now, at least how it feels.
Although, still life yet, has it? It's not been completely snuffed out as the players look to send it in towards the B site. Luca, strong only for 1. While that's being said, and while the ultimates are going through, you've got to be looking at what Exo Clan are doing down on B main.
Lukey walking his way up, nade coming through, stun and salvos. Should be a lot of damage, at least that was what was promised. Noma's stead standing, and with the Armageddon coming in as well, it's completely missed the mark. Nobody was caught. Enterprise have reinforced their positioning off the back of this towards Arcade, and well, those players are the last one left to win it out in post. They've got the numbers, and my God, they're not going to make any mistake with that. That's 9.
Yeah, someone needs to stop Enterprise, or at least has a resuscitate Exo Clan. Enterprise unstoppable at the minute, and it gets worse and worse if you're Exo Clan, because this is the defense side, right? And when you look at what the economy state looks like, it's not good at all. I mean, maybe you hope that on the attack you can steamroll it, because let's be honest, Fracture can't be like that. Very momentum based. As for now, 3 rounds remain in this half for Exo Clan to find anything to work with in the second half.
Yeah, it just gets from bad to worse. Zeke spotted with the drone, fires out the salvos just to stop any of that progressive push from coming through, but yeah, Util gets traded. I have the knowledge of what's going on, that there's nobody towards the south side of the map right now, and Lukey can get into a strong late round position as well if he so chooses.
There.
Oh, I mean, it's duels like that, has it though, that are deciding the game, or deciding rounds. I mean, it's an isolated fight, yeah. I mean, you look at JJ, he's very far back, but Enterprise just do not seem to be losing fights, you know?
They can't. They can't when you're set up like this. Sure, the Killers one back there was 50-50, but when EXO's peeking out into 3 players in his smoke utility, there are gaps in this defense. And EXO right now don't seem like they're fully convinced as to what those are. 4 versus 2 situation, twice the player numbers. An opportunity maybe for EXO to call in the save because it doesn't feel like they're going to get anywhere with this one. Instead, they'll loosen their grip on those guns and drop to the ground with 10 rounds hanging over their head. Kyra, I'll be honest, I can't remember if I saw the first time out or not, but it gets to a point where you're asking them to bring in the second because you need something into that next half or it ends here and now.
I mean, what? You've got a showstopper here, perhaps an orbital strike, because there's 4 orbs that you can fight for if you're EXO clan, and it looks like they're setting up for a bridge crunch so far. Trying something different, a real form of aggression to come through. But remember, Enterprise have not really missed in these duels.
They haven't. Long-range rocket misses. EXO connect. That's about all for now. Enterprise backed into a corner, one which they'll fight from and fight with a couple of players left standing, but enough for them to find round number 11. Gilles was elsewhere. He was ready to save the day if he needed to, but EXO couldn't win it when they had the chance.
I don't know what more there is to be said that hasn't been said already. Enterprise are absolutely rambunctious right now.
It's crazy too, because with a set piece like that, if you have the util, Enterprise, they should be backed all the way up to the rope with no way out. But they are keeping confident positions, angles which you probably wouldn't expect when you're pushing like that, and still winning their fights. EXO just feels like the floor was completely cut from beneath them because they've been playing up to a decent level, but now there's just no foundation anymore.
It feels like they're being starved with absolutely no hope whatsoever, right? Like, you try something different, you get completely battered down. Begging, gasping for a chance, EXO clan, Enterprise at every opportunity, standing up to any challenge.
EXO, at their core, still a challengers-worthy team. But as I said before, there are levels to this game. Enterprise, challengers, champions. Several of them on this roster. Opening up the A site, Lucas the first to be shown the exit and the only one who is in a position to cause any kind of an issue here. Orbital strike being used as cover more than anything else. Starkey'd run out of smokes, it does the job fit for purpose, and Killers will claim 2 more kills. This gun round is done and over with. Enterprise are going to be walking out the half with 12 rounds out of 12. What a turnaround from this team.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and the confidence flowing through as they flood that CT spot. 12 rounds flawlessly on the attack, and what a way to answer any sort of criticism that they maybe have faced, Hazza, coming into this series about their attack halves and how it's been. So far, absolutely spot on a map that they haven't shown before. Now on to the 13th round. Can they make it a clean sweep?
That's what we're wondering, man. As well, like, you know, in terms of the practice from Enterprise, how much have they got cooked up? They're giving minimal VOD review to whoever it is that will face them in that next round and drop from uppers, because you only get to see, well, the whole of the attack side for just 12 rounds, flawless rounds, and one defender side round potentially if they can pick it up here. And EXO have battled brilliantly. It's been a great debut for both Luki and Luca, their rookie year in Challengers, the first stage of it, and plenty more that we'll see from them in Upper Swiss at the very least. With that spot in playoff booked in the first place, they have overachieved in many senses. But Enterprise are a different beast, and a beast which has woken up to the occasion. A flawless pistol round to make it 13-0, Cairo. Add that one to the history books.
Yeah, exactly. Enterprise have done absolutely brilliantly here, Hazza. And do you know what? Is it unfair to say it's almost expected of them, right? They should have. This is the Enterprise we should have got in earlier games, but we've had to wait for it, and I'm glad that we're getting it now. On to the next round they go to await whatever opponent drops down from that upper bracket matchup. But at the end of the day, it's been a fantastic match to watch because ExoClan, they deserve their flowers. They've played well all the way from the dregs of the open qualifier, right? Like they had to fight their way all the way through. It's just unfortunate they fall here, but the good thing for them is next split, they will start from the upper Swiss, so there's something to look forward to there and time to grow as that 5.
Like I said, as far as they're concerned, it will be objective secured. They get to play an Upper Swiss again. Playoffs, as I said before, felt like a bit of a bonus, but you were always kind of hoping that they would be able to achieve a little bit more. And to just talk about Enterprise, our victors, for here a little bit longer, that's going to be such a feel-good victory to take. As I said before, Zeke back-to-back in East last year. Yash back-to-back in France. Gilles won the first split of Spain. Starkey won the first split of DAC. And, you know, Doma does feel like a new player. He's come through at big times during this game and already shown that there is synergy built up between these players. It's just going to take a little bit longer for them to get to the level that we want from them. MVP performance from Gilles in the end. I said I wanted one more map from ESO. He did a great job at the start, but it's almost impossible to keep that kind of level up. And it's those two champs winners with the 19 and 5 kill record that get you excited for what more we are to see from Enterprise in future.
That's it, 100%. I mean, like, Luki had a big first map as well, but I feel as if as the series has started to go on, like you could feel it's starting to fall away, right? Like it's that consistency, especially in a time of need that Enterprise will give you, right? Like they'll come up when it's needed. Like Yash, I mean Zeke and Killers. It just shows you the difference that they have in terms of experience compared to a young ExoClan, which can almost be like a firecracker, right? That they blow out really quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we were saying coming into this as well, maybe looking at some of the matchups, we didn't see championship quality of these teams, but a 13-0 win cannot have your nose turned up at it. Now, we will be talking to someone on the Enterprise side. I'm not too sure exactly who it is, but we're about to find out. It is Starkey, the IGL. Starkey, talk to me, man. How are you feeling? First of all, how does it feel to get a 13-0?
Hello, first of all. It feels different. I had some 13-0 in DAC, but here
Mouse,
it was...
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, also in CGN, a lot of it, but yeah, here it was not expectable because we just started the Fracture and yeah, didn't feel like it's our good map, but apparently we played good and yeah, it felt nice.
Yeah, what did you think of ExoClan? A really like new roster, obviously not as experienced as you guys, but I feel as if those guys had some really good stuff. What was your opinion on it, Starkey?
Tough opponents, especially on Pearl. They played really good. Yeah, they are a decent team. I think like the whole league surprised me a lot. Like it's not like we have a lot of good orcs like in DAC. There is a lot, but all of these teams with unknown players are shooting really hard. And yeah, I just realized after some of the games that it's not really about fundamentals for now in this league, because I think we are not playing to our expectations with this lineup yet. And I just realized that everyone in this league shoots hard and we just need to take the duels and fuck them, literally. Because, yeah, that's what we did today and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch a bit of like game plans and we just need to focus on shooting heads. Because in theory we can have a lot of like, we do this, default stuff like this, but in the end we need to kill them before they kill us, and I think we forgot about it. But yeah, they played really good. The whole league is really nice, and yeah, looking forward to play the next playoff games.
Yeah, I mean, you cited there that you just need to shoot back, but it did feel like there were still a few fundamental issues with this team that you had sort of mentioned yourself. At least in terms of Pearl, what was the idea coming back into this one with the change of composition? Because at the moment it feels like you guys are still deciding what exactly is going to work best for you. In terms of how you felt that went and what you think about that one going forward, where is your head at, and what did you talk about in the time between the Zero Tenacity game and between playing it today?
We just thought about changing comp because we lost twice on this, and I don't think it was like game changing, because I think today it was even worse than before with the Pearl games. And yeah, I feel like we are just lost on this map. I don't like the map personally, but Nico Legiak, the coach, had like insane streak in APAC with the bleed, so we cannot just implement the style yet, what he played, and that's all. We just suck on this map for now, and we're gonna fix it. We have now 7 days, 8 days to next game, so yeah guys, pick Pearl against us next time.
Ooh, okay.
Perfect, mate. Thank you very much for joining us for the interview, and I look forward to your next game. Is there anyone you hope to play next coming up?
I don't care. Actually, like looking for the bracket, it's either... Yeah, all of the opponents I'm looking forward to. It's either Liquid Academy players that feel like gods right now, they had some good games, like it's time to humble them. Or it's Zero Tenacity, and it's gonna be best of 3 of games. So yeah, one of the opponents will be... Both of them will be insane to play against.
Okay, well, we can only wish you the best. Thank you so much, Starkey, for joining us once again, and we will see you in a week's time.
Thank you. I will also say thanks to fans of Enterprise, to the Enterprise as an org. They picked us up in very late period. So thank you for the opportunity, so we can play in this awesome league. And yeah, we'll not disappoint you. We'll win this league still. And yeah, Rise Enterprise. Thank you for my teammates for today, and love for my girlfriend.
Oh,
Thank you,
that's
guys.
very sweet of you. Thank you so much, Starkey. Have a
See
good
you.
one, man. I mean,
man.
I had to get the little shout out in there. Cairo feeling more single than ever right now, but you got to respect it. Yeah, interesting in some of the answers, to be fair, that I think he gave there. Especially just the one that stood out to me most is we just got to shoot back. Like, there are shooters in this league, and maybe not so much like some of the actual team play, which by itself was then generated by the time we got to Fracture, whereas I felt like they were missing the team play in the first map, but maybe they were aiming, and then they kind of sort of grew on them as they went along. Hard to say.
Yeah, it was really hard to say, but do you want to know what isn't hard to say, Hazza? We're going to go to a quick break because we're going to get set up for this next matchup, because we have went 3 maps. It's been a bit of a long time. Quick break, and then we'll be back.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing,
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fun, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place up where you end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We are not done yet for Elimination Day, the first of several Elimination Days in playoffs, might I add. We have Metasport versus Deti Ulisse coming up for you all. I'm once again Hazza, joined alongside Cairo beside me. Now, we've already seen one of the teams which was vying for the title from the word go, and now we get a look at the other one versus Deti Ulisse, a free agent team, the only free agent team that we get to see today, but one who have made waves in their run which started all the way back in the East Open qualifier.
Yeah, Deti Ulisse has a really interesting team with the players that they've got. I mean, there's some recognisable names in there, but I think for the most part, they aren't the star-studded ones that you would expect to come from East, right? But they're here in their own right and going up against a really big roster that Metasport have put forward for this split.
Yeah, Metasport coming in, we said it was a statement of intent. Players which, have that experience, but maybe haven't hit the heights that they were hoping for last year when they had been in previous projects. So take a look at the Metasport team here in closer detail. And I think, Cairo, yeah, you have to be talking about this project as a whole being one which Cider, he himself, has created. He oversaw it for the most part due to internal discussions with the organization. It was relied upon him to bring the pieces together. He got what he wanted, but in terms of playoff results so far, not quite.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though, right? It's a tough gauntlet to run through. You lose the first game against what is, as Starkey was describing as gods, right? Team Liquid Academy, who have been absolutely fragging out their nut. Whether Metasport can do that here is another question entirely. And for me, looking at the roster as a whole, it is a mega roster for challengers.
Oh, 100%. I think, as I said before, it's about some of the bigger names that have come in here, like Anguist, 3rd place in Ascension last year. Burzy, someone who has not played for the previous year, but when he was at the very peak of it. And this guy on your screen, who's trying to tie all of the pieces together. Cider always in such a good mood, and you want a Metasport which will be in high spirits today because it's a long old road, and as you say, you lose that first playoff game, you've only got one more to play before you're eliminated. Yeah,
2 chances and that's it. But that's it, right? Like you've at least got 2 chances. When you speak about player highlights, Hazza, I mean, a big one that you wanted to highlight is this man right here.
Yeah, Anguist, I mean, it has to be from the previous series that we saw. Won a 1v4, 2 4Ks, and in total, 55 kills. Only player that went positive, 27 on Lotus, which is the joint most in playoffs so far. Of course, GSR also did it, but without the overtime because he's just a completely different level, apparently, in that series. But yeah, someone that you have to rely upon, I think. The big thing for me, though, is despite those numbers that he put up, when you actually looked at, his role as a Sentinel, and more specifically, players hitting his site, he went 3-9 for those first engagements. So the question is, how can they find a way to get the most out of the player right now, which is giving them a lot, but you feel like maybe there's just a little extra 10% in there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Hazza. Like, I feel as if, like, for me, I don't think, like, for Metasport, right, the issue, I feel as if was they just weren't there on the day, right? They weren't up for it on the day, and I know that's, oh God, like, Cairo, like, is such a bloody, like, match of the day sort of, like, analysis, right? But for me, I feel as if going up against a team Liquid Academy, team who have got that feel-good factor around them, whereas Metasport is completely different, right? The pressure's on you. For me, it's about how you deal with that pressure coming into today, and whether that roster has reset from that last matchup, because let's be honest, they've had a few days to reset.
Yeah, another team which has now had time to reset, despite the fact that they have been on this never-ending run from Narnia to Northeast, more specifically the Open Qualifier, Lower Swiss, Upper, and now Playoffs, Deti Ulisse. They qualified with a 3-1 record from Upper Swiss, so, with that knowledge in mind, they had a little bit of time off to reset themselves, but then into that game against Shakamat, who have also proven how quality they can be. Too tall a task. And you look at the players here at the base level, it is the core of Bait. You've got Nunmeister and 1-0 returning, 2nd highest rated player that we saw in Upper Swiss. And even their coach, Kauk, who's come in, who was with them previously, just gives you this solid foundation with a couple other pieces who have played in challenges and a couple who haven't when you speak about both Gunners and Kaya.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, 1-0 really impressed me when I was watching them in the Lower Swiss and in the old open quals, right? Deti Ulisse. I think that's the big thing, like, with like 1-0, was that he has this explosive play. He's Neon, his top drawer. It looks like the Neon hasn't been nerfed yet, and that's a real issue that Metasport will need to try and deal with, right? But the other aspect to that is if 1-0 tries to play in front of the pack, tries to play solo, isn't set up right, there is firepower there on Metasport that will completely punish him.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We have a player highlight to talk about 1-0 a little bit more and put some stats to that as well, because when you actually look at it, we sort of said before, this guy is incredibly capable. As I mentioned before, one of the highest rated players coming out of Upper Swiss, highest for ACS as well, that stands out to me. But then you look at it, and in terms of what you were mentioning, that first death ratio higher than his first kills, actually when you compare it, or at least this statistic doesn't say that it is, but then again, do I really want to trust VLR to say otherwise? It's close, right? It is very, very close. And more importantly, well, I think that's with playoff stats on top of it as well. Yeah, are they getting the most value out of him? And you could probably argue the inverse when you look at the head-to-head with Jusu as someone who is naturally trying to create a lot of space, but if you're not getting the tradability, then is it worth it?
Yeah, I mean, but the difference between like 1-0 and like Jusu, like obviously like 1-0 is played on bait, etc. But like Jusu's been all around the shop, right? He's been around for a long time. He understands his role as a duelist, understands what the team requires of him. 1-0 will understand that as well, but not to as high a degree, right? And it comes down to that age-old question of experience and how high you've been in the game, and unfortunately 1-0 just hasn't been to the heights of what Jusu has.
Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. The other side to it is, if you actually look at it plain and simple, last year, what year did both of them have? Bait were a comfortable mid-table team. DVM ended up having to fight in relegation when Jusu was there. So I think if you want to talk recency bias specifically, 1-0 who's looked like a more complete player than Jusu, whereas maybe the last time we saw him right at the peak of a Challenger League was all the way back with BDS in France back in 2022. So just something to keep your eyes on. The present versus the past, what does that count for? Right now, it's all about the map vetoes. Abyss getting banned by Detiolise immediately. Metasport have shown how good they can be on there. Same with Bind for Detiolise. That was their staple on the run that they made through both the Open Qualifier and into Lower Swiss. So you can see why both teams have made these bans. These are just punish picks against their opponent.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if Detiolise went for the Lotus, but they floated it instead. It's a map, we've seen the Neon come through from 1-0, who he's had a real highlight on. It'll be Peril instead, and Fracture picked out by Metasport, which will make it for an interesting first two maps if that's all we're stuck with. But as for the rest, there's plenty to be picked from. He even split in Lotus.
Yeah, in terms of the first map, as we said before, it makes sense, I think. And if you're talking about last map, it probably will be Lotus. I'd be surprised if Metasport want to play into Split. They've not shown it so far. Neither have Detiolise. Do you want to risk it? No, you just go with the tape and what you know that you can improve. It was a poor performance from them last time out against Liquid Academy. They'll know that. But there's time to have made those improvements. And looking more towards the front end of the veto, with Pearl specifically, both teams have played this a lot. For Metasport, it's their joint most played map of the 5 that they've now played. They'd only played 4 coming through Upper Swiss. They'd barely shown anything. It was another map which was played against Liquid Academy the other day. For Detiolise, they've played it 3 times as well. And it's another map which they should feel comfortable on.
Yeah, they should feel comfortable on, but again, like, it's a team that they're going up against in terms of a really strong IGL insider, right, who's been around, has technically won a Masters, has her. I mean, we're not going to get into that, but like the point being is that Cider should know his way around the map, and it's whether Detiolise can respond to that. Cider didn't have a great performance, we were talking about it earlier, like stats-wise, but the one thing you're always going to be guaranteed, and that's performance around the map and how to call that for that team.
Yeah, both of the players that we highlighted coming into this on agents of comfort for them right now. I would say the best performances we've got out of 1-0 so far have been on the Jet. And for Anguist, the Vice seems to be suiting him well. It's acclimatization which he has made in recent times, an agent which he's starting to favour more when obviously she wasn't available in the Challengers run that he made through Ascension last year, and that play-in's title as well. So it's a slightly different play style, one which you know, has to be more with the rest of the team, with the flashes, for example. And I'm excited to see how exactly it is that he's going to do that.
Yeah, I think it's really good as well. Like thinking, I know this is a bit further afield in terms of getting thinking about other teams, etc. But it's nice to see Angus flex his agent pool a little bit more on the Sentinel front, because he was very much traditional Sentinels. If you think back to mostly KJ and a little bit of Cypher, so the fact that he's shown other Sentinels is really nice to see as well from him.
Yeah, also one of the maps where we're not going to get a Teho from either team, so you can take a moment's break, get a breather, because before we jump into this one, it's all about to hit the fan. None has disappeared into the darkness, and we're hoping that Detty Elise don't fade away either. Oh, I just love the player camps, man. Yeah. Because we've also got this man in coach slot, Brody. You'd have seen him flash up on the screen. Someone who knows what it takes to win a Challengers title in this very league as it was. 2 with Ascend underneath his belt, but he'll be calling the shots from the coach slot just for now as his playing career takes a pause to see if Metasport can't mount a challenge of the title of their own. They'll start on the defender's side, and Detty Elise looking to upset the balance from the attack.
Getting things kicked off, Metasport need to show us what they're made of. Has a difficult opponent, a tricky one in Detty Elise. Let's look, Metasport take early control of mid to catch players off guard. Detty Elise playing a lot slower on the attack. Kaya needs to be careful as the players have just peeked out. In fact, actually, it's the KJ that survives as the flashes come back in. It will be a brawl to continue forward, but Metasport are the ones that come out on top.
Anguist again winning those duels. A player who, as we know from his time on CGN, can get let off the leash to great success. As I mentioned before, a balancing act. How involved is he in some of these duels? For now, it's a post plant with Detty Elise chasing Jusu to the ends of the earth and defenders spawn.
And Anguist already getting 3 on the round, perhaps looking to make it more a high-low setup. That's a lovely concuss coming through, and Patek's being forced all the way back. A tap of the spike, 3 players strong at the minute. And not before Shinnok will stop that resurgence coming through. Metasport convert the pistol.
Yeah, Metasport dropping a couple of players in the end to the ghost of Patix, but they'll get the all-important round to find liftoff on Pearl. The map of their opponent's picking, you have to remember, I mean, you look at the win rate, it is sat at 50% for them right now after that loss, but these guys were unbeaten on every single map they played before they faced Liquid Academy. And with Anguist getting a 4K under his belt early on, it can only make you feel that it'll be more of the same from him. But as I mentioned earlier, what does that system look like? Have there been any major overhauls, or does it ultimately function the same way? And can Detty Elise find a way to punish that kind of aggression?
I mean, A-main happily given up by Metasport. A lot of their focus towards mid. Look at the setup here, Hazza. The Sova, the Keo, the Astra. All being dedicated towards there, happy to just leave the Jet of Jusu on like a scoped weapon while Anguist holds down main with his own Guardian. And so
that's the thing too, because they haven't recalled this Nebula yet, so Jusu's actually quite happy to stay on this angle, knowing that someone's got to peek dry into his crosshair until it goes up. Now that it has, he's still on a good angle for it. That's going to be none gone. I don't know what utility he would have had, but you can at the very least guarantee that recon would have been coming back up.
Yeah, and he knows that he's seen at least 3 more players as well as the player that he picked up. So there's an idea here. And as the players try to come back towards A, you've also got to remember the Vice Walls is just being triggered. So Metasport have every idea of what's going on right now.
Yeah, as soon as Cider takes that fight, then Jusu peeks off the back of it. So the whole of B-Long was cleared.
30 seconds
They have
left.
afforded the rotate that you were talking about. Those Razor Vines are still up in the sight, and Anguist is doing Anguist things. 3 kills from him, quite a comfortable triple in the end, and a flawless round for Metasport. Detty Elise with a chance now to rock this bonus, but in saying that, it's such a boon to the economy when you keep all those guns.
Yeah, it really feels as if Metasport in control in the driving seat for the first couple rounds, understanding what's going on and reacting off the back of it. It's this man right here, Jusu, that'll be wanting to make amends after that last matchup. Wasn't up to his usual antics, has it? See if he can strike at the hearts of Detu Elise once again. The setup has been changed up once more as his Anguished solo towards the B side.
Utility, the Vice utility is so strong on that extremity. Peek into mid. What? Gunners has ripped 2 heads clean off. And whether that changes the attack approach or not, I'm not too sure, but food for thought as 1-0 falls, and now Detu Elise are clearing their way towards Connector.
Is this where they really want to go? Because look towards the B long. We're seeing Kaya just hanging around, seeing if they can find anything. Detu Elise not comfortable in the position they're in, worried about where a player could
Timing.
Need that back.
What? It's absolutely everything, and Patix even walks away. Missed shots though! It's none through the wall! Detu Elise hanging in there, in fairness, because Metasport seem to have players in the right places. You were never going to get in the B site through long solo. Kaya
30
trips the
seconds
util
left.
instead and is calling for the late A push. Anguished will make a rotation though, and the Steel Garden is available last second if he wanted to go for it.
Yeah, that's the worrying sign. Just clearing out main with an info dart. And Anguished, the raid boss, is still up. Shinnok right on the mark. Head taken off with Patix, and we're into a 3 versus 2. Only one player to the good, Detu Elise, and they need to be careful as the players are on site now for Metasport.
Anguished is right in the middle of this, and in terms of post-plant utility, we'll have the nanos, also got the shocks as well to play with, the fragment, it's just loaded all the way up for Detu Elise. They have to take this duel, and the flash through, it's a good call. Anguished will get 1. Nothing more to be said of this round from him. It would need to be almost a full stick right away. And the situation is unwinnable at that point. So Detu Elise win the round that they needed to. It's not without the horror show in mid.
Yeah, nice start as well, just at the end there. But, I mean, yeah, it was topsy-turvy, right? Like, I feel as if, I think Gunner's got a collat just by, from looking at the kill feed as well.
Yeah.
Maybe unfortunate from Metasport. Maybe let go of the wheel, as we were talking about them being in the driving seat. But with that being said, they'll know where they went wrong. They almost fought back into the round. Just that post plant from Detu Elise was pretty decent.
Yeah, the question will then be, do you want to keep, wavering this mid-aggression?
Yeah,
or
true.
do you then need to back up? Because it was an early recon sent towards Art, which Shinnok has just been forced to break.
I mean, they are a lot more reserved in their positions, but this time round, they're still holding on to that position, right?
Yeah,
and Detu Elise keep playing into this.
Metasport do have an idea of what the push looks like at this point in time, though, because there was that recon, and also Urzi's knife did spot Kaya lurking outside of B. So it's the same approach from Detu Elise, just being diligent to clear out space. You have one player for contact and one following up in both entry lanes on mid. It's Jusu that takes the fight onto Kaya. Turret thought it had cleared the angle, but he was just playing around it.
This gets worrying as well for Detu Elise, because now the attack, their map is starting to get smaller and smaller, and Metasport are starting to gain more ground and an understanding of what is going on. Nice shock darts to come in to remove Anguisht's utility, but for the most part they're still alive. Anguisht is seen 2, and the Steel Garden immediately put forward, wanting to delay, and we're on 25 seconds to get this spike down.
Knew the suppression was coming in, maybe not the best placement. There are still guns which are hot and ready, and in 1-0's hands, he might just be the most dangerous player in the server. So unless Anguisht has got something to say about it. Playing from pit on this side, Shinnok baiting out info, and that shear wall is still placed by the Vice towards main. So they know this is an art-heavy post plant with feet on the ground on sight, one of them none. And head clean off of Jusu. Shinnok playing back through. 3 kills from the youngster.
It's not planted for him.
This is open enough. He is going to have to peek on the other side of the vending machine and get it halved off the recon. Gunners holds his nerve, calls Shinnok's bluff. Second tap, baiting for the peak, still time running away from him. And with that, Gunners will claim the second successive round for Deti Ulisse.
I thought Shinnok could have defused from behind a little like wall that was behind Fridge, but Shinnok opts to try and defuse in the middle. I don't know what the positioning was like, but yeah, I mean the fact that he's able to fight them back into that round is absolutely insane. The retake though maybe leaves a lot to be desired from Metasport.
Over the top. Let's go.
With the economy as well, forced back down onto pistols. Ultimates available on both sides. Hunter's Fury, Deti Ulisse with the extra added benefit of the null command and maybe an opportunity to build towards a little bit more here. Patix is one off of that Cosmic Divide. He's not near any orbs right now. In fact, he's put himself as far away as possible. But main control taken on both ends by Deti Ulisse early, and 1-0 just gets so far out on site here as well with this Outlaw.
Anguist has got an idea. You can see him going back and checking. Unfortunately for him, he won't be sticking around for much longer. The attack have decided to bring all the forces towards A, send it in, but they don't know that Shinnok is still hanging around, and they're even decided as far as a top window. I mean, this is starting to get worrying, and this is a position you don't want to be in if you're on the attack. The post plant could be vulnerable here.
Gunner's even investing the ult here, knowing that after both of Shinnok's shots drop down to just 13 points of health, no way to flush him from position right now. Burzy, the nade taken from his own hands. Gunners is simply delaying, buying the time that he needs. He does finally drop down to the molly, as I said. But this round's just about making money for Deti Ulisse. They bought in 2 Outlaws, one of which in the hands of Kaya has done its job as 1-0, the other has fallen. Decent damage by Metasport, and look, with that kill on Kaya, that is the majority of the weapons of their opponents gone. The only problem is that I think a couple of those would have been repurchased anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of them was like the KG was sent into the site enemy of Kaya because they were on an Outlaw, just wanting to get that rifle back on board, and also put them one orb closer to the lockdown.
Yeah.
The ultimate game obviously going to be on the back of the minds of Deti Ulisse, and they're starting to grow into this match, even though after the first 3 rounds I was maybe a little bit worried for them.
Now you have to be concerned on Metasport's behalf as to whether they can make things look any better here. Jusu with an op in his hands. Terrifying sight for most, but 1-0 is confident as ever. The magnetic pull of his crosshair drags him into his open arms, and with that, it's an opening pick. HUD just catches up. Side is gone as well.
Yeah, the thing about that though, Hazza, is the fact that not only do you pop the Hunter's Fury there to try and get something back in your favour, you also lose the opportunity to counter any lockdown that perhaps comes through in the next following rounds. So Deti Ulisse putting themselves back in that driving seat once again.
Only issue is Kaya, once more, is just playing as a hard lurk in this situation. Anguist is close by. He could have joined up towards Art, but instead goes for the long pathing all the way around to help support Shinnok, who's already started. Both of Metasport's initiators holding up their end of the bargain. Here comes Kaya. Timing was off, but the correction is spot on. The extra space which Deti Ulisse needed, because now they don't have the numbers. At least they didn't for a second. Burzy's life will expire, and with that, it's a 2v1 for Anguist. Another clutch required.
The worst part is there's no information that Burzy could have given Anguist as the players tried to escape to main. There was an opportunity for Anguist to get one back. The ultis perhaps used a little bit too, how would you put it, a little bit too easily there. And it's left Metasport stricken for the next couple of rounds. 4 rounds in a row now the attack have found. And it's starting to worry me a little bit on Peril.
It's a round that you desperately needed to win, so you understand the rationale from Metasport forcing the issue, but like you say, I think it's the lack of a stockpile to fall back on which makes it more worrying. And in the situation that they found themselves in as well, when you lose Jusu early, you got to fight tooth and nail for something more. They're going to attempt it here, but go down without any real fight, honestly. Staggered engagements where Elise are going to strangle you out.
I mean, it's such a contrast from the early couple rounds where you were seeing the map move the way Metasport wanted it to. Jusu pushing up B long, giving information to Gamble towards the east side, and Shinnok finding two, which realistically he should have had no chance at.
Walled out for now. Elise. Twist has managed to find a corner for himself. Now, what util's going to be coming his way? Kaya has a couple of mollies. There's one of them. That has not hit the mark. It's given Anguist a chance, in fairness, just not one that he could fully get his hands on. With that, 1-0 will punish to full effect. Elise, 5th round on the board for them now. Advantage continuing to grow against the half investment. Now, this is where Metasport get put under the microscope.
Yeah, for me, Hazza, that's the big point, and they're putting themselves under the microscope as they'll try and bring out a timeout. That is absolutely insane by Shinnok, by the way.
Ridiculous. Yeah, insane.
What do you think Metasport are talking about here? Because a few rounds have been in control, a few rounds have let slip. The game plan seems a little bit sporadic. Brody not happy with how things are going. Do you think, what adaptations do you think you'll be looking to bring in?
Adaptations, I'm not so sure. I think the big thing for me straight away is that performance-wise, it's looking eerily similar to what we saw against Team Liquid Academy. Now, sure, it's a different half. They're starting out on the defense this time, but I'm seeing the same players performing to the same level as individuals, not as a team. Anguist is doing great. He's doing Anguist things. He's taking fights. It's the same Anguist that we saw on CGN though. And I think with the narrative around this team being that, you know, he should be someone who's integrated in a system, that they should be playing off of one another, that he's not just soloing it the whole time. That's what I want to see more of. Shinnok is performing brilliantly as well. He had a great time out last time out, even on the Sovra as well. I thought that was good. Same with Burzy. Is there a way that we can tie these ideas together and, well, more importantly, get a performance out of Jusu and Cider? Because it's been difficult for them so far.
I think as well, like, just to even bring it back to other type, like, you're looking towards this, like Jusu's always on the snipers. We're not seeing him. He's not been rifling as much as a duelist, which can always hinder you a little bit more in terms of that kill count, especially on the defense, where I feel as if duelists tend to thrive a little bit more.
He's playing Jet Op. It's just the way that it goes. Metasport needed the info. That's what he does on this round. It's unlucky that he can't hit the shot that he needs to. Now they go into a retake. Burzy's still out on the site, and elbow control starting to be taken. Brilliant stun! Oh, the use of the start. Yeah. Great work from Cider. Burzy trying to jump up and flash, but it's still a 4v3, and Elise still playing post.
And I mean, they've still not got control of the spike yet, and they're still wiping out the players that try to get onto the spike. Rather than working it on, the spam's just been working in their favour. And Anguist is actually just having to save.
He's going to get away with the rifle, but that's about it. It was a decent attempt from Metasport at the start. Felt like they had the right combo utility. Cider set up the plan. The IGL having his way with things, but just not the end result that you would have wanted. This is great from Jusu, and it's what I was talking about just a second ago. Those two players are the ones which I feel like we've not seen the best from so far, when the rest are sort of doing their thing. Like for Cider, he's always going to be so critical of his own individual fragging performance, and I think that was the big narrative coming out of the Focus team, and the reason why he didn't get any big offers right out the gate was because people overlooked him because he wasn't getting kills. But he can set these guys up, and now Jusu with Blades, it just seems to be the same implementation towards B.
Well, mid's been taken. Kaya being a lot more reserved in his position, isn't really worried about what's being taken against him. Jusu's just tried to have an anime type battle, hasn't worked out in his favour. You look towards this, 2 players on each extremities for Detis Elise. Metasport can't really move through mid and convert this into anything substantial unless they get Kaya.
I mean, Kaya has a dangerous position here because it's only him by
Spike.
himself, and look how close the spike is. I mean, Metasport have no idea. Chinook will just take the gun and back off. They've given away B in the process, and Jusu should know this. He's holding for the angle. He spotted the shoulder of 1-0, and with the outlaw revealed, they're not going to give that one a second go. Oh, Anguis peeking in, Jusu trading out. Brilliant work. Metasport now with a bit more comfortability, and the objective falls at their feet.
Yeah, and Chinook keeps protecting it. 1-0 though, having to try and rescue the round with an outlaw. There is rifles at his feet, but that'll give away his spot. And Buzzy drops in to steal the kill away from Jusu. Thrifty round, a great response finally from Metasport, when it seems so much harder than it needs to be.
Yeah, this is the Metasport that you want to see a little bit more of.
Yeah.
Jusu needs to understand his role towards B a lot of the time is get one, get out if you can, and collect that information. And that is a round where he does it brilliantly. This op, as I said before, it's a tool. That's the role that this guy is playing.
Yeah.
Just to help enable the rest of this defensive setup so they can play for those B retakes when they need to, because it can be difficult at times to try and do. Now, Detis Elise, to spoil that, take main control early. No B isn't a place that you can go right from the spawn barrier, and with this ult invested, that is, oh, it should have been Anguis utility offline, but he's the other side of the map.
Somehow Gunners has managed to survive in main, although none hasn't. And that Chinook's Hunter's Fury is gone absolutely to perfection. A tap of the spike and a clear of art. There's nothing priceless to get. Now, with the 3 players caught in towards Secret, Detis Elise knows exactly where they need to be careful of, and they still haven't got that spike down, although they have control of front side. Sider spams them away, and suddenly things start to fall apart. The street kids have been kicked out, and it is going to be flawless.
Yeah, nice for Metasport. Starting to pick up some steam now. Detis Elise on the other side. It's a frustrating round for them. You know, you go A main there, you're thinking, okay, we can actually probably catch Metasport off guard with a quicker hit here, because you know, you're not going to get B main control early. You know Burzy's going to knife it and get that info. You know that Jusu's playing right behind it every single time. The issue is, you've then got to go into Anguist's setup, so perhaps a little bit more work to be done in the defaulting department. Fruits of their labour given from it before. That previous round when Metasport hit some of the shots, it became an issue.
Back to the same setup we've seen before towards mids, passively holding. Chinook got a little love tap.
This is what I was talking about. Drone through in towards the lane. Force Metasport to react. They've got a lot of these contact setups, or this one between Burzy and Cider, and then this setup between Anguist and Chinook. Seemingly doing its job.
Oh, nice shots though. Anguist found out. His utility now goes down, which will allow the A side to be taken pretty easily in that front. But the only thing that makes it an issue is it's still a 2v4. Need to go searching for kills.
Atix will do it solo. Journeyman throughout challenges. So much experience in multiple leagues. Finally finding his place on Detis Elise. Looks to propel them forwards into the next round with the advantage under their belt, but that now relies upon none.
One shock. That isn't up. Info that isn't up for another 10 seconds, and well, he won't be up for much longer either. That is going to be, what, 3 rounds on the bounce now for Metasport, bringing themselves back into the game, keeping themselves alive. It's been a lot better showing since they got that thrifty round, and you know what, fair enough, like, they needed it big time.
Yeah, confidence booster more than anything else, and this is one of those rounds which just prove how strong the Metasport mid-heavy setup can be. I mean, even here, Burzy ends up walking out in mid again. He just loves this pathing in the mid round. So it's something which Deti Elise either have to invest resources to be looking out for, or just completely ignore but be aware of later on, especially if you are heading towards the A side of the map. Final opportunity for them now. No ults available. Metasport have plenty. A completely different story to what it was before. Waiting out a knife, which is not going to arrive, because look at the space that they've already taken. And, well, the cross-map knife has told that story straight back to Deti Elise.
Yeah, the drill drone has caught out Jusu, though. Not wanting to peek while they're getting pinged out. And look at this, thundering steps, head down B long. Jusu needs to be careful, trying to dash out. Even after picking up the rifle, doesn't work in his favour. In fact, even Cider get caught out.
Yeah.
Looks like the attack have put themselves in prime position to get themselves into an advantage for the next half. Lockdown used early to delay even more so. It's looking pretty rough for Metasport.
Gunner's KO utility's been so good thus far, and the lineup on the knife for main just meant that B setup had to be a little bit more prepared once it had gone the opposite way. Now a chance for them to invest these ultimates and cause a problem. Wanzeru won't go down without a fight. 2 more kills from his Vandal before it's stripped from his hands. And I'll tell you what, in just a second it will be back, and the round lost with it. Burzy trying his absolute best, but pulled into damage. You just can't escape it. 7-5. Deti Elise with a strong first half.
Yeah, those entry kills absolutely massive. Cider getting caught out, Jusu trying to escape. I don't know if you play. I don't know what you change about the positions, but I mean, absolutely fantastic on the entry. What else can be said? The post plant as well to double up on that. Like every T crossed, every I dotted. Fair play to Deti Elise now heading in with an advantage to the next half.
So, players trying to do different things. Jusu wants out. Cider's just arriving. Can't get comfortable. But neither can Deti Elise. From this position, you have to be thinking about every next round on this defender side and what you want to do against this Metasport team, which have such offensive tools. Wanzeru confident, out in the open. Dashes away after the first Sheriff shot. That's Anguist halved. The rest of the defense having to play off site. The rotation just not coming through in time. Open plant for the attackers to play with.
Still waiting on one player coming across. None has taken their time. That's going to delay a couple of seconds. All the utility should be up to come back in here, has it? Which means they should just be able to flood straight in. So will Metasport have everything that they need for when they do come in?
Util for the set retake, clears out the site itself, but it's been playing from both ends. 2 players towards halls. Now within the sight lines of Deti Elise and Gunners specifically. 2 kills picked up on those players. 1-0 adding to it, 4 on 2. But time, which could play into Metasport's favour. That spike still hasn't been halved. The recon that just keeps on giving sets up Cider for an unbelievable quad kill clutch from the captain.
Hazard, you were asking for more from Cider, and he comes up with a massive clutch, but not before a Shinnok assists with that beautiful info dart. There's not more that can be said, but I mean, the defense there has on the retake. They need to be considering new information utility like that. It's a simple mistake, a small detail, and they've paid the price of the round.
Yeah, brilliant utility. Shinnok with the recon, the reveal sent from heaven itself. Now Metasport, an opportunity to kick on from this position. And just going back, as I said, Metasport are a team which like to play heavy through mid and were splitting a lot on the B site versus Liquid Academy. And you can sort of see that in the way that Deti Elise set up their set retake.
Yeah.
Checking for middle, adds a little bit more time onto none. But then even the post plant from the attackers, it was deep. When you get that open plant, when there's no one fighting you for sight early doors, you get that kind of luxury.
Seems as if the defense have an idea on what's going on. The street kids looking for a street brawl with the lesser weaponry. It's whether they're up for the mark. Patrick certainly is, and well, Burzy though, he's trying to deal with everything that is getting flung his way. Oh, this is not looking good. Uppercuts left, right and centre. But Metasport managed to limp over the line, battered and bruised.
Yeah, a round where Detty Elise go for the quick retake. They just try and react as quickly as possible. Different to the previous round, of course, the pistol, where it's a level playing field. Now they're going to get guns out again. Looking at Wanzeru as a duelist too, something that you'd have to highlight as being a difference between him and Cider is this is a guy who likes to play with a rifle in his hand. Someone you're not often going to see opping as much. I mean, it makes sense when it's someone who's, you know, often a Neon player, a Raze player, who's already burning the dash to get across in main. He is the 4th player of the 4. Oh, here.
Whoa.
It's just a brilliant combination again.
Yeah, set plays. The only thing is though about this is Metasport have vacated B long, and it's the same issues that the defence, Betis Elise had when they were on the attack, right? The defence were pushed all the way up B long, given the information. And now Metasport, when they turn back, need to be careful of how far up this jet of 1-0 is.
I think the biggest difference I can see right now is just the amount of time that Detty Elise have spent together has allowed them to just be able to call those quick reactionary plays which are catching Metasport off guard, like putting the grab well on the contact of the orb, having the follow-up immediately of the spam. Deposit Cider towards main, they re-clear mid, break some of the Killjoy util, but you have to get past Killjoy herself if you want access to this A site, and the timing is just about right for them to do it.
I don't think that molly was placed right either there, Hazza.
Yeah, they're past this.
Yeah,
on the way into the site now, it's Gunners that has got to try and stop it, but Detty Elise are all over the place. It is a late plant coming through. Oh, just look to the side. Jusu allowed none to walk in, but he was walking around to no success. Couldn't find the planter. 3 versus 2. Advantage for now.
Jesu now calling for support. Shinnok, you can just see he's hanging around main just to catch the cross if it was to come through. And 1-0 knowing about coming out of the smoke. Cider giving a little shout of victory. Obviously a little bit of relief now that the bonus is converted, and really now putting the defence on the back burners, right? Because that's now a corner may completely broken.
Yeah, this, you know, by no means was a bad map for Metasport before. When they played it against Liquid Academy, they were simply outclassed in a lot of areas. Against Detty Elise, one of the teams which can't call upon as much recent success. You know, they went 3-1, had to wait a little bit to play this first playoff game, which they saw. Only map which they won against Shakma was with the coach subbing in. So easy to underrate any of these teams, but everyone just as capable. And Metasport starting to come back into their own now here too. When 1-0 takes the fight at mid with the Sheriff, forced to leave, little bit of info, and they have this Killjoy set up behind it. So this is where you look to now start creating some preemptive rotations, and B is the natural choice.
But it's not a full rotation though. You can see 1-0 still lurking around mid. They're not really sure of the picture that has been painted in front of them.
Just to get info more than anything. Both initiators see if they can't conjure something up. Instead, none pinned to the spot. You step, you take damage, maybe. You land a shot from your Sheriff as well. Finally revealed, whizzing past Shinnok. He'll send his next best effort, but his best doesn't quite match Shinnok's passing grade with a rifle in his hands, unfortunately. Patix trying his best. His best is also not enough. 9-7, Metasport with the lead now. This rifle round is gargantuan for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You win this out, Metasport go to double digits, and Detty Elise, they get their bye broken once again. Whereas the defence has they win this, they bring themselves closer to their opponents. A timeout coming through. Now, one thing that I notice on this defence is 1-0 is bringing out his operator for the first time on defence.
Yeah, and I think this is a component which can just help bolster things a little bit, where you don't have that kind of security if he's rifling up close. If it's laboured, if you don't hit that first bullet, you've just forced a dash away. Whereas he has that comfortability to just take it. And honestly, I think as well, like even in the previous round, you can criticize not being the full rotation. It's just like the risk that you take, I suppose. The thing is, like, you have the info from Patix in A main. What if that's the, you know, the op on the other side of the map instead? And then what if, you know, you can then afford to put a couple of players in a more advanced position like that? The op is really good for just getting info early in certain areas of the map, and it's just a tool which they've not tapped into yet, whereas that's what Metasport were doing almost every round that they could afford it to go Jusu's way.
A lot heavier towards the B side. Wary perhaps that they'd left it a bit open on that last round, and an early info dart, and the players won't be caught out at all, although they've caught a Metasport eyes on plenty of players trying to get themselves further up B, which makes them take things so much slower here.
Yeah, both initiators here again, just playing that info game that I was talking about. It's a drop all the way back, but that's because none has the ult. So it's just a reactive position. If they go B, you can ult straight away. Same with A, you get a heads up on it. He does end up calling a bit bigger of a rotation now. And also, with Burzzy's ult being invested, you don't want to get suppressed. So,
yeah.
Or, sorry, Gunner's ult being invested. That suppression slows Metasport pushing. But when Metasport do push, they have Burzzy's ult. And that's why none is dropped back. So he wants to deny this.
It's the reset though. Do Metasport want to go back in? I mean, with the spike still being there, it would say so. But I think his ideas about the lineups and where he wants to put. Detty need to be careful as the players start to send it in. Now the defensive Hunter's Fury is being thrown in, and so is the attacking null command. Gunners with the trade, and still things are a little bit spicy here because the spike needs to go down and time is getting low. Players peeking out and they're dodging left, right and centre down to a 2v2. Is the shot's going to work out? They are, but they don't deny the spike. Cosmic Divide in, Cider having to clutch up once again, and he's managed to get an opportunity onto 1-0, 1v1 versus None.
This is crazy. The reposition is so fast. None shouldn't expect this, but he hits the shot anyway. Big quad kill on the defense of the B site, and it all started with that ult. Just thinking a few steps ahead. Big investment from Metasport. Big investment from Detty Elise, but they are the ones which walk away with the round.
Yeah, I mean, that round was absolutely massive for Detty to win. And it got really, really down to the wire. You could see it just beginning to spark and Cider just not able to connect in the end.
I mean, the use of his ult there, knowing that they couldn't hear the steps, so quick to move from position to position. It's unfortunate he can't win it, but Metasport still have a buy in them, and knowing it was down to the last player, light shields and the outlaw brought through by Jusu on the attack side.
What, 3 ultimates invested in the last round for Metas, only 2 for Detty. They still have 1 to play with, the Cosmic Divide. Detty do on the defense. If they want to retake, that's a really difficult ultimate to try and maneuver around for Metasport.
That's what I was talking about before, about just breaking the economy, playing the outlaw in a round where you usually wouldn't. Jusu has the safety of those blades behind him, and with that first warning shot breaking through the drone, what's going on here? Patix takes the timing and just gets the perfect one. Cider getting ready to set up the execute, or at least the rotation, because it's towards A there where they're choosing to fight now. And it's into 1-0's op.
Yeah, frustrating. Cider's just went into his Cosmic Divine, not like disrespecting his opponents, not expecting him to push forwards. They've shown disrespect to him, caught him off guard, and that's a frustrating one. Still, Detty need to be careful about where Metasport go, because Anguist has found
30
themselves
seconds left.
in a great position deep in art.
A really big early info.
20 seconds.
This is where Metasport will be looking to save. They know there is no business left in this round except the orbs off the ground. Shinnok finding one of them,
10 seconds left.
leaving a recon behind for good measure. They've been beat out here. And all it took was that one play from Patix, effectively shutting the whole thing down. Now, if none could find a kill here, that's a valuable one. Shinnok losing his life, and I think making this purchase just a little bit more difficult. Yeah, you're going to be missing one gun. You have blades on Jusu if that's the route that you want to go down.
Yeah, looks like
Far
it is.
from ideal.
Yeah,
Here.
I mean, that's it, right? Trying to buy up just so you've got enough for the next round as well. I mean, there's a steel guard in there if you want to push things right over the edge, but it's definitely more A heavy. And it looks as if with the Anguist calling, right, listen guys, I was able to get deep in art. That's a nice info dart to set up Jusu to try and get something here.
Yeah, 2 players suppressed in A main again by another one of these knife lineups from Gunners though, and Metasport I think are just sort of happy to stake their claim, let it be known. We are A main, or at least we were, because the orb is picked up. But with none being here late round in the previous, Wanzero now playing the same position, are they going to clear this with any utility, or do they fall foul? The answer is the latter. The drone will only come in at the second time of asking, and Wanzero's already paved the route for his escape.
Yeah, he's already out.
And he gets another!
He's just going to keep double dipping. Triple dip, maybe. I mean,
Oh, and then-
it's continuing to be the case. Nobody can stop him. And Metasport continuously punishing for running into the op. I mean, you've got to challenge it at some point, but when the challenge comes in on sight, over the back of a smoke, where everybody's lying in wait, it's tough. And the other thing that I've got to say, Hazza, is while it was a nice fake from Metis to bring everybody over, it's not just that, it's so easily read that Detis, it's the same issues that Enterprise were facing, right? Deti Elise just completely sent it to the other side of the map, gambled, and they gambled right.
Yeah. I mean, you've got some big ults up now for them as well.
Placing swamp
Steel Garden still available for Anguist, but not the strongest in the game and the best of positions to get into for it. He's fighting mid early, and Wanzero's just winning all of those duels. Another first blood racked up. And for all that we were talking about him perhaps sometimes struggling, getting cut loose early, this op has just reinforced his reign of terror. Cider solo looking elsewhere.
recovering it.
Much of his gameplay is centered around this, and no one will test his timing on this occasion either. So already close up on B, finding the space, getting ready to set up the rest of Metasport. And I mean, just look how deep this drone is from Shinnok to clear out mid in the first place.
Rotating towards the B side, well, we're lucky because there's only one player here, and well, it should be easily read because it is the Killjoy. Tempted to lay post plan. I mean, you're looking towards that Hunter's Fury. And the KJ, well, completely ready to give this up. Doesn't want to really challenge. I mean, you can see them trying to hang around the one way, but for the most part, the spike should go down easy enough, and the post plan should be so much in Metasport's favour.
Ult coming in, searching in the dark, but Deti Elisa finding all that they require. Safe plant in the end, Burzy. Shinnok has the ult and a way to deny it, but he's the next to fall, and it is all on the Turk now, taking his place in this 1 versus 4 attempt. But taking his place at the top of the scoreboard this time is Wanzero, and staying there. Another round where he has huge impact to open and close for his team.
I mean, what else can be really said here? 1-0 is proven to be the issue that we all knew and thought he could be. Metasport, I mean, they need to be dealing with this up a lot better, and they're not. Timeout coming through. They didn't find value straight away from it, but did then, after losing that round straight after the timeout, did win about 5 or 6 in a row. So that's something to be considering here. Metasport introducing Brody once again.
And he is vocal, making his thoughts known. And IGL at his time in East has led several different teams, including one in North as well. Lupetti Buffon, we'll all remember it, at a point in time before he departed for that project. So a guy who knows what it means to play at that level, as we said before, and that's kind of what you want from him at this point in time. Just a call for a little bit of composure, because for the most part, this had been Metasport's map. Not until those last 4 rounds had Detiolise really posed the kind of threat that makes you need to change your game plan again. This being the selection of the defending side, as things stand, of the, Czech mix, the former Bait Boys as it was, and another opportunity for them to reconvene with their coach.
It's crazy to think, like, this is another unsigned roster with a really nice tier 2 talent that you could possibly have.
It's the 2 players who were on Bait before at the top of the scoreboard. They've just heard from Kauk. How do they want to set this up? It is full frontal aggression. The drone is early this time again from Shinnok, but it makes sense. They've collected the necessary info. I might want to just go ahead and explore some of that space elsewhere.
Seems to be the case.
Quick reaction.
Yeah, right from mid. Already got connector involved as well, and that's something that the defence will need to be wary of, because this is a place that Yusu or anybody in Metasport hasn't been before. A late flank that this could turn into. And it's whether that timing has been activated at the right time. Need to be careful of long. Kaya's are giving away their position. So now Metasport have an idea of what's going on. And Jusu's activated at the right time, but can't convert a second kill.
It was all on Jusu. Metasport doing a good job to set up the Joker. He's just there on the flank, but can't be the win condition solo. They're starting to drop bodies in the site. Already backed up towards the halls until Shinnok was able to get that kill in elbow. Kaya wrapping the long way round, but still he seems to be a concern for Metasport as the spike can go down with only 20 seconds or so left to spare. Shinnok soloing Spawn and winning such a key duel to give them back the numbers.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I mean, there's a Blade Storm for 1-0 to work with. Even though the Steel Garden got put down, it might delay the KG coming in as they're still walking through slowly.
Yeah.
And time is ticking away, Hazard.
Shinnok playing for his ult late. It is somewhat planted for him on the other side of the box. The adjustment from Cider. Oh, it's quick enough. And with the shorty drawn, Kaya will give it his best chance. Shinnok dropping back to safety. The plant isn't for him, in fact. It's on the opposite side. He'll need to expend a couple of these bolts to give himself time. This won't deny it. Kaya can stick from this point onwards. You have to peek and deal the damage. It has to be quick enough. It's so close! But by the skin of their teeth, Kaya has won it out for his team.
Match point.
Oh, Hazard, what more can be said? What more can be
It's
said?
so well played. The
It's
discipline to just wait for the first 2 bursts. You know you have HP
but
to tank
Hazard-
that third one. Shinnok needs to get in a better position.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, Kaya has done the bare minimum that needs to be done. Dodge 2 bullets, or dodge 2 bolts, but when you're looking at Shinnok here, he needs to be in such a better spot. 1 to trade Cider, and 2 Hazard to be able to get a player off of the spike after that third bolt.
It's unfortunate, but back onto the breach they go. Jusu finds the first. I don't think he's aware of none who will just snatch at it. Fortunately for him, there is no follow-up. Nothing else behind this Metasport team. Foundations are falling. 3 versus 4 situation they need to overturn into the site stacked with utility and very soon players if they're not careful.
I mean, Anguist again, doing his best James Bond impression and finding himself behind enemy lines. It's whether they can convert that into real intelligence, which is team can act upon, get a win. Still he finds himself going further and further.
a
Now
nice
Metasport,
timing.
yeah, Metasport are just waiting to play off the back of that. That lockdown though is going to provide a real issue here.
30 seconds left.
Kaya was thinking about it. Anguist has to make a decision. He has to win a fight now, and he's running into trouble. Two players! Oh no! The trouble is Anguist! Detty Elise hit where it hurts, and they have to respond. Cosmic Divide goes up. Cider already showing his ankle. Burzy getting shot down opposite side, and Patix finding each and every one of them. Detty Elise with the first map in this series, the map of their choosing, but the map which puts Metasport one step closer to crashing out the competition.
It is one step closer. The job's not done, Hazza. That is only map number one. Map number two is Metasport's pick as well. That's the other thing that needs to be considered here. There's still things that can go wrong, and things that have gone wrong for both sides. And that's something that both teams can take home and think about for the next map. But as for now, Peril, as we come out of it, I think was a weird map because both teams felt as if they were in control, and Detty Elise just felt as if they were firing more than Metasport.
Yeah, it slipped away from Metasport at the end there. I think they're going to be frustrated with the conclusion of that map, but this is the ultimate test. Can you turn things around when the pressure is put up to an all-time high? We're a searing heat now, facing this Metasport team to undo what has been done onto them. Couple of highlight moments from the individuals, but this is what we expect. I mean, even from Shinnok, I think he's proved himself how much he can step up in this team where he played on the old version of Metasport. You know, they did about as well as I think you could have hoped for the position that they got put into with that revolving door of changes.
Yeah.
But then someone on the other side like 1-0 has the game that he has, and you just feel that systematically Detty Elise are sort of built in a way that is going to be more successful even when you have players showing up. They've got a team showing up.
It seems as if it's the same case as before as well, but I mean, I don't think Cider and Jusu actually play too terribly, but when it comes down to these key moments, that's the big thing, right? I would love to have seen Jusu's First Bloods versus 1-0s. That's maybe something that me and you can look at once we get out of this, but and into the second map. But yeah, I mean, right now it feels as if Metasport can find themselves in winning positions, but are very easily letting go of that.
Yeah, struggling to convert it, but that's something they're going to have to do now because, as I said before, this could be Metasport's last map in the first stage. If Detty Elise want to keep on walking that crazy run that they have done from the open qualifiers to potentially through the lower bracket and into Challengers EMEA, one of those 4 spots for Northeast up for grabs. And look, they're one step closer to that ambition now. We're going to head to a break. When we return, we have the second map up for you here in this series, so don't go anywhere.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your slippy heel, talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad,
Tell me you love me.
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We are one map deep in the series between Metasport and Detti Elise, and as it stands, it's the unsigned team which is sitting on top. They go into Fracture with an opportunity to send one of the favourites out of the competition and keep their own dream alive of making it through lowers and to Challengers EMEA. Cairo, what do you make of that performance that we saw on Pearl?
Yeah, it was a weird performance from Metasport. Again, it seems to be the case, what I'm hearing from everyone, is that you expect better, right? With the names on the roster and everything that's been shown, like there's glimpses, right? It comes in spells, it comes in spurts, but there's nothing concrete for you to depend upon and think, do you know what, this is the Metasport roster that everyone expects on paper.
Yeah, I think that's the problem right now. We only get the version on paper, loads into the server, and then maybe what was promised of them as a team is not the same. But to speak of Detti Elise and what they've been able to do so far, I think, as I said before, you've got players here who had comfortably been coasting their way through East last year, but still debutants at this level. Kai had never played at this level before, Gunners had never played at this level before, and they're showing us a version of their team which I think matches that of the players who have, for example, right? Yeah. I think of Gunner's utility usage on that previous map looked absolutely brilliant. I think coming into Fracture, that's going to be really important. Someone who's been quietly unsung and just sort of playing to his own tune. And with him being, like, you know, a UK player as well, dual nationality, UK and Indian, I think it just kind of sells that story that as a UK player, if you want to succeed, less of this, more focus on the game, right? And because he's showing it right now.
Yeah, I didn't really know who Gunners was, like, outside of the server anyway, like, before even coming into this season. And I think that's something as well, like, India is a nation which has been quite underrepresented as well, so if he does want to go down that path in the future for VCT, APAC, GE and all that, like, that's a possibility. But let's speak about the UK front and the fact that he is in North. Looking at these rosters, Hazza, what are you saying?
I'm just saying it's the same version of Metasport that we'd seen previously played on Fracture. Big thing for me, big player I want to focus on again is Shinnok on this Teo, because you look at this being like one of the hottest agents in the meta right now, especially on this map. Again, the utility, it is more oppressive than what we were able to see from him on Sova. He's already proven that he can deliver big impact. Then the inverse, Detti Elise committing to playing Sova on yet another map where none has already shown before. This is a comfort selection for him. Can they make it look good? And can they beat Metasport in a 2-0 fashion to send them packing from the competition?
What a story that would be, all the way here to knock out one of the favourites. I mean, that's almost what the storyline that we got with Exo Clan, but remember, Hazza, something similar when it comes to storylines when we head towards Fracture. I mean, it was the exact same scoreline. Can it be different here? Can we actually see a favourite being knocked out? Enterprise were able to come back in. Can Metasport do the same?
Well, that's going to be the question that we ask of them now. No real team had presented championship material Enterprise took themselves to Fracture and won 13-0. That has been dismissed. They move onwards and live another day. Metasport have yet to fight their most difficult fight so far, and it starts with 1-0, as it usually does. Opening pick towards the B side of the map. A is where they'll go, and they fall all over the shop, to be honest, Gyro. It's a 2-on-2. Finally, the A take is committed to.
He's very, very low in HP. A body shot would be enough, and that's exactly the case as None finishes that out. Anguisto, hot on the tails, nearly catches out None, trying to get the spike down, and Gunners, though, will be the one to close it out. First round towards Detty, remember, has it last time round. Metasport were the ones who were winning out the pistol round.
Yeah. I mean, dude, why is Gunners not playing Teho? Teho has shades. I can see the gameplay in this guy's glasses. Like, it's the perfect fit, honestly.
Do you know? Wait, do you know what I've just realised? Do you know what he's kind of like? Do you know when Tony Stark's is in the suit? you know what I'm talking about? You know,
Jarvis, headshot Anguish, please.
Oh man.
Anyway, moving swiftly onwards.
It's taken us a long time to delve into madness.
I know. Look, I mean, you get hired to do this at the end of the day. It's, you know, a job, I guess, or at least that's the joke I keep telling myself or my friends. What do? I'm a freelance media contractor, whatever that means.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. What we should be talking about is how Kaya is in a very tough spot and is easily caught out. And Metasport are hot on the heels of Detty as they try to get the spike down on A.
Yeah, Nunn's already taken a look towards defender spawn though, so he has a bit of an idea as to what the inclination is of this defender's side. They flood out towards Sand and the roles have reversed. Quite expanded space for Detty Elise as Burzy then drops, as well as Patix is still hanging around towards Dish, but Anguish has managed to add another kill to his tally already. And these pistols are doing quite the work.
Yeah,
how much can 1-0 do from here?
I mean, 1-0 needs to be the one that wins it out because the Brimstone is cut off by a smoke. Finally it drops, but still this is not a good spot to be in.
It brings the nade back online though, and I think that's the safety net which Detty Elise were waiting for. Patix dropping in, missed the molly, but 1-0 is the gift that keeps on giving for Detty Elise. This guy is just so chill. I mean, you can see his entire room as well. The guy, he had a blanket sat on top of it. Oh, he's still wearing the blanket right now.
He's wearing like a cloak, you know what I mean?
Maximum comfort.
Like a Sith Lord, you know?
Yeah. It's one of those ones where, like, it makes you appreciate player cams, but it also makes you wonder, like, how would this guy play on LAN, for example? You know, if you get to that point, if you make that step up. Not somewhere which I think you'll be looking at immediately, but hey, those challengers spots and ascension points as well that we've changed to, no reason why not.
I mean, I think as well, one bad split doesn't mean the end of the world for for Ascension later in the year as well. That's another thing to consider.
Yeah. Is that the narrative we're starting just as Metasport
no.
take the first death on the bonus round? We've not got there just yet. Shinnok's got to stop this getting any more difficult. Stun 2 players, Boba Fett's back. None gone, but 1-0. It just doesn't end with this guy, and he's gonna keep peeking.
A little shoulder tap, the ulti will even grab him a third. I don't know if it was necessarily needed, but it does tee up Anguish into a somewhat winnable position, because at the end of the day, you never want to rule him out.
Just look how backed up Detty Elise are. They're playing the double stack with the Hunter's Fury, just as the insurance policy, making sure None is guarding. I don't know if he would even need to invest it to this position. He doesn't necessarily. Should hope that they can beat this. As mechanical as Anguish is, he just buys a little bit more time and eventually calls it quits. Detty Elise with the bonus on the board. And once more, it is 1-0 running through Metasport, and they just haven't been able to find a way to stop him.
Yeah, 1-0 is like a bad meal with a lot, you know what I mean? It comes right through you the other side.
Can you please expand on that a little bit, Kyra?
Expand on it. Make sure, got to expand in the wrong ways, you know?
I know.
Trust me,
I've recently discovered I may be lactose intolerant, so this is
Let's not go any further into that. What we should go further into is the fact that Metasport are going to be proactive towards the south side, sending it through B main. And look at the utility sent forward. Anguist, on the other hand, has went searching solo. Like Indiana Jones, he's found himself in a pit of snakes and actually found himself bitten at the other side as well.
Yeah. This round is sort of snakes and ladders, really. Roll of the dice. You've got 4 sheriffs, or you did have 4 sheriffs before Anguist dropped. I'll be honest, I didn't see the gun in his hands, but with Anguist, it's usually a sheriff on a round like this. Just hoping that you could find a pick somewhere. It does look strange when the Cypher's fighting solo. The rest of the group up has now come through, and Etiolise are just so aware. The flash timing was perfect, but Mersey still gets one.
And Shinnok's caught by the trap. It gets worse. But with that, has it. And the thing about Fracture, again, we said it before, it can be very momentum based. So after 4 rounds, you're hoping that the next rifle round will either be a win or it will be a timeout. Try and break up the set of rounds that Deti are being able to get in a row.
Yeah. Etiolise in the driver's seat right now, and it's that man on your screens that is got one hand on the wheel and the other hand, I don't know, sat in the window with the breeze flowing through his hair. So something casual, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not in full focus, I guess you could say, or at least it's just looked very easy up until this point, and they've got some big heavy hitting ults to work with now as well. This recon lineup straight into grass. This is the value of the Sova player, because already Wanzero is in a position to strike on Anguist from backside. Just waiting. Patix through the fire and flames falls. And Anguist will live a little longer. In fact, he is still going.
I don't know how.
He's still going!
I don't know how he's still alive. 1 player left. Gunners, I think he's had enough of this. Calling it quits. I mean, he's got a minute to try and waste, but Metasport just managing to get that round over the line, flawless as well. I don't even know, like, a single point where it went wrong, because it felt as if everything went wrong for Deti.
Yeah, I think it all starts with that first duel being taken out from main solo behind the Brim Molly, which was really well timed by Cider on his rotation. And then Anguist, I mean, you're always going to get 1 round per map out of Anguist, something like that. That's expected. It's the question of whether can that success now be repeated, because Metasport from this position look to be using some early utility to just get aggressive, and with that paired up nicely, Jusu has isolated the lurk of Kaya. Solo topside, man advantage.
There.
And with the Rolling Thunder invested on the previous, it is just that 1 ult versus the 3 on the other side.
Yeah, this is what I like about Fracture, right? Realistically, you need to start playing at some point your defense on the attack and isolating fights, looking for fights that you can try and take. 1-0 though, you can see him just dancing with the idea of busting out from the smoke, but decides against it.
Yeah, Etiolise just recalling those A players. Steps being heard of the rotation. Burzy, the one on the breach. Player you usually expect to find in this position during the round, but joins up on the left-hand side now as the B push looks to be heading in. Wanzero dodging rockets in midair, flying over the top, and with the reveal on Jusu, Patix can collect. Burzy at the double. Metasport with a player in front advantage right now, and they make it count. Shinnok's in the right position at the right time. He was the last left B defender and will hang on before the site crumbles.
It's just carnage on the sites when the exit comes in, trying to split, trying to dice up the angles. Metasport are doing well to hold fast, and again, I mean, what, 2 ultimates used in that last round? That's something that we always need to keep a track on between these two teams, because when it comes down to it, that'll be what decides it between the two, especially when you look at the attack and players already starting to hit zero when it comes to eco after a buy.
Elise will have heard the door open. In A, Kaya specifically getting isolated again. They've just ulted him. In plays Jusu. Oh, it feels so tough to watch. Kaya, the rat, getting ratted out, but with the IGL on the spectator screen and seeing that his 4 teammates post-mortem have made it safely to this unoccupied A site, the penny only just drops for Metasport as to what the setup is. And this rotation's going to take some time.
Yeah, they are really worried about the state of the map, right? About flanks, about locks, and well, it seems as if there's going to be their own ultimates used out, but Shinnok's already managed to get one through his own utility. Another ultimate invested, but still trading out. Metasport keeping themselves competitive here, but it's time that's most important. Gunners now holding fast under sight, can't quite keep it, and Metasport will get the 3rd in a row.
3 successive. Metasport really had, you know, us on the edge of our seats there, pulling away at the heartstrings. It was such a late rotation, but I think that's kind of expected because Detty Elise, given free reign over A, they've been known to push rafters, to push that spawn angle. You know, have a look down Link and see what's going on a couple of occasions. Even there, Wanzeru, when he runs through spawn, is like sending his ult out and dying, but trading himself every single time. And Kaok's clearly seen enough. He's thinking, what is it that we can do to just ensure that we have a bit stronger of a post plant, or that we can take the site in full safety? Because they've gone into post a couple of times. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've won the round, and on that occasion at least. And previously it was about clearing Shinnok out of tower. He was hanging around there for quite a while, and that was huge value for Metasport.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? It seems as if Metasport are starting to get a good read on what Detty are wanting to do with those 4-1 splits. The isolation is so key. One of these times though, they are going to gamble wrong and they are going to go head on into a 4 versus 4 gunfight. That's the other thing you need to consider, right?
Yeah.
Whether Metis can keep isolating these fights. This time though, seems as if you look towards it, Kaya's got a little bit more backup in the form of
he's got
Patix.
a bodyguard. Yeah, the ICL, he's called for it. He's 0-5, just getting bullied.
Yeah.
You know what the worst part is? He is soloing Dish right now, and this seems to be where's getting crunched. So Patix is gone. It's Kaya against the world again, Cairo, and there's only way that one seems to end, and it's with Kaya dying. So 6 rounds or 7 rounds, 6 with no success.
Hero theft invested as well, so you know exactly what you need to do here. And the fact that you're clearing out below, I mean, everything is so spot on right now for Metasport. The only gap really realistically here that they know that Detty could have went into is into CT, which shouldn't have that much of an effect.
Well, it's an open plant, Cairo. That's the one thing you oversee. With this position, it's going to be so strong. For them to try and play post, they peek instead. Gunners, confident as ever, but confidence perhaps misplaced. I feel that if Detty Elise had reeled that one in a little bit, they had such great positions, Wanzu, Gunners, but then overplayed their hand.
Yeah, and right now, Metasport are getting stronger and more confident as the rounds go on. I think the funniest thing is like you always see these players trying to like preempt the flash, play anti, and it's just them staring into a wall.
Yeah.
It's
I still
funny
feel
to
bad
watch.
for Kaya. I mean, let's get a quick update. This round, he now has 4 players to help defend him. They're just going for a full topside play because they're not expecting Metasport to go for the same kind of piece again, and they would be correct.
Yeah, 100%. And it's whether we're going to get that early info coming through. Well, I mean, they'll get the early info in terms of the amount of utility being sent towards Anguist. In terms of the rotates as well.
you also see the value of why they're playing the Sova on this map with none, the open skybox, the regenerative utility. That first recon drops in, gives them arcade control. Now they can split up to try and pinch this, but as you say, there are Metasport players who have found their way into the attack spawn now. And if Detiolis do not commit to the B side of the map, which you expect they will, there could be a problem. The ults tried to flush out Anguist. He found a decent position and survives long enough for Cider to get that first pick.
Yeah, but remember, there's also an orbital strike to come through from the defense as well. Cider's waiting to use it, and that neural theft will not help none at all.
To the plant, it's just a tap. They're baiting out the ult. Here it comes. It's Canteen side, which they now start to fight. Ranzeru wrapping around from Generator. Kaya
30 seconds left.
I must wait a
paving the route over to A. It's a cam which he leaves behind just to check to see if there's going to be any space there. Open plant.
Oh, Chinook.
He's heard the main player
quickly.
already and he's cammed for the second. So now Kaya knows where both of these players should be in the 1 versus 2. He catches late onto Chinook as he'd already crossed to the other side. With that advantage in mind, Metasport have the lead.
For the first time in what feels like forever, Hazza, because you've got to remember they lost the lead very early on in that second half. Very early on, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I mean, Metasport putting themselves in this position 3 rounds in a row. They've been able to retake a site now, albeit the previous, a clutch situation. Netty at least even found their way into the A site, or the B site, sorry, I should have said, but it was just so dragged out that the defenders had rotated from the Canteen side. Now attempting the same start to the round that we saw previous. The cam just to check the main push, and 4 players immediately through arcade.
But again, Metasport, you look at the defence and how proactive they are. They're already underneath. Kaya, though, is already finding themselves in a shooting gallery, calling for more support to come through.
Cage triggered.
And you're seeing that coming in the form of none. I mean,
Kaya's managed to do it. First kill in this game, and it comes at such an important time. It's given them solid, solidity in that space, and Gunners is already setting up to counter with this Rolling Thunder. Anguist gets one on the way back through, but it's a 4v4, and Detiolis have already bought so much time.
Yeah, it's the Rolling Thunder. I was just about to mention it. It's been set up and ready to go. Still plenty of delay and utility to come through. Anguist has got rid of none, and the spike already being hearted. The player's going to be able to swing. No, they're not. Metasport, when they shouldn't have had a chance, wipe out Detty completely.
Yeah, they're all over the B site like a rash, Cairo. How quickly they get into position, and then Cider sticking the spike just calls to the rest of his team, hold the angles. I'll do the simple part. I mean, classic Cider, but there you go. This guy is one of the reasons why Metasport are in this series, so I think it's important to note that these post plants, these retakes from Metasport have looked really, really good the last few rounds. Detiolis have problems, and they need to find a way to solve it. That's a lineup.
Metasport, well ready here, but it's whether they get caught out now. No! Nice ulti, nice combination, but 1-0 once again bails Detty out of a tough spot and pushes him further towards Metasport, trying to close that gap. Cider, though, who's been playing pretty well on this half, on this map, finds one back. Only one player to the goon, manages to escape the nade, or so you would think, as he lands in an explosion. And 1-0 once again dragging Detty through this match.
Yeah, it's like if 1-0 doesn't get a 4K, the round's already done. I don't know, man. It's just so heavily reliant on his impact at times, at least on this one so far. It's concerning. They don't seem to have a stable win condition other than him fragging out, as I said. I mean, the next best player is Gunners on 5 kills. It gets no better from that point onwards. For Metasport there, they tried to get proactive after that recon had expired. It was a call made on the fly, but maybe Not with the deftness that was required. But Jusu's dealt with the main threat, so now do Dirty Elise have a second layer, or is it just walk into the firing line?
I mean, they're still continuing forward, but this time through sand. The players have found themselves a nice little foothold. I mean, Jusu on site, but it's Cider more importantly out on main. Smoke's ready to get popped, and the players already beginning to make their way through from Metasport from B.
Cider good for his 1 kill again. Following it up with some damage too. Stun isolates Gunners, and out in the opens Kaya. The next to go, the salvos do the rest. Metasport on the warpath. Another strong retake, which Patix cannot stop in its tracks. 7-5, what a comeback from Metasport in this first half of what could be the final map they play if they want to stay in the competition.
Is this a joke?
That is true. But there's still 1 half to go. And if there's anything that we spoke about before, it's teams and their fact they've been struggling with these attack halves. I mean, you look at Metasport and what happened on Peril, right? Something similar in that aspect. Cock just having a little chat before we send it into the next one.
It's Ukrainian, Cairo. It's Kauk.
Kauk, sorry.
I know that you know. You maybe wanted to say that, but
no, I didn't.
Just couldn't get it out your mouth.
You're such a child. It's not even long.
Yeah. Excuse me.
What? It's not
onto the attack side now. Yeah, it doesn't take long before 1-0 makes his mark again. The imprint of the Sheriff felt on the forehead of Cider. And Metasport still slowly making their way towards this B site and getting a kill through Shinnok. So key. Do they catch wind of where this retake's coming from? Finally they do, but not before Anguis falls unsupported.
Oh, no, Shinnok. This would have to be something special. At least gets the first, but it's not so clean. And well, that flash will tee up Jetty to get that pistol round and push them ever so closer. I don't know what else there is to say. It was a pretty quick round, that one, Hazza.
Yeah, it certainly was. 1-0 opening up the round, and the rest of Dirty Elise doing their job, holding up their end of the bargain to see it through. I mean, you were speaking about win percentages for Metasport. It's at 50% for them. Yeah, they had a 6-6 half when they played Shachmat on this one before. It's the defense where they do tend to look stronger. Again, it's a Teho comp, an agent which is tailored towards defending the site a lot of the time, with how much you can slow down the pace of an execute. Fits so well onto Fracture 2 just with the info that you're able to gather. And in terms of info gathering for Dirty Elise, well, the premium is placed on None, ultimately, to be the one to do that for them. So right now, he's the one playing Rotate instead of Gunners.
Locating target.
All the way down, slowed all the way down. I mean, remember, Hazza, for ulti orbs to be collected for Metasport on this attack, the priority firmly set on Shinnok to get that Annihilation back online. Annihilation, sorry. That's the wrong alternate.
Yeah. No, any Deadlock fans in the house? We got Cider right now, though. Just waiting outside of A main. This is where 1-0 is, and it's going to come down to timing. Whether Cider can manage to get in behind or not. Rest of Metasport grouping up to come through Dish. Could very well find themselves jumping out of the trench and into no man's land. This is a difficult way to execute the site, but the support of the smokes is good and the timing's completely off. 1-0 giving away the steps. Jusu does end up falling, but the planters come in, and 1-0 has just killed off the rest of Metasport by himself. Cider is late to the party, far too late, in fact, for the timing you felt he had. This should be a flawless cleanup from the defense.
Should be. I mean, Cider's trying to make sure that he actually gets taken out here, because if he doesn't, then things are going to be difficult. in terms of the economy. He will get taken out, and he won't even get the plant either, which is unfortunate. But we move into the first rifle round for Metis. I mean, the last 2 rounds can be brushed off. This is where the real money is made for them.
Yeah, and in terms of the bonus, well, 1-0 had the Outlaw anyway. That's been dropped over to Gunners now. He's playing with a Phantom, fully upgraded. 21 kills deep on this defender's side. He only needs 6 more to equal that record, that regulation record that I was talking about. Quickly met with utility that he sidesteps, walking into the stun instead. It's traded. Etiolisa just playing to fully set up this guy because he has been lights out so far this map.
I mean, that tends to be the case with 1-0. Buzzy though gets rid of his support, and now it's all up to the rifle, which we know can work as well as what we think. But on the other side, Hazza, you look at this, Detty are starting to make inroads towards the other side of the map. Maybe thinking again, look about Anguist and how far up he is on main.
Patix is just playing off of
I must wait
the
a
cam.
moment.
Does end up spotting Anguist by himself. No extra info for Detiolis, and here comes the utility. Salvo's onto Kaya, good for 1. Patix traded out though. Jusu, the one to dispense of him. And now Anguist starting to re-clear back towards main. This is where None is coming from. 1-0, both of them separated and down on numbers. But if anyone was going to do it, it would be these two.
Very true. Info dart still not up. 1-0 does have the need to clear things out, but with None being gone, I think that's about time. Call quits, throw in the till, think about that rifle perhaps for the next round, won't do so, and will allow Metasport to clean up completely the opposite team. Buzzy the only one dropped, making it a fairly successful round for Metis.
Yeah. You're just there hoping for some kind of an opening and in a foothold. But Detiolis not offered anything. Metasport playing a diligent game. Now coming into the first rifle round between the teams. Looking at it on the surface, Detiolis the closest to any ults at this point in time. 1-0 should have that showstopper anytime soon. The guy's been an orb machine so far. But it's Nunn's Hunter's Fury, any kind of denial, that would be the key tool that you look at using here as the defense to stop Metasport getting into post.
Oh, that's 4 lit up right there.
5? Yeah, 4.
1-0 having to be pushed back. Where are Detty off to? Because they're not wanting to hit this head on. They're
This is
thinking
huge.
about arcade and trying to find where the isolated player is, which they do so.
That's so well read. Great reaction. They see the 4 players and like you say, they isolate Anguist.
Enemy down.
Side
Player you usually want to find, and I tell you what, Side has been good for his 1 so far in this map. Spawn opened up, Jusu on the angle, doesn't get cleared by Patix. That's a schoolboy error. And it's given a lot of space, a lot of credit to Metasport in this round. No one playing off Jusu for the trade. So we go 3-on-3, and that's the ult up for the Sova.
Yeah, a lot of value being put in these 1v1s right now, has it? I mean, you look towards Jusu CT, I mean, Cider right there, but the most important thing is getting onto the spike, right? Because Detty haven't even begun to get it half the tap. There's utility still to work through, still not clearing corners, which allows Buzzy to get 2 and Cider to get his 2nd as well. That will be Metasport to reach number 9 and put themselves within touching distance of double digits, and that a glorious 13.
Yeah. Still, you have to say, Etiolise themselves within tusting distance of Metasport. We've seen the 9-7 before, man. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself as things stand. Etiolise, still very capable. 1-0's had his moments. He's won from a showstopper here, and I think if there was any round to sort of make things difficult for your opponent, get the showstopper up early and try and throw it at the situation. Not managed to get his hands on the orb just yet, but it's a 4-player stack on A right now, which could prove to be an issue for Metasport. And you can see already, they are playing this very slow default, just waiting for that aggression, knowing that this is probably what the defense will opt for.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I don't know if Anguist would have heard that sound.
No, it's too far away.
players beginning to gamble more heavily on the B side. Spike towards A. Oh, it's starting to come back. This is going to be a very spicy round. Could be 5v5 on the site.
Yeah, and if it ends up being, that could buy enough time, sufficient time, for 1-0 to get in position behind. 1 kill and he gets that showstopper, remember. This is not a write-off for Metasport. You've got to put full focus on this one and lock the hell in, because Kaya's already drawn first blood, and it seems as if it's going to slow them down quite substantially. Gunners gets another. Molly at the feet of Tower, and there is no way through. 26 seconds. Metasport can't seriously be considering a rotation this late on. You either commit and give away the guns in the round, or you just make a break for it. I think they're going to give it a go, and there's only one player on A to stop them right now.
Yeah, it's not, and he's hiding himself in the
10
corner.
seconds left.
Metasport need to be good at clearing here. They're using utility to do so.
There's no
And
time.
look, the players are sending it towards CT. It's been an absolute disaster of a round. And it's going to be a thrifty for Detty. I mean, yeah, you're doing damage, but in the grand scheme of things, Detty have already got what they came for, if not more.
When you're cracking a map, when you're playing a map and you're going for defaults like this, you need to know your timings. And Metasport just didn't have enough there. 5-10 more seconds. And to make sure that you can clear the site, it's so far that they have to trek to get towards A. And all of that is brought through delay. That's at least just the players that they had on the B site, slowing things down to a crawl, burning through all the utility, but well placed, well timed, and making it a real issue as soon as they put 1-0 on the flank, because it just wrapped around so quickly.
4-1 default. You can see Buzzy and Metasport looking for ultimates to come online, Rolling Thunder in prime position. But remember where Buzzy is, he's so deep that, I mean, it's going to take him a bit to get one towards that site while the rest send it forward. Kaya's dancing between so much and still managing to keep himself alive. That's 3 on the round so far and puts Detty into such a winnable position.
Yeah.
1 player to the good, and look at Anguist, nowhere to be seen, nowhere near Buzzy.
He stood right next to him, mate. I don't know.
Well, he wasn't at the time.
But anyway, fact of the matter is, it is a 2 versus 3. Metasport down a player. Kaya stunned up twice, still finds a triple. Now from this position, Spike Plant just trying to bait out some utility, bait out a peek, give themselves a way into the round. Burzy has 2 flashes. He could flash front sight for Anguist. Flash towards Jen even if they wanted to chase that kill, but they're sitting there hoping someone will peek on the Detty Elise side. Gunner still has the aftershock and the stun, so
10 seconds left.
just waiting for the full punish on Burzy, but not in a position to do so, and they will set up, and that gives Anguist a chance to strike. 2 on 2. Gunners will eventually get rid of Burzy. There's still a realm of possibility about this. It's snatched away. It is snatched away by Detty Elise, and we have an equalizer.
Yeah, I think this is starting to become a little bit too close for comfort. You can see on a couple of the players' face the tension that they're perhaps feeling in this matchup. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Kaya is able to get 3 here is absolutely criminal on every basis. I don't know, like, first, the fact that, like, you get concussed on the first one, right, a little bit of luck, but then every player after that is just funneled in. It's a conveyor belt. It's one-on-ones no matter what, like.
It was really good utility from Metasport as well, because you had the ult, and then Shinox also dropping his concuss into the same corner where you know the player is going to path to hide, and Kaya comes up trumps, so 1-0's op out quickly called to action towards Arcade when he would have been looking for the main fight early. Drone flying through for info, spots the trap, but
One suppressed.
she manages to get the suppression onto Kaya as well. So the trap goes down for just a moment, but they're already heading elsewhere into the dish push. 2 players.
Right here.
Sees the shoulder but can't quite capitalise. The ultimate should have done the business. Luckily enough, Shinnok is there. Rolling Thunder invested. This is a heavy one for Gunners just to get a trade, and he will do so. It's on to Yusu.
Rotation on the Zips. This will be heard by Wanzeru. Up inside the rafters right now. Considering a rotation, but Metasport have just played it all the way back to the origin point. A site yet again. Armageddon coming through. Full site clear, waiting to see if there are any evacuees, but not a single player heads towards their crosshairs. They know this one is theirs for the taking, and with the open plant as well, Molly available, and salvos to come back up for Shinnok, it's an opportunity for a very strong main post plant for the attack.
Yeah, exactly. The orbital strike and the fact that the Molly's still there is that massive key components here. But it's to make sure that they don't lose control of the spike on main. Wanzeru just jumps into the crosshair of Anguist, and he's managing just to take everybody out just through his rifle. Orbital strike saved. Neural theft up. Big ground for Metasport to hit double digits.
Anguist is the most reliable servant on the Metasport side right now. This guy is not afraid to do the dirty work. He was put in a similar position by CGN, and here, more of the same. Peeked through, there was a gap in the molly. Cider would have called it. And no ults invested for that one either, so Metasport hold on to a big exec piece. Patix can match in that ambition, but you're also going to be looking forward to the fact that he's accelerated Anguist now towards a neural theft, because if you want to play default on this map, it's an opportunity to do so, and that Brimholt's got nothing.
Straight in onto the site, and you look at this, and none is all on their own. I mean, Wanzeru's close by, just managed to escape out the smoke, but look at it, he's been hunted down. He's prey right now for this Metasport side, and Shinnok going wide. Can he get a second? The bullets go wide.
Yeah, and this is all just set up because Detty Elise are flanking their way back through from the main side. 2 players down, but not out. Guns in their hands. Patix has recovered a rifle.
Gunners locked out without a key as well. Spike still ticking away, and you're realistically hoping that Patix can get into position in time, comes off the rope and gives himself away. Cider will spam him out. Gunners now has to make it work with a Sheriff. Needs to hit heads, needs to take names. Will he get Cider? He won't even do so. It'll be 11 now. One step closer to getting map 2 and 1 each in this series.
There you go. Everyone on Metasport doing their bit, piece by piece. The project continuing. Anguist on that round, giving the info, getting out of there, and I don't think there's ever been a quote in Valorant that I've agreed with more at this point in time. The pressure could not be any greater. So the second timeout called for Detty Elise if they want to take this inside 2, which would be a feat in and of itself. But I think when you look at the previous round, you can see they still have a clear game plan as to what they want to do to upset Metasport, to get in their face, have Wanzeru in dangerous positions every single round. They held on to Arcade, and then they fought for main through the opposite side of the map. Force them to react, because as we said before, Metasport don't feel like the team we were promised right now.
Yeah.
If you make them sweat, if you make them try and react and show you what those protocols look like, that's where you're going to find a mistake, and that's what we've been getting.
Final section, final end to this round has 5 rounds in total to be played out if we're to reach it. But could very quickly be ended well before that. Maximum regulation could be needed. We head once more into the fray. Early utility hit towards that B side, and look at Detty's immediate response to that. They don't even check to see if it's real. They're immediately looking to go and clear out this bridge side.
And this is what they've been doing a good job at so far. Compromising an area of the map and then playing the retake. At least giving themselves a strong side from which to play, because you know Metasport go into A now. That's your point of entry. Gunner's utility can flood through the wall. That can stop them from getting the main plant that they've been using the last few rounds. Buy a little bit more time for this rotation to come in. And speaking of ults, there isn't much. It's on Metasport's utility here to get things going. And yeah, the aftershock comes in a little bit too late, not in the right place, so they can set up, and they've got so much to fall back on.
Oh, Jusu's just tried to escape. He was trying to play from rafters, but obviously clearing utility gets caught out. Anguish known about as well. All it will take is a little bit of spam, but somehow he survives enough, just long enough to get one in his favour. Buzzzy now getting one of his own. 3 versus 2. Players are not on the spike. Finally they are, but they go through, and now the spike is half and will become fully completed after Patex gets 4.
Big quad kill. Once more, another name on Detiulis, who has stepped up and dealt serious damage so far this map. Yeah, he'll trail 1-0 by a tally of 8 kills. But still the second best performer on his team so far, you can say. And looking at that round, as I said before, just strong side in the map. Wondering, okay, where's that initial pressure? Let's go and take the opposite. Let's be quick with our reactions. We know that we have more officials as a team than Metasport. When you force them to, you know, make a play themselves when you're making your own, they have the confidence to say we are better right now in this department. Individually, sure, they might have played at the highest heights in the Ascensions, in these Challenger tournaments before, but we're a family. And family stronger.
To put it in a less cringe way, you can only beat what's in front of you, and right now Metasport are beating a lot, although saying that, Sauda will get his opposite number. Ultimate and Neuro Theft, and Sauda somehow managed to spam out 2 more. And listen, he's had a pretty good map so far.
Yeah. Sauda's not just getting that, he's getting everything. This guy has stepped up to new levels and forced Detiulis to call the save here as well, and that can just open the conversation a little bit more, because we're not trying to sell you the story that this is a super team front to back, player to player. Everyone capable in their own rights, but I'm seeing guys in here who have not been offered the big moves, the best opportunities, have not broken out on the top level when it was promised of them, when that's what we expected to see, when Burzy was such a big name in Turkey, when he was dropping 90 kills in a best of 5 for Supermassive, and then not making that next step up as the team fell around him. Anguist, 3rd place at Ascension. No shoe-in for VCT. Shinnok, a new face, but one which returns to this Metasport team and looks like one of the better pickups, all things considered. And it's Cider leading from the front as the captain on so many of these rounds to save them again.
I mean, that's it, right? The thing that you have to consider is this isn't Apex, right? Let's be straight up and honest. This isn't tier 1 talent that have been dropped out, that have been picked up, put on unbelievable salaries, been put in an unbelievable facility, but it is some of the best crop that tier 2 have produced that have yet to get that opportunity, as you said. We expected better, but this isn't out of the ordinary that we're seeing Metasport maybe struggle that bit, teething issues for the roster.
Yeah. Like, they had a flawless Swiss stage, but I think you'd be kidding yourself if you thought it was going to be plain sailing in the playoffs for them.
Oh yeah. This is the best of the best. Some of these teams haven't played against each other. In fact, these 2 teams haven't played against each other.
Detiulis hoping that this is the last time they have to face Metasport. They don't have to go to a 3rd map. Another extra 60 seconds given to them after 120 have already been spent off their own account. Metasport foot the bill as they call a break in play. All 5 players at the top side of the map. Detiulis, investigative work. Process of elimination, they know which half of the map at the very least Metasport will be making their entry from, and right now you can only feel that that has to be more towards the B side.
Ultimates as well has a Patex one off of the Orbital Strike. The Orbital Strike in Rolling Thunder is available for Metasport. This is going to be big deciding factors in this round, and unfortunately, while the headshot is hit, it's only a stinger that did the damage, so it's not going to be an immediate hit. Players looking for CT, Angus calling for support. Can he catch none off guard? He can, but he doesn't get the kill. Jusu and Bursey do, pushing themselves that little bit further closer towards Lotus, and will do so. One player left. Gunners to deny the opportunity at map number 3, but the Rolling Thunder will be invested to close this one out.
Gunner's not dead yet. He was stunned up, but he managed to find that first kill with no player pushing him. Shinnok isolated, headshot gone, 1v1. Bazzi! Gunners has won the 1v3! And with that, they can make their way to the final round of regulation and an opportunity for Detty Elise to stay alive on Fracture.
There is no way, Hazza. There is no way that Metasport had everything that they needed there at the end to close that out. And it was one man that stood between 3 to get towards map number 3, and you can see frustration on a few of the players' faces. I can't believe it. Rolling Thunder invested here. You're expecting just to send it forward, not get the spike down.
But Bazzi was just waiting for that flash. Or setting it up. It looked like a slight miscommunication with him and Shinnok as to how they were going to take that fight, but they've only got one more round now to figure things out before it goes to a 2-round shootout. An extension of play. Anguist's timing could be everything here. Patik's hanging around. They're trying to isolate him the same way that Kaya was punished in the first half. Anguist on the receiving end this time. Jusu's lit the fuse and flown around the corner. There's still players hanging around in main, and they're going to be set up by the ult here. Headshot onto one, but it's through the corner of the box. Cider hangs on a little longer. Jusu arrives, and so do the rest of Metasport. When you felt that they were fading away, they show one final sign of life and send us the distance to Lotus with elimination on the line.
Yeah, listen, they may have struggled to get there, but as you can see from Cider, time to settle down because there is still one map left. The job's not done, and when you look at the scoreboard, we'll be able to in a minute, Hazza, you will see the distance between Metasport, the rest of Detty Elise, and then at the very top, 1-0.
Yeah,
but
1-0. He had an insane performance, but as we said before, individuals can give you moments, but they can't always win you games. That was the story of Metasport up until this point. To give credit to them, I think Cider has stepped up in many ways, and that's just elevated everyone else. You can see how much value he brings as a personality within that TeamSpeak as well, just to boost the mood overall. But it was the 1-0 show up until a point, not until the rest of Metasport got their act in gear.
Yeah, it's nice having a great striker, but I mean, you sometimes need the rest of the team to chip in, right? And I did really feel as if 1-0 was out there on his own. I mean, trying his best. He's putting himself on, I imagine, the eyesight of other people, of other teams. But at the minute, I mean, you've still got this first split to play.
Yeah. And I mean, that's something else that we have to think about here as well, because for Detty Elise, this is their own expectation, whereas Metasport, in some ways, it feels like top 4 or bust, you know, not to be that guy, but we know that the organization are prone to making changes. 14 different players last year for various reasons, but when you look at it from the base level, 3 were cut before the first split of North. They changed the team after the home ground EMEA qualifier. I'll say it again, they have to make top 4 with this team, with, you know, what we know. And I think Cider, being at the forefront of the project, he sees that, he knew that this had to be better. And like you said, on the Detty Elise side, the performances don't match from the bottom up. It was just 1-0 on Fracture. It has to be all 5 of them on Lotus, or the possibility of them losing in a third map again is a very real one.
Yeah, I have to agree, Hazza. And listen, Lotus is going to be a very interesting map to get into. And listen, we'll see exactly what that looks like.
Yeah, we will. After the break, of course. Don't go anywhere. Final game of the first elimination day here of playoffs in the lower bracket. This one's already entertained us quite a fair bit, but there's plenty more to come, so stick around.
best of me. Best of me. Me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore.
done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it 'cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no, 'cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no, so you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic
Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. Elimination Day is delivering so far, but we've got one more packaged good to give you, and that's a deciding map. We went the distance in the first series of the day between Enterprise, as we said goodbye to EXO, and now it's Ulise's chance to upset that balance a little bit more and win one out for the underdogs, because Metasport, well, it wasn't the cleanest performance on Fracture. They are still in this.
Yeah, they are still in this by the skin of their teeth, Hazza. But with that being said, though, Lotus is going to be an interesting map for me. I spoke about it previously. Deti Olise likes to play Neon here, which I think is an interesting matchup. 1-0, who has been absolutely lights out this full series. It makes it look as if Neon hasn't been nerfed at all. And again, I spoke about it before in terms of if he plays in front of the pack, he is more likely to get punished here. Although, looking at how this series has been going, that might not be true.
No, I don't think so. I think he's looked really good so far. And to be honest, the big thing for me here is the story coming into this map is you're looking at a map which last time out in the best of threes for both teams, Deti Olise won this map against Shachmat, whereas for Metasport, this was the map that they lost most, unconvincingly, I should say, if that's the way we're going, against Liquid Academy. So the most difference between the two teams does lay here on the decider, what it is they want to do in approaching this. One of the things that I noticed last time, if you want to talk comps, if you're going to mention the Neon there on the side of Deti Olise, is the absence of the Teho here for Metasport, where you would think this would be the tool that they need to get the kind of performance that you really want from them.
I feel as if though with 3-side maps though, Hazza, like what do you give up there, or is it a second initiator? Because I feel as if the info is the most important part with re-clearing and re-clearing again, right? But at 3 sites, whether you go in pressure C, if you do long defaults, Teho I think demands that you be a little bit more quicker, flashing out, you need that as well. So I mean, maybe you do like what, Teo, Yoru, and maybe like a fade or something like that.
I was just cooking on the fly here.
Yeah, but like maybe that's the way forward, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
Yoru was already an important duelist to be like to replace flashes. So in a double controller comp, maybe that's the way if you're going to implement Teo.
Yeah, look, we'll have to see. I think that last time they played against a Teho comp, this time they're not going to. It is the Neon. The difference for me, I think, as well, has to be highlighted in the Sentinel department, because you're up against the Neon, you've got a Vice. While those Razor Vines are going to be really useful if placed correctly for the pathing, Angus can get big value from that. You don't have a trap, you don't have anything to just shut them down quickly and be able to peek fast. You're relying on setting it up in a way that's going to funnel them down the right lane, essentially. Also, something to mention, the fact that they're playing double smokes on Metasport, whereas Deti Olise solo controller Patix on the Omen, with a premium on a little bit more info gather when you consider the fact they're playing double initiator.
Yeah, I mean, for me, with Deti Olise, the fact that they'll be a lot more explosive, whereas Metasport, there'll be a lot more stall, right, with that Viper plus Omen, as well as obviously bringing through the Vise. With that being said, though, we'll see exactly how it turns out. I'm expecting Metasport to have a much better defensive side. But with that being said, like, how does that match up against an explosive Deti Olise?
That's what we want to know. That's what we're about to find out. With elimination on the line, can both teams rely on their experience in North and East, respectively, to survive this new world together? Or will they be consumed by the playoff stage, as it already has knocked both of them down to the lower bracket? One of them, a favourite for the tournament in many aspects. The other, just trying to prove their worth and that they are one of the best teams in this league that can compete at the level, even if it is one of the first times that we've seen them here. Deti Olise trying to be the ones to do exactly that. They'll kick things off on the attack side.
Most of the players sent towards B main. In fact, made that all 5. I think the Cypher just holding on to the little pressure that was put on. from C main. Quick open the door, trying to counteract players, but Gunners is the first on the mark, and still Detty will keep the advantage after a quick trade on towards players. It's just carnage in towards B main. They'll get rid of Jusu, who just managed to make things equal. But things aren't settling at all. Making sure to brawl their way through. They need to be considering Cider, who's on a late flank, comes through at the right time, but can't quite capitalise. Anguished will. Now a 2 versus 1. Both players low on Metasport. Spike still not down, Hazard.
None will have his stun back in just a moment to set it up down one of these lanes as soon as he wants. He's heard the door turn. Might just have heard the steps now as well. He's spotted both players. He knows. He has an idea of where this one's played from. Flash still in pocket. Looking to invest. Anguish blind. First burst. It's a kill. And a triple from None. An opportunity for him to clutch against Metasport's IGL, but he has hauled them kicking and screaming this far into the game. Can he find one more to win it out? No smoke just yet.
Tap of the spike. Sider's expecting a swing, but it's not going to come through. None's giving away all the footsteps, trying to spark out, and that is the experience that you're looking to play upon. Cider completely baiting out his opponent, had to rush, had to gamble, and Cider completely outclasses him there.
He's enjoying it far too much, but as you say, it's just the experience that he has. Cider playing in multiple different challenger leagues at this point in time, but finally returning to his roots in North and starting it off with a pistol round win. It should have been a little more comfortable for Metasport from the 2v1, you should have felt, but None did a really great job to get it this close in the first place, and then just waiting out on the last few bullets as the smoke had come back online for himself. Nicely done. The default begins again for the attack outside B.
I think that was just a boom bot that they heard getting destroyed at the end. So they know the raise should be towards the C side of the map. Trying to be explosive towards there, but Jusu already gets the first on the round.
It's well done by Jusu. Cider's here in the mix as well. If the paint shells weren't going to do it, the Bulldog certainly would. Spraying away, refreshes the util a second time to catch None out, who is better off probably trying to take the orb, but Metasport not even going to give him a chance. Jusu hounds him down, and it ends up being flawless, making for a very strong bonus round with 3 Bulldogs, the Outlaw, and the Stinger on top.
Yeah, fantastically done. Don't think there's not much else that you can really be said there, if I'm being honest, Hazard. And the fact that every weapon gets through makes it that little bit more special. You're one off of a showstopper if needed in this round.
Yeah.
And it seems as if Detty, after trying that B-C split, past couple rounds, are going to head towards the A side of the map. Try something different.
This is one of the areas where they're yet to show, yet to go A. Viper wall up for Anguish, of course, just inhibits the space taking a little bit. You see the attack speed that they possess with 1-0. That fast lane gets them into tree early. But Metasport have already gutted Mound and deposited Cider there with just the Stinger to hold on to his one-way. This is a quick rotate from the defense, and with Detty Elise frozen in their tracks, can't see that execute coming in just yet.
And the showstopper as well is online. That's the big thing for me moving in towards this round. If needed, could catch off 1 or 2 players.
And with the position of Cider towards Mound as well, Burzy has a little bit extra comfortability holding onto the B site here. He knows that he's supported, and now with the info of that Arc Rose, the A site is compromised and Metasport can react.
Oh, he's missed out! He's missed the showstopper! Just as much as we were hyping it up, thinking Jusu's guaranteed at least one, he misses out on 1-0, the neon movement just a little bit better. Unfortunately, the head clicking not as good, and that is a perfect Arc Rose for Anguish to swing out, completely dominating. Now just 2 remaining players. It's Gunners and Tree, and it's Kaya to come in late, all the way from Hobbit. He's going to have to go on a real big journey, but he will descend down. and it'll be a bonus converted for Metasport.
That was textbook from Metasport. The way that they set the whole round up was really, really impressive to me, and is now starting to show some of the team play which was completely absent at times on previous maps in this series, and especially against Liquid in that game. You can see they group up, they take Mound, Cider gets left, he's got the weaker weapon, it's fine, but he's ready to fight B main through the door if he needs to. You've afforded a quick rotation, and then Anguist off the back of his own flash, so self-sufficient, really well played.
Again, though, Detty found something that they liked back towards this side of the map once again. Trying to send it forward, they somehow managed to scrape a buy together. Although, in terms of utility, there might be a few bits missing here.
Yeah, you can see the aftershock isn't there. Fast lane was used early to try and get out, and none on the spam. Takes Burzy clean out. It was just the poison cloud here, and Cider is cycling his dark covers for the C Mound one way, so he's only just had another one come back up. It's got to make a decision. Do I want to help defend the A site, or am I still reinforcing C? He reinforces C.
Yeah, and the other thing you've got to think about is the Rolling Thunder was lying in wait if needed from none. Wasn't used, now it will be needed, to be honest. 2v5,
Ooh.
this should be as easy as possible for the attacking side.
I mean, saying that, they're still figuring out who's going to plant the spike here. Missed shots really gave Shinnok a chance to win that duel, but he couldn't, and so it's left onto the in-game leader, Cider, diligently cleared on that first fight. But now, Detty Elise should double up, triple in fact, with Gunners thrown in the mix, and a flank of Patix approaching. This one is doomed from the word go. Shouldn't be a chance in hell for him to win this, yet still, he is just keeping us on a knife's edge and letting Patix creep closer to be the last guy you'd think that wins this duel, and he won't. Cider gets another, but just consolations at this point in time. One more, and that's something to think about. He's just going to bait this, yeah?
Yeah, he's just trying to keep players as close to the spike as possible. The cost of weapons, unlucky for him, he won't get the opportunity. But all in all, I'll be Detty to get that first round, and it just came down to duels realistically. I mean, players over swinging, trying to contest that A space, and Detty read it right. I mean, the gamble, I see it was a gamble, but it was like the buy that they brought forward paid out.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing I was talking about as well. Cider had to make a decision whether to reinforce, replenish the A smoke with Burzy dead, or to keep his own position safe in Mound. And at that stage in the round, there's still the possibility Detty pull back. So they went proactivity, and this time the duels are won. Jusu, in fact, winning a quick double. Shinnok right behind it. Sure, Gunners is able to salvage the spike, but that's about all for now.
I feel as if this is the thing that was talking about on Peril, right? Like, when you don't give Jusu a rifle, this is what you miss out on. The guy is absolutely lights out. I know he's playing a different role, we won't get into that, but the firepower that this Metasport roster can have sometimes, second to none.
Yeah. And at the moment, for Detty Elise, when we were speaking so much about what's this game plan going to look like, double initiator with the with the neon as well, as Kaya's quite glad that wall goes up to block the bullets from Metasport's own teammates.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they've just not been able to get in the positions that they want to. These, you know, quick pushes onto site, bursting of utility, making it difficult for Metasport when you're up against the double controller and they're just omnipresent at times. You do have to work the map a little bit before you can find that kind of opening, but if Juicer's doing that to you, right out the floodgates, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's got to be a change somewhere. Something has to.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing Kaok being in, coming into the server, not what was said previous.
Now it just sounds like you're saying it with an accent. Big fan of Coke. I love Coke. But
I do love Coca-Cola, you're correct, yes.
shout out to that guy though.
Yeah.
And Brody, well, I have to say, this is probably the quietest that he's been so far, which probably says a lot in terms of what it is that Metasport had been relying on to get themselves in this situation. As I said before, they have more Challengers titles in East, to be specific, in their coach slot than in their starting roster, which feels crazy when you look at some of these players. And for the Detiolese side, you're talking about a guy who was previously coaching both 1-0 and Nunmeister on their time at Bait, who has guided teams through Challengers East before, but, you know, not to a playoff stage.
I mean, you're talking about East titles, but how many Epic Land titles are in that Metasport roster? You know, there's far more than,
More than
any
anyone
other team.
else. More than anyone else. Epic 37 MVP. Anguist, I think.
Epic 32 for Brody? Question mark?
32?
Is it not 32?
No. No, he won Epic 36, the Epic just before, I think, where Anguist dropped like 1 million kills on Chamber in the final and ended up losing. So.
Yeah.
The C site now, Detiolese, a lot more direct, and I like this. This is the look from them that we were expecting. They've set up well. Anguist has the Steel Garden to come back through, but that is a brilliant combination of utility to just deny Nun, who is the stopping power in this post plan.
Yeah, Steel Garden straight in. The players now starting to really worry. The rifles, well, one of which is on the site, and it is Kaya who's been completely found out. Ah, look at this. It's completely lights out, wipe out. It's like we're tuning into High TV 2 on like a Saturday night has a way back in 2014.
Just keeping those references nice and niche for the international audience. I respect it. I respect it.
Listen, the UK and Ireland audience can relate.
Yeah, that they can. That they can. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure they recorded it in Sweden anyway, so you're all good. But the big thing for me, it's just a read from Metasport pre-round to be set up for that C retake, to get off site, to not be in a position where you're going to go down 4v5, and save key utility like the paint shells, like the Cs, to do that kind of thing. And well, I say save, I think they're going to use them right off rip here.
Straight in, the C's. I thought the C's caught the Neon there. Somehow 1-0 escapes once again.
And it's the placement of it too, right in the middle of where you know the fast lane is going to drop. So it's completely predictive, but tailored exactly to this Detiolese team, and 1-0 is getting nothing, pushing through that smoke into two players, and with it, the ult gone. Juicy's got an ult of his own. He's landed his showstopper.
I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about though, Hazard. Playing in front of your team, playing by yourself. If you start to tilt, or if it even is tilt, or give Metasport these opportunities, they will punish time and time again. Lotus fundamentally, I mean, it's probably one of the most played maps in the past, like, year or two. And yeah, I mean, what more can be said?
Yeah, I think, as you sort of rightly mentioned, it's a map which you've got to be experienced on by now, which I think you've got to have functioning in your pool if you want to be a team competing. And for Detiolese, I mean, this was one of their favorites coming in. Metasport very quickly adjusting those goalposts for them. It's only the first half, though, for now. Plenty more to be said of this as it carries on. Jusu ends up dipping out, knowing the potential of the crunch coming in. 1-0 trying to be quick off the mark. Duelist v duelist. It's been all green and black so far. 1-0 just unable to replicate the kind of performance that we saw from him on Fracture, which spearheaded them through that map.
Sizer needs to be careful here. Thinking about the cycling, the smokes, etc. Escaping out of this. Yeah, he's already thinking about it, already out.
Here's the steps, here's the Prowler, gives it up. Last time, Anguish would always be fighting with Cider to try and take those duels early and to feel confident. And against a team like Liquid Academy, you wouldn't get away with it. I don't think you would with Detiolese necessarily either, but this time there's a little bit more comfortability. They're playing off the util. Should have a good hold here on B as well with two players. 1-0 gets in, but who do you walk to? Burzy, decayed and dead. He'll finish it off. That's the advantage secured inside this first half, if there are any doubts about it.
Yeah, this feels a lot more well-oiled, has a Metasport just seem to be hitting every mark that they need to. There is no creaking here, no KO legs running about.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely spot on every single time. It feels as if every decision they make is made off the back of information. Again, as you said, playing off the utility rather than playing off their own individual brilliance. Everything is just working out. And right now, Detty, I mean, we haven't really seen a timeout from what I remember in this first half.
No, just playing into it. I mean, we had that one timeout from them.
Oh, really? Yeah, my bad.
Couple rounds ago, and well, the Bucky has arrived. Wanzeru, this is one of the things that you do always seem to get away with on Neon. If he could give us a round, it could inspire confidence here, which is exactly what Detty Elise need. Anguished picked up a 4K on Fracture when Metasport were 5 rounds down, and that was the beginning of their 13-11 victory. Wanzeru, 3 kills deep, he'll drop. And with him going down, it looks like Metasport might actually be considering doing a little bit of damage on the way out here.
I mean, they've got plenty of cash, right? They may as well just give it a good go.
That's
and they might do more than just that. Now both players known about, but Patek Sheriff is hot on the mark. Does not miss when it needs to hit the mark. And well, they'll double up the round count.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a given there at that point that Detty Elise would win it.
I don't think
After
so.
this Wanzeru entry masterclass with the Bucky. But as I said before, it's a confidence builder. This is where you start. You've placed that first block. How many more stepping stones can they pave a way for a second half? Because as I mentioned, we only saw 6 rounds of Metasport's defense before, and they just couldn't get it going. 3 rounds picked up in total from their opening 12 on attack.
Was it?
Atix has got in behind, and this is another good start for Detty Elise. They've got a B site. Shinnok will be one of the first responders to try and commit an ult here.
Yeah, Buzzy had an idea as well, which is unfortunate about that last round, but in terms of the post plan, players are a little bit disconnected on the Detty side. You're hoping that they'll at least combine. Kaya, was he hurt there? As he landed back down. Still to bust out the smoke, and when he does, Sider's there to collect. Now it's all about crossfires and whether you can keep this going, because the players are known about. Hotbit players are trying to bust out, but they're being thrown back by utility. A 1v3 for Shinnok to try and get something over the line, but his wrist is broken, and well, so is the hopes of that round.
Yeah, Detty Elise doing well to battle into contested areas, take some upper space, take some Hobbit space. I felt like the plant wasn't great for them, to be honest, and Metasport were in a great position to end up winning this, but Cider still concerned with the threat of main beyond his own smoke. They'll actually call a timeout of their own now. This is technically Detty Elise's second break, I guess, if you wanted to call that a chance for them to gain some second wind. Because that's what it feels like. And as I said before, I don't think you can be relying on having a great second half if you're Metasport, because the defense is ultimately where I think this comp is going to excel.
Yeah, I think as well though, like, I mean, the maximum you can get out of the, if you can get like a 9-3 half moving on to the attack, it makes things so much easier. You're breaking up the momentum that Detty have. I mean, giving them the coach like food for thought. Does he want to change anything? Does he just keep it as it is? It's a conundrum which you need to try and get over. Whereas the Metasport boys, they'll have an idea of what's been going wrong in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah,
and what to change.
For Detty Elise, right? They have ults here that they can build around, or an ult that they can build around, specifically the Rolling Thunder in this, which is something that Metasport should be thinking about. I mean, Jusu's close to his own showstopper. And looking at the positions, I think you're just expecting Burzy to pit this. And yeah, he's going to bring that one out almost immediately. Strong siding, but Jusu's gone. And Cider doesn't know where to look.
Yeah, The Rolling Thunder's invested, but it might be a little bit too late. Chinook defending the wall and gets 2 for his effort. What just happened?
I mean, how often have we seen Metasport put that wall up and be fighting behind it? A lot of the time, they end up just giving away the space because you've got 1-0 flooding towards tree so quickly. It really bolsters the defense for them there. The Decay is working overtime with the amount of players running through it. And, well, yeah, it's Burzy farming all the assists on the other side of the map in his ult. When you actually look at it, and the Rolling Thunder was invested by Detiolise as well, so you're not going to have that coming into this last round. It is just the overdrive, and even then you've got to find a position to make it useful.
Yeah, it's not as if you can get like chuck a rifle over, and that's where the value comes from. 1-0 though, looking to get value through himself, which he does so. Unfortunately for the Detty players, as Jutsu comes in with a firework display. There goes none. They're trying to escape, but they're running into Burzy. Whether he can try and get one here, which he can, we'll decide this round. But Jutsu is hot on their heels. Paranoia missing out. Spike will be able to go down. Post plant towards CT. Insider, he's also hunting the players down.
He repositioned so far ahead of the curve. Took that TP there instead of joining up with the rest of the teammates in Mount who needed to try and do something, but it's all fallen apart. It's all on to Chinook now. The youngest player in this team, brought back by Metasport because they knew what they were missing without him. And unfortunately, they'll have to go without his services in this final round of the half as well. 8-4. A pretty strong showing from Metasport to kick things off, but not their best. And going into a weaker half, we only saw 3 rounds picked up in total by them against Liquid on their attack previously. If you were to focus on a single half, on a single map, it would have been this one. It's the final half that they'll get to play if they can't keep this lower run going.
I mean, the big thing coming into this second half has it, as you've already mentioned it, right, but to contextualise it, is 8 enough from Metasport considering the position that they were in at 7-1, right? 8-4
it's all onto this round. It is all onto this pistol.
Big decider. Metasport start themselves off towards the C side of the map. The Metasport, or the Detty cam from the Cypher already giving information, and Metasport, you can see they're a little bit worried about perhaps a trap play coming through. Trying to use the ultimate orb to beat out, nothing comes through, and they'll get this space for free.
Yeah, already priority towards Jutsu's ult. Seen him get it online so many times. He's been fragging heavy. A lot of the issue with him before is he broke even in first duels last time. Just dive bombing the site. Maybe Metasport weren't able to create plans which could set him up when he didn't have an op in his hands, but this time manages to get through quite cleanly. Deti at least trying to fight back through the door, and it won't happen for them. Kaya ends up going solo, sold the rest of his team down the river, and Metasport set up for a successful pistol round.
Both players as well disconnected coming back in, but there is a flash which you could set up. I'm trying to look for things that are going to be in Detty's favour, but the one thing that is not, and the biggest key point here, is the fact that the man count is not... Hello?
Huh?
Hello? Oh, mate, if he got a knife kill, it will be the pistol round converted for Metasport, most importantly, and that was 3 ultimate orbs that Jutsu was able to get towards that showstopper.
Yeah, and you can see what the protocol was for Detiolise trying to fight through the revolving B door. We saw that be their sort of pistol round strategy on their attack side as well, to group up those 2 areas, to meet them in a sense. I think we're going to be tuning back into another one where Kaya's left out solo, and actually I've only just noticed he is yet to register so far in this game. If there was a single player that you wanted to try and punish as Metasport right now, his sight is the one you want to hit.
Well, that's exactly where they're going, straight in, trying to find the Cypher, who's actually playing a lot more reserve, not really giving much away. Spike will go down, and the most prime spot it could possibly be. Oh sorry, I thought it was Jutsu planting. It's not.
Yeah,
It's still a decent spot anyway.
be concerned for any of that leftover utility between Gunners and None, who still has the Aftershock available. Cider inside the smoke. This guy's loving the Stinger right now. Zoned into the monitor. Stun will drop in behind, but that's not going to dissuade Cider. He holds it down cleanly enough. None finally coming in with the classic, but it gives the game up. 1-0 last left. If he can force a way for Metasport to make this exit difficult, to remove some guns from the board, that could be good. Shinnok and Burzy already making a run for it, so at the very least, they'll get away with it, and 1-0 wants the upgrade, so the Bulldog will be dispensed. But double digits Metasport is exactly the kind of start to the half they'll be looking for.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I mean, what did they bring through onto this next one? I guess, like, realistically, they're going to try and force back in with a couple of stingers and stuff, making this a little bit of a dangerous one for Detty to try and manoeuvre. That's what you've got to be careful of, because if it's Jusu that's flying over your head with a stinger in pocket, you need to be careful.
Yeah. I mean, even Cider at the bottom of his team right now is still breaking even. He's still 7-7. The disparity between the two could really not be any greater right now. But at the very least, Kaya placing a couple traps, passive info. They've won this first duel into the IGL. He's negative now, I hate to mention it, but None getting another onto Burzy on this rotation through and stacking up the A side.
Still taking their time, trying to see if they can catch players off guard. Little combo of utilities here and there, but it's the rifles that matter the most. And None has already hit out twice for a couple kills. Shinnok's steps would have been given away. The Bulldog not hitting.
Spike down A.
And now, where does Jusu go? Does he try and save the rifle? Is he just looking for an opportunity to get a couple kills?
See if he can save, go down swinging perhaps. I don't know about the Jusu 1v5, but he's found his first target. And oh, I was gonna say, Decade against Patik still wins the fight, but with the sound cut, he had no idea where 1-0 was coming from. So he will get on the board again. This Neon player, the engine which has fired Detty Ulis this far, but up until this point, you start to wonder, when was that burnout gonna hit? When were they finally going to meet their maker? An opportunity for the defense to turn it around after shutting down the bonus, but it comes to this, the gun rounds. Their money will not be in the best of spots afterwards.
Yeah, and that's the big question, right? Big swing round. But again, another showstopper coming through.
There you go.
A player who hasn't been on the board that much will finally get himself registered.
That's one way to open your account. Kill the top fragger mid-air. Then the plant is denied, the rotation comes in. Detty Ulis in the perfect place to at least tackle this 4v4. We'll call Patik's over for a result. Burzy's trying to duel, and it's Anguist instead that looked to be the one getting the kills, and he is. Double from him.
Still one player to the good Detty as they try to bust in. The arc was spot on, but Kaya must have obviously just dodged at the right time, and now they know where Cider is. The captain, the leader, who needs to come up legendary, will get concussed and stunned now, unfortunately for him. It will mean 6 for Detty, but it was all so close.
Yeah, Cider's really feeling himself today. You can tell he's been popping up in a lot of these key moments, giving you a little bit of hope, digging the nails in for Metasport. And it makes the round costly too. As I said, economy for neither team was in the best position. Metasport, the ones who are in fact hit a little bit harder off the back of that second successive loss. Giving a chance for Detty Ulis to give themselves a real foothold in this. 4 rounds the gap. You expect it to close up to 3 before that purchase comes through. It's feeling a lot similar to the end game of these last 2 maps, Cairo. And that has to be the concern.
Yeah. Oh, that's about at least 3 or 4 players seen anyway. Metasport, whatever they try and do here, it'll be an easy gamble from Detty. They're already beginning to retreat across the map, and that just means they're going to deposit Jusu towards this side. See if he can maybe see anything.
Yeah. Always useful as the attackers sometimes to just turn the tree door mid to late round. Forces some kind of a reclear. Fortunately for Jusu, he doesn't realize that there are 3 players on the other side of it. Metasport still giving themselves options here though. Got a nice contact piece off the trap with the stun. It's catered more towards Mound instead. But as I say, Jusu left late towards A. He has now been revealed. An opportunity for them to push there. Maybe have executed B, but it looks like they are actually going to fully commit towards this side of the map. But 1-0 behind the door is never a sight you want to see.
Yeah, nice stuff all in all from both teams. Oh, okay,
Angrist.
Is this going to turn into anything? There's 20 seconds left. And there's a stinger in the pocket of Buzzy.
It gives you a bit of hope to hang on to for Metasport here. Chance maybe for the B pivot. They go A instead. Stun reveals the player from upper, and it is a closed case. Detty Elise all over Metasport there. Lucky to have got a couple kills through Angrist again towards A, but playing the entirety of the map and settling on the site with the most players.
Yeah, last time out from Metas here, making sure that they can get towards the end. Brody not happy with how the last couple rounds have gone. Things have maybe gone a bit awry. I mean, nice ideas all in all, but I think that the biggest thing for me off that, but the back of that round, Taza, was the fact that like there was a lot of limit testing there from Metasport. They destroyed the trap, seeing what the response is. They deposited Jusu, seeing what the mid to the late round re-clears looked like, what their positions were like. I think Meta's got a lot of information off that round, even though in the grand scheme of things they might not have got like a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, I think that's the reason for the approach, honestly, to just figure out what the setup looks like. We know, too, with hindsight in mind, that Kaya has been flexing between both C and B, and maybe in a world where you catch Detty Elise in a rotate to help support that player, you have a situation that is winnable. But if C is their choice now, there's nobody home. There is nobody home. Kaya's making his way in late. He has one more trap left to place, but the cam is front D as well. This is a duel that he's going to be taking quite proactively behind the one-way. The trap set up towards A with the breach ult, but
yeah.
With 1-0 not spotting anyone there, Nuns just opened up the door. They get Patix in position. He can TP top rubble if he needs to, or, you know, stay here and get out.
Yeah, but it's
they have set up on that side of the map. C is where the gap was, but that's now being filled with this rotation.
Yeah, it's what Buzzy's hearing on the other side and what he is common to the team. And obviously, Fade Cat, Fade Prowler, it's not going to destroy that trap, and they're just walking in.
The C trap is eventually gone. Nightfall to just clear out the site. None rolling thunder, aftershock. There are so many layers to this to stop the site exec from Detty Elise, but Metasport still keep their feet planted. Spike plant coming in, it will be denied yet again. The reveal is huge over the top, and it just plays in 1-0. Double kill with a spike dropped on the other side of the smoke. Ult to deny the value of the Steel Garden. Metasport look to have missed their chance.
Yeah, I think they're calling it. Don't think they're thinking that. I don't know what they're thinking, to be honest, Taza. I mean, for me, Buzzy, like on that C, on the A side of the map, would have been hearing everything that was going on towards there.
But that's the thing, though. I don't think there are actually any audibles given away. I would love to see the replay from sort of the start of the round there, but genuinely, it's just a case of, what does he hear? He hears the tree door open, and that's about it. That could be, you know, a player setting up with an op deep to try and find like a root angle or something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean there have been any rotations, so Metasport kind of played into it, but I think the bigger thing is when your opponent has a Nightfall and a Rolling Thunder available, is C-Site probably the safest option? The answer, of course, is no.
100%. But, hey, listen, you've used your ultimates, it's done now. Where do you go from here? Seems as if they're just going to hit force with force and see if they can get through this east side of the map. I mean, they managed to get out, but look how deep some of these players are. Patik's already the first one to be punished, and looking to see if they can find more. Jusu just shoulder peeking, trying to see if anyone comes his way. 1-0 is very, very deep, and Jusu's the one to win that one out. Gunners at least gets the trade. And look at this, all remaining 7 players are within the circumference of A.
When this smoke drops, would we see none use the util? No, he just fires the rifle off, but Anguist claps back. Metasport with an 11th, such a big round for them to win, to just keep in it, give themselves some economy and 2 feet to stand on, because Detty Elise with 4 rounds back to back to back to back were looking unstoppable. I think one of the key points as well, the early utility from Metasport. They're a little over-exaggerated with it, right? They throw it all the way out just to stop anyone from getting into strong positions early on, but they're going to try it again.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Trying to do the same utility, forward, 1-0, wins out. Even Patik's, it was, someone was tagged up, showed out. Unfortunately, no capitalisation. After all that utility sent forward, Metasport tuck their tails, run towards the seaside and see if they can get that spike down. Remember, Hazza, if Bozzy gets it down, Viper's Pit is up.
Yeah, and while a lot of that utility was used to take the A fights early, Kaya stalling even further on this spike plant and thinning out the herd. The Aftershock was still available. None is taking the longest possible rotate, so I'm not going to be able to use it just yet. And that's where Shinnok wants to try and push the envelope just a little bit. You have to be hungry and look for a duel here. It's the one opportunity you'll get to find an advantage, and he can't take it.
Yeah, still keeps most of his health though, and keeps himself alive, and even has a reveal to play off of if he gets the opportunity. Jusu doesn't get his, and needs at least one, doesn't get it at all. Spike diffused, we're back within 2.
This is where the previous round was so important for Metasport, because they can afford to reinvest on the next, but it might be one of their last. Detty Elise are playing a game of catch-up, but they are catching up. That's the big thing. It's only 3 rounds from the Green Vikings so far on this offense. Not the best kind of showing, and 1 rifle round. When you deduct the pistol and anti-eco, they have Bursey's pit available. Wondering if some kind of a plan can be created around that, because Jusu's entry work has slowed down a little bit on this second half. The attack hasn't been as easy for him. Detty Elise are bringing the fight to them yet again.
Oh,
That's where Bursey wins.
Big time. Big time. Remember, Cider is still on a classic in 1-0's hot on the heels, and everybody that tries to be aggressive is punished. Disaster from Detty as they allow the door to open up and Metis to walk straight in. Although, with that being said, Shinnok moving through is in the Cypher's den. Traps in the leg. As soon as he breaks one, he's going to give away the information as to where players are.
Yeah, Plant will come in, and Kaya, I mean, with the day that he's had, probably best off to save. Do you give it a go? They have money to drop back on here, Detty Elise. I mean, there's no reason not to at least play for some exits, and he is getting closer. Shinnok only on a classic. I don't know if he failed to buy or what the story was, but the captain feels as if he can add some value here. The trap is still up on site, so he knows that nobody has walked around this left-hand side. He'll use it to his advantage. Head the right way, flash over the top of his head. Anguist has been caught. Kaya gets the first, and with the hat off his head, he has the info. First pulse doesn't give enough. Bursey will claim that quad.
Yeah, I don't know, with that C's coming in, I was expecting maybe a quicker swing, but it still works out in the end. The aggression punish from Metasport heads up, and it will be the final investment of a timeout in regulation between these 2 teams. And remember, folks, the stakes at home It is full-blown elimination if you lose. You get to stay alive for one round longer, bringing yourself to what is almost a qualification match in the next one, depending on how the lay of the land looks.
Yeah, it is. It's, you know, you go out here, it's elimination. If you can win that next game, it's qualification. That full next round that we'll see played, plus the upper games tomorrow, all count for locking in those first spots in the Challengers EMEA tournament.
It shows you how small the margin is, Hazza.
Yeah, it is. How quickly things can change from being a top 4 team to just cast out of that bracket when Detty Elise, I think for a lot of people, would have been considered, you know, a dark horse in this playoff bracket to make a deep run, to have this game go against Metasport after, you know, the first game you had against Shachmat, which honestly, looking at that top side of the bracket, I think you were kind of hoping that that was the run you got put on.
Yeah.
Things can change so quickly.
I feel as if that checkmate roster are just a team that you really do not want to underestimate, because they've been coming up time and time again, and well, a player who's been in the kill feed time and time again pops up once more.
Yep. 1-0 starting things as he means to go on. He hopes to go on at this point in time, and I would argue that without him, Detty Elise stand next to no chance.
Shadows traveling.
So important in how they've been playing this thus far, and with the util set up over him, that op will prove to be useful. Hit just a fake towards B, but I don't think Berzy's realised that the trap is placed inside this choke just yet. Finally, Cider will break it off, and with that, it can sell a little bit more of a ruse, but they've still got one to beat.
Oh, that's gonna be
you're
really
not getting past
tough.
that! You are not getting past that!
Honestly, mate, it's like Duck Hunt number 2 on Halo Custom Games. Shot out the sky, and now Anguist. This would be crazy stuff. Absolute drama.
He's
If
done it
Anguist was
before.
to convert this, surely not, right?
It would be him. First is on a plate. Patix from up high. Do we really think that Anguist can do this? I certainly did just for a moment, no matter the odds. But if there was anyone to swing them in their favour, 1-0, take a bow.
Oh, mate, absolute prime time stuff. Feel as if it's like, well, what? I don't even know what it's like watching, because the guy was absolute lights out. 12-10, still within 2, but every time we've got within 2, Metasport have answered back straight away, and they have the ultimates to do so in this round.
They have the ults, they might not have the guns though, and could bring us to the 24th round yet again with a score not settled. We take this time 2 traps in play, first of which broken by Kyra, and the stun has no follow-up. Hobbit's gone quiet. Metasport have made room for themselves here, Cairo. If Jusu can get the plant here, if he can be given the spike, he's gonna have the ult.
Well, Rolling Thunder straight in, and players have been caught out in the middle, in the open. In fact, even Gunners has been caught out by none. Anguist just with this, just a stinger. It will be 11. And there we have it. We have 1 round, maximum regulation needed to separate these 2 teams.
It's another round where Metasport fly into the trash compactor with the Rolling Thunder up. I don't want to call it careless, but there were ways in which they could have won that. You see Jusu being so close to having his ult, planter a kill, he was chasing the kill in the end. Wasn't enough time for it. Detty Elise drag this one out as far as is humanly possible. Metasport have already won 2 overtimes so far in their best of 3s. They would be hoping that it doesn't come down to a 2-round shootout to settle their fate of this stage.
Yeah, stakes getting higher and higher. Oh.
Yeah, I don't think that's getting anybody.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
True.
One player caught off guard. Already prior, like you look at how quick Detty are hot on the heels, right? They've cleared out B main, they've planted 1-0 for a late flank if needed.
More importantly, he's got that op to stop the cross, so the info will be there. And he frees up these rifles to defend the site. One of them's Patix. He's got to go down swinging here. He gets the first, gets out, and nothing from Jusu's showstopper, but the kills will fall into place eventually. Nunn's gone down towards stairs, and Burzy just doesn't stop. Unrelenting. It's a 4 versus 2, Cairo, and if 1-0 can't help save them with his captain by his side, then Detty Elise will be falling out of lowers.
Yeah, there's a steel garden to even get even better. More stalls,
Burzy
more
again.
kills, 1 player left, Kaya known about, but Metasport, they have the 3 to the good, Hazza. They have everything they need to get this over the line.
No ult available for Kaya this time, no gun either. That's about to go with all the hopes and dreams of Detty Elise. Rookie players, returning veterans. They had the lot and gave us one hell of a show. But against Metasport, oh, you'd have to consider them favourites for a reason. Kaya's tried his best and taken a couple players with him, but he won't take the series. A reverse sweep from the Vikings will keep them floating in the lowers.
Listen, Hazza, it is a really, really tough spot to be in. That Metasport not playing to the heights that they know, but still getting it over the line. Sometimes that's all that matters. They are 1 step closer to top 4 and reaching challengers EMEA.
1 game closer. That's all that separates them from that now, and we'll find out who it is exactly that they're going to be playing against on Thursday next week. Tomorrow, when we do have that result come through of our upper semi-final games yet to be played. But I think the big story for today is the teams that we expected to go far starting to show up to the level that we needed from them in some very sloppy games at times that, you know, really tested their limits. It went against the grain at a lot of points, but they managed to get themselves there. With that being said, so much credit can be given to not just EXO from the first series, but Detty Elise here as well, because not only do they have players who not only befit Challengers quality, but sit towards the upper rungs of this league, I think. They can be proud of this for how far they've come, and considering from open qualifier to playoffs is not the kind of run you see every day.
It certainly is not. And remember, this is it again. I hate to be the guy that does it, but I hate it's another unsigned team, right? A team that doesn't get to play this game full time, going up against, I believe, Metasport, who do, and they're going toe to toe. Remember, though, with that being said, Metasport coming in here, they are going to get stronger and stronger as games go on, as they get more time to practice, and as you said, they've got a full week before they play their next time official, so expect them to get stronger from that. And I'm interested to see what Sider's got to say when we interview him.
Yeah, there's always an interview to look forward to, but at least in terms of this one, Jusu 23 and 18 in the end, the MVP for them in that duelist head-to-head 1-0, I think would have had the last laugh for the majority of this series, but it is Jusu who in the first half really did all he needed. I think Metasport without that first half, had they have started on the second half and then flipped back towards their defense, I would have been a lot more worried for them to create that comeback. But they've shown tenacity in their performance as well. They've kept themselves afloat more than anything else. And now we get to head over to the interview where we can talk with who you've promised me, Cider. It is going to be Cider, in fact, that we get to talk to. Very animated from you today, mate, but you've managed to make it through with a couple of rounds to spare. How does it feel?
I mean, yeah, I'm relieved, obviously, but the level of play was very, very bad, to be fair, especially on an attack, and that's also on me, I would say, on this Lotus game. But yeah, I'm proud of especially Jusu that game. He was stepping up, and not necessarily about kills. After the Pearl game, he took more control on his defense. He did what he wanted to do, you know, and it paid off in the end, I would say.
Yeah, have you been spending time on like aim trainers or stuff, man? You seem to be really showing up in that Fracture game as well.
Nah, that's just Brimstone, bro. If I play Brimstone on game, bro, that's all I can tell you. If I play Brimstone on game, I was not gaming the other map, so that's all I can say. I mean, yeah, but I'm just relieved, to be completely honest. They played really well, and obviously this is not the level we need to show if we want to actually be the team we want to be. So I think that's basically it.
Yeah, in terms of what you were able to work on in that 72-hour period that you've sort of had between taking the loss in the first opening round in the upper bracket, dropping down into lowers and knowing that there's a little bit more pressure on you with your opponent of Deti Elise already confirmed. Yeah, what was it that you wanted to immediately work on coming out of that last series?
I mean, yeah, it's a very cliche thing to say, but I mean, we were just not playing like we played in Prague, you know, like we were, and it's not about necessarily results or whatever. It's just about things we've literally talked about that we're not doing. And for me, that's a big problem. It creates a chain reaction of like uncomfortability. If one guy doesn't do what he needs to do, then it's different for everyone else in that scenario as well, right? So we just needed to talk about it, get our emotions out, and be honest with each other. That's also one thing we are good at on this team, is we're always honest with each other. And yeah, I mean, obviously it was not perfect today, but it was better. So yeah.
Yeah, and with a week now to the next one, is there anything that are you looking for? Like at least looking forward to at least a little bit of a break, or like what's next for you guys?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna hopefully have 1 or 2 days maybe, but yeah, I mean, we need to grind. We need to keep it up. Obviously, we haven't had that long together, so we need to sharpen up on everything we need to sharpen up on, right? But yeah, it's gonna be nice to be able to lean back a little bit, but yeah, we need to win the next game as well to be going to the challenger, so we need to fucking win that game, and that's it. Oh, sorry for cursing.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Look here. I think it's late enough by now. All the kids gone to bed. It's the big boys on the interview. But I think something else that I want to mention as well. Well, when I spoke to you before the season started, some time has passed since then. We now know you are working with Brody. We've seen him in the coach slot. We've seen him on the cams as well. The guy showing his face, making sure people know he's still around. How exactly has he helped you improve? And where do you feel his value in those timeouts? What kind of things is he bringing up? What is he talking about as someone who has won East before?
Yeah, I mean, Brody is the reason I instantly said I wanted him when we had the option to talk with him at least. I mean, I know he has been there. You know, he's been there. He knows what it takes. He knows the feelings we're sitting with as players, the pressure. So he has the overview, right? And like obviously we're sitting there, we're very tunnel visioned, and he obviously has the overview of what he wants us to change. And yeah, I respect him a lot, and he's been doing very great so far. I would also say like he just make it how do I say it, out day to day, also a bit more structured. You know, I can ask him to do something and he'll do it. You know, before I was doing everything on my own basically, and yeah, I mean it's great to have him with us for now.
Yeah, and I mean the last question from me, Sider, is there anybody in that upper bracket that you want to play, maybe a rematch against Team Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be great. I mean, right now I don't really care who we play. I just want to win. That's the only thing. But yeah, of course, Liquid, I really wanna. Would be fun to play them again if they, and I doubt they would have a chance against our real selves, you know. But respect to them. The last game they played really well, and we didn't. So that's it.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I mean, just take it one game at a time. Your next game is the qualification match, of course. You make top 4 if you can get through them. That would be the objective secured, I'm sure, as far as you're concerned. That is the goal at the end of the day, to make it to those tournaments and to be there. Any final thoughts from yourself before we wrap this one up, going into that game and where the head's at in the team right now, the vibe as a whole coming off the back of that?
I mean, we're great. I'm very happy with the people I'm around. How to say it, like it's a good and a bad thing. I come away with a headache every day after Prague, and it's because we have a few wafflers in there, you know. And I usually waffle, but we have some disturbing ones in there, bro. Percy and Jusu, it's too much.
if you're shaking your head like you are when you clutch in an official, like in scrims, then I can imagine that probably is headache inducing. Talk me through the celebration real quick before we stop it. What was that about? What was that about?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't even know what the fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually don't know what you're talking about, but I believe if there was a situation, when was it?
This is, to know, some kind of clutch situation.
Alright, I don't remember it. I can't lie to you. I don't remember it. But yeah, I mean, like, what can I do? I play with my emotions, you know, and that's how I am as a person. So.
Yeah, I love Sider. I love how you're complaining about headaches, bro. But you just came off a team with like Focus, with like Lewis and Pal and stuff. Like,
no, that's not even comparable. It's only Pal that was the issue. I don't know. I mean, Lewis had his conspiracy theories I don't even want to get into now. But Pal, when he starts talking, he doesn't stop. You know, that's how it is.
Yeah,
great guy. This is worse for sure. The waffling is worse.
I mean, I've seen different takes on Powell's voice, and I'm glad that we're getting this one and not the sort in the BBL comments section. Either way, thank you so much, Cider, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to talk with you, and best of luck in your next game.
Thank you, boys. Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. There you go. All right, you heard it from the man himself. He's feeling good about the win, but they know that they can be better, and that's always what we were expecting to hear.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we thought as well. I think that's what the majority of everybody else thought. There's no real hiding from that, and respect to Cider for being open and honest and not trying to like hide anything from it. They know they've got a week of practice. They know that they can perhaps take a day or two off, and I think sometimes those days off will always help to maybe make things a little bit more concrete and clearer in the mind.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy game. Next game up, whoever it is that they end up facing, of course. We know them now to be in that qualification game, and we'll take a look at the bracket right now, in fact. I was going to say in just a little bit, but here we are. No time to waste, as was put by Cider himself. The games return tomorrow, as does the action. But for now, we say farewell to ExoClan and Detti Ulysse. Their runs end here, respectively. Both made it from the lower Swiss stage, at the very least, into uppers. And now, finally, the playoffs is where they fall short, leaving us with a top 6 of Schachmatt, Sweet and Sour, Zero Tenacity, Team Liquid Academy, and two teams from today, Metasport and Enterprise. Cairo, in terms of those games tomorrow, of course, you know, both of myself and you will be on those.
Yeah.
What are you excited for?
I'm going to be honest, I'm really excited to see the Checkmate versus Sweet and Sour run. Both, again, teams who made it from that very early stage of the either East Open qual or the North closed quals, right? That was a 5-team round robin that SNS were able to narrowly escape through, whereas Checkmate were able to go all the way, right? Like, this is stuff that is really exciting. As for Zero Tenacity, really love that roster. It's obviously like that core of Grimek and Pretty, etc., who I've always been impressed by, that old Diamant roster going up against Team Liquid. So a lot of good stuff to come out of tomorrow. And well, yeah, one team will be heading to Challengers EMEA as of tomorrow night.
Two teams.
Two teams.
Of course, you know, 2 matches, Cairo. We've had 2 matches today, 2 matches tomorrow, plenty of action, balanced diet. Make sure that you check in at that time, of course, as well, because, you know, it wouldn't be the same without all of you at home. We appreciate you very much for watching along. If you want to stay on top of everything going on, head on to the socials, of course, at ValLeague_NE on Twitter, on YouTube, #CLNE. If you want to use it, I might have a little look and see if there's anyone on the CLNE hashtag. So, you know, send us a message and we'll get back to you on that. But for now, thank you so much for watching once again, Cairo.
See, has a smells on #CLNE.
And he'll follow you back. See? There you go. If you do that, he'll follow you back.
I'll give you a riot, buddy.
And that's a promise. No, it's not. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. It's been a pleasure to spend the afternoon and the evening with you. But we say goodnight for now, because when we return tomorrow, we have plenty more games. No teams will be going home, but some could maybe find their place in the Challengers EMEA tournament. So with that, I say goodbye to you all for now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself, and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make a move.